Welcome back, everybody. Good morning. Good morning. All right. We are back live. I have scanners going. They're pretty quiet. Pretty quiet right now, but Los Angeles fire is starting to pick up right now.
Engine 305 from engine 24, go ahead. Just a heads up, we're not running 41. Use the facilities really quick. Back up. Roger.
Welcome back, everybody. So right now what you see on your screen is the Eaton fire. We have LA fire on the scanner right now. I did get some rest. Thank you, Ministry. I hope you did too. Hey, Daff. Good morning, everybody. These newscasters are running on Starlink. The dispatchers are sounding tired. Good morning, Potato. I slept last night. Yeah, I'm going back to Cali. I don't think so. It's horrible. Hey, Megan. Good morning. BS Detective. Good morning. Lucy. Moonlight. Lucky. Lauren. Good morning. Good morning, Mia.
881, inch 96 versus 160.01 level.
That's a current view right there. Let's see what else is going on. We've been kind of following a few different feeds. I can't with Rosie O'Donnell. I've been hearing about Rosie O'Donnell. All right, here's the BBC is live. Let's see what they're saying.
Houses, and then the fire started, and there's no way to stop or contain a fire where the winds are that powerful, and it came so fast, and I think like when you guys said that it was raining ash. You go outside and ash would slam into your eyes and your face and your mouth, and it's hard to breathe. You're coughing, and the worst part is the closer to the fires you get, the darker it gets, and very black, very dark. And so last night was a really scary time, I think, for Pasadenans.
Jennifer Colby is helping to coordinate the response in the city of Pasadena, one of the areas affected by the wildfires, and we can speak to her now. Thank you very much, Jennifer, for joining us. Just give us an idea of how many people are involved in this support effort alongside the firefighters.
Sure. Well, this is an all-hands-on-deck effort. We have...
I'm just trying to find live views for us. Because I want to see what this looks like on daybreak. I'm sorry if you hear something in the background. My TV went to 60 minutes, and it's like some weird guy singing. So I apologize. Where is the aerial views? Here we go. This is the Palisades.
Keep going when there is no let up, when they've lost everything.
Sure. I mean, it's been devastating, and I think for many people, myself included.
All right. I'm going to keep the scanner on for a minute and see what's going on. Welcome back. Welcome back. We had to start a new... Oh, I know. Clue's thumbnail. That was the best. Him in that maid costume. What a weirdo. You haven't seen any updates yet, Potato? So last night, Hollywood caught on fire. They got that one contained. So just the few streets around Runyon Canyon are evacuated. A house did I think there was actually a house or two in Studio City that burned down last night, too. Bye, Kels. Have a good meeting. Hopefully we'll see you soon. Here we go. Here's some footage from last night, guys. I'm going to mute the scanners for a minute.
Half of this whole town has been leveled.
It's very emotional. Like, we've been here in Pasadena for 22 years, and then we never seen nothing like this.
Yeah, we have lost homes, businesses, places of worship, schools.
Thank you, Clue. SF is okay, and so is SF's home. Thank you for the update.
Southern California live on the air nonstop.
Yeah, we heard that Paris Hilton lost her house. I don't think there's going to be a lot of sympathy for the Hiltons, right? Like, she can go stay in a Hilton. There's a lot of people that can't go stay in a Hilton.
Firefighters very busy all across Southern California,
See this?
from the ocean to the high desert
One,
and foothills.
2, 3,
the
4,
biggest
5,
fires
6
are the Palisades
fires.
Fire and the Eaton Fire. Palisades, it's huge. It has grown to more than 17,000 acres. That fire destroyed more than 1,000 homes and businesses all along Sunset Boulevard into the Palisades Village. The grocery stores there, gas stations, they're all gone. The beautiful coastal community is not even recognizable anymore. And it is a similar situation about 45 minutes away from the coast. The Eaton Fire, it has changed the community of Altadena, destroying hundreds of homes and businesses. The winds there have pushed the flames and the embers and have burned more than 10,000 acres. We do know that
none of them are
tragically
contained.
5 people have died.
Evacuation orders are still in effect for both of these fire zones. These are still dangerous areas, and we know that the winds are expected to pick up once again a little bit later on today. Your forecast coming up in just a moment. We also want to tell you that many schools are closed today because of the fires and because of the smoke. And that includes every single school in the LA Unified School District, plus multiple other entire school districts. We have a list of those school closures on our website, NBCLA.com. Firefighters, law enforcement officers, elected officials, they plan on having a news conference to give us the very latest on these fires at 8 o'clock this morning. Once that begins, we will bring that to you live.
Now, we have a team of reporters covering the wildfires for you from Altadena to Malibu and Pacific Palisades.
Jeez.
Let's begin with NBC4's Brittany Hope. She's been showing us the extent of the damage from the Palisades fire.
Awful.
Currently,
Look at this. It looks like she's in a third world country.
It's pretty close to the popular Dukes there of Malibu, Brittany,
morning,
and that's
Jenny.
a landmark that a lot of people are familiar with.
Yeah, it's a landmark that so many people know across the nation, and we can tell you that Dukes is still standing. In fact, yesterday, we just learned that it was essentially being used as a triage, that yesterday a bunch of people who had been burned on the fire literally ran down the hill and got help there. Now we're standing on PCH, again, just east of Dukes. This is just one of many homes, and we're going to use our flashlight to show you that we're standing literally right on PCH, where a lot of these cars were parked in front of home after home after home that is destroyed. I think we can count about 3 here in this area. All that's still standing is some foundational stone.
Oh my God, all their
and
things.
some brick. We've been going up and down PCH all morning, and we actually ran into one of the fire captains with LA Fire. He talked about how he's doing, how his crews are doing, and priorities for today.
You know what I think?
How you doing? How you holding up?
We're holding up okay. It's been a long couple nights, couple days, but you know our firefighters are tired, but they're out there and
these are the
they're
heroes
doing their
right
job.
here. These are the heroes right here. Biden stands there with this stupid ass look on his face. Good morning. Good morning. I think the Palisades is 10% contained, but they can't possibly know how many people have died yet. You know what I'm worried about? Think about all of this devastation that we see right now. Think about when they do get the fires under control, right? And the fires are out and all of this is left abandoned, right? Think of all the people that are going to be looting all the homes that didn't get damaged to steal their shit. I think it's gonna be a damn. I'm more worried about that. I'm thinking that's gonna be like a mess.
Hands on deck. Myself, I had to pick up a lady who had 2 cats. She had to walk back into her
have
house
a lot of money
because she couldn't get in. And I've talked to numerous other fire companies that was putting people inside their fire engine just to get them out.
Wow.
And when something's moving this fast, that really is when we have to take extreme measures. And our number one priority is life safety. So we have to get people out first, and then we can do the firefight. And we had
Good morning, Ludwig.
This was so widespread. We had such erratic winds. We're used to Santa Ana winds, but we're not used to them being 80, 90 miles an hour, and just such erratic changes in the wind conditions.
And it's personal. I mean, like you said, I don't think there's anyone in the Los Angeles area who doesn't know someone who's been impacted by this fire.
The problem is a lot of hopefully they have homeowners, but some of them don't. Right. Well, it may cover the theft, but not the fire so much. Yeah, a lot of people lost their fire insurance. So it's like, okay, you're better off if your house doesn't get burned down, but it just gets robbed. Make it make sense. Good morning, Trixie. Tom Hanks, Adam Sandler, Jamie Lee Curtis, Diane Keaton, Maria Shriver. Yeah, I knew we were going to start hearing all these names. All these people. Craziness.
Because now we're going to have to, once the fires are out, we have to move into the recovery phase. But right now, this is still a very ongoing, active incident. We've had our firefighters are not going to be leaving here until this fire is, we have 100% containment. Right now, we're at 0% containment.
Zero.
So it's, the amount of destruction that is out here, I have 25 years on. This is not something I've seen on this scale.
Wow.
And people were coming down across the PCH with injuries because that was the only place that they could go. It was, people had to abandon their vehicles with how fast moving this fire was. And, we put out warnings, and that's also why we say, when you get an evacuation order, that's when you do need to leave, because if you don't, it might be too late, and it could hinder our firefighters getting in there for firefighting operations.
I'm with you,
and it
Lisa.
also hinders people when they're trying to evacuate. So it's, this was, we have firefighters coming in from all over the state now. So we're continuing to keep on.
Alabama, I'm with you. Florida homeowners has tripled. It's terrible. J-Lo, no, it has not. I'm not worried about Paris Hilton, to be honest. I think that she could actually probably help others. I mean, her family owns the fucking hotel chain. Let's get everybody in a Hilton hotel. Come on, Paris. Let's get everybody put up in a Hilton hotel. How many Hilton hotels are there? She'll definitely have somewhere posh to lay her head, I can tell you that. Not all these people are that lucky,
Safety, we just want to make sure that everyone still stays safe. There is a lot of down power lines all throughout this. There's a lot of hazards that are in the debris. So as people start coming back, we still have ongoing firefighting operations. So, that's safety is always our number one priority. And so we want people to still be safe as they if they come into the area.
You guys know that do not step foot into the...
Hi, everyone. Sorry, we're just talking with one of the deputies from the sheriff's office right now. I'm sorry, what was that? We're live right now.
Okay, that's fine. I'm just letting you know not to step into the property.
Absolutely. Yeah, staying here on the side of the road. Thank you guys so much. Be safe. Yeah, so we're standing, this is PCH right here, so we're just right on the main roadway right here.
Yeah, these idiots, I know we need the coverage and stuff, but here the cops are having to stop to tell this lady in this makeshift firefighter costume, they got to worry about her ass.
Safe to cross right now.
She's crazy.
And go.
There's gas lines that aren't shut off. There's power lines that are down. This is insane.
Left. But home after home destroyed. But but then you have a cluster of homes that starts here that's still standing. So you never know what's going to happen. So I'm so grateful. It seems that most of the folks here in this area were able to evacuate, but this is what we're seeing right now just east of Dukes Malibu, you guys.
You know, I got to ask you, Brittany, as I was watching your interview with the captain and as you're walking and talking with him, you asked him, how are you guys holding up? I mean, 48 hours of this nonstop. If they're lucky if they get an hour or two rest here and there. He says they train for this, but he also said in all of his decades of experience, he's never seen anything like this. So truthfully, you can't really train for this, right?
Right. And I think that's so accurate. That hit me too when he said, I've been doing this 25 years. We've never seen anything like this. Joel, our photojournalist, is dear friends with a man named Chris Frost who lives in Malibu, who's big in the firefighting world. And Chris texted Joel this morning saying Malibu is decimated.
Oh, my God.
And Joel says that he's the kind of man who doesn't just say those things. So you have people in the fire community who are trying to deal with this, who have loved ones who have lost everything, but who are working in crazy conditions. I mean, we saw those winds yesterday. They were so strong. I saw those two firefighters literally sitting on their hose because they were exhausted, but also because it was just so windy. So yes, you have training, and our firefighters train so hard, and they are total heroes. But I mean, yesterday they were fighting against everything.
Yeah.
Today, at least where we are now in the Malibu area, it's so much is gone.
And earlier this morning, Brittany and Joel were showing us some what appeared to be melted aluminum on the ground. I just looked it up. In order for aluminum to melt, it has to reach a temperature of 1,200 plus degrees. That gives you an idea of how
ferocious
hot that fire was burning at one point. So just absolutely brutal conditions for those firefighters out there. Brittany, Joel, thank you for that. We want to get a look at the Palisades fire now from the air with NBC4's Julia Deng, who's live in News Chopper 4.
Adrian, those the heat waves coming off this fire, you were just talking about the temperature it takes to melt aluminum. That's something that we've seen on the helicopter camera here from News Chopper 4. And we are not speaking in hyperbole when we talk about the unprecedented devastation, the decimation from the Palisades fire at more than 17,200 acres now, still burning with no containment. This is now the most destructive wildfire in LA history. Let that sink in for a moment. More than 1,000 structures now destroyed, and this is still burning out of control. This picture looks a little bit different now because I've turned on the mapping graphic. It's this tool that we have in the helicopter, so you can get a lay of the land here. I know this looks different at night, but this is the eastern flank. We're still hovering over Bel Air. We are east of the 405, shooting west, and this is creeping toward the 405 very quickly. This is now in the Mandeville Canyon area. This is just north of Brentwood. And look at this.
Look
I'm
at
going to
that.
zoom in on this lower
It's
finger,
raging.
if you will.
It's raging.
We've just watched this grow
Jesus.
during the last hour, and we haven't seen helicopters over this. We have
What
not
the
seen
fuck?
a single water drop this morning. We did
Why no
manage
water?
to get reception back on our phones. I was checking
Wow.
flight radar. I don't see any aerial firefighting resources over the Palisades fire just yet. I don't know if they're going to resume that later this morning. They're certainly not grounded because of wind conditions. We are flying.
What is
Other
going
news
on?
helicopters are flying over this. So it looks like the firefight for now is focused on the ground. And I can tell you, I'm dreading sunrise, because as the sun comes up, we are
Guys, there
going
is
to get a
not
clearer
one-
picture
listen.
of the devastation we've
There
got.
is not one fire helicopter up in the air. I just checked flight radar. How come they were able to dump all that water near Hollywood, but they're just letting this burn? What is going on? Hollywood last night, they were dumping like a motherfucker all over it. Now there's not one out. Not one. All it is news helicopters in the air. Explain this to me. They were flying last night. They contained the Hollywood fire last night. Why can't they dump water on that? Weird.
completely destroyed. Businesses we love, unrecognizable. We are in for a really emotional morning here, and this fire is still burning. So we are not in mop-up mode yet. Yeah. They are still in an active firefight.
Guys, the news helicopters are out, so it's not too windy. The news helicopters are flying.
Up in News Chopper 4 and bringing us those images. We'll be talking back with you throughout the morning.
And in getting ready for the morning, I guess it was last night when we were getting ready to broadcast this morning, as we've been on the air nonstop for since Tuesday, I don't know, 10 o'clock in the morning. Belinda and I were talking about the red flag warning, the fire conditions. We were hoping that that would expire relatively soon, but then we've learned, Belinda, that has been, you had said it's been extended now, correct? So how long are we going to be in?
Here's your flight radar.
None of these are fire. Here?
That fire danger will remain elevated all the way until tomorrow afternoon. Look, we have a lull this morning, but we're going to get another round of winds, and it continues to be very dry. Not only the air, but of course our
She just said there's a lull in the wind. What the heck's going on? I don't understand. I don't understand this at all. Do you guys not think that's weird? That they're out full force dumping water over in Hollywood? They just said the winds aren't a problem. And there's 0 fire helicopters up in the air right now. The sun's starting to come up. This is going to be bad, guys. Let's go back to the news.
Not good news, not only because it could spread these fires even more, but it could spread new fires. All of Southern California is under that red flag warning, and the smoke from the fires is spreading. Even if you're far from where that fire is currently burning, you're feeling the effects as far as that poor air quality, and it's going to be unhealthy today. Let me show you what the winds are doing. You know, earlier today, these winds not doing a thing. In fact, this map was really quiet. Right now, it is very different than 24 hours ago.
Not doing a thing,
but I'm starting to see the winds pick up over in San Bernardino. What we're going to see throughout the morning is the winds slowly ramp up, especially through the middle of the day. So I'm starting to see that over in San Bernardino. Now, I want to show you what's happening out towards the Palisades fire, because in this area, we had gusts yesterday in the Santa Monica Mountains that were over 80 miles per hour with sustained winds at 50 miles per hour. I remember looking over at Stephanie Olmo, and I'm like, is this right? Like, this gusts this strong just don't look okay. We checked everything, and it was accurate. Now, we have very different winds close to sea level out at Topanga Beach. 3 miles per hour there. For the most part around the area, the winds have diminished compared to yesterday, but we're still seeing some strong gusts in the area that are capable of transporting more embers and causing more spot fires. Out towards the Eaton fire, the winds are calmer compared to yesterday, not seeing any really strong wind gusts. The humidity right now in the teens and 20s, so that's one of the reasons why this red flag warning continues, because it just continues to be so dry.
She said the winds were doing nothing. So, yeah, like I said, all these helicopters out here are news. They're all news copters. I don't know. I don't know what to make of that. Because we sat here and watched last night, guys. Let's go back to what we saw last night in Hollywood real quick. Let's go back to last night's stream for a second. See this? Now watch. Thank you for subscribing, Robert. Hold on, guys. Watch this. See? See this? This was the fire in Hollywood Hills last night. They were able to contain this. They had copters circling. They had 3 or 4 of them, as a matter of fact. And I get that, you know, they have to rest, but don't they have change, like in shift change, right? See, you can see the helicopters flying around. They're dumping water. They were doing it all night. And they contained it. I mean, I don't think there were many homes over there that, besides the one in Studio City that was demolished from Ember, but other than that, they were able to save these people and keep it contained. It's just crazy to me. There's another one. See it? You can see the lights. Well, they sure were. They compulsive crocheter. They were last night. I'm showing you. They were running last night. I'm not making it up. So that's what I'm not understanding is why they're not running now. It's daybreak. I mean, we sat here watching the helicopters on the Hollywood Hill. It's just nuts to me. It's nuts.
This water season, we had above average. Even last water season, above average. But so far, we are well into the water year, which started October the 1st.
You can't
and
use
we only
salt
have
water.
0.16.
They have to use fresh water. But they did have a big lake right there, and it looked like they were getting the water from that lake, maybe. I don't know.
Warming us up. So for the basin, Orange County temperatures are going to be in the mid to upper 70s, close to 80.
Let me see if we've got any other. Here, let's check this out. This doesn't have any sound, but this is actually a live view. Leave it to 10 Tampa Bay to have the live view. They're scanning all of the different fires. And this stream just started 10 minutes ago. Thank you for subscribing, Strategy. Everybody, welcome in. We're going to keep an eye on this and see if we get some fire choppers out here soon. Because right now we do not have any. Yeah, I can replay SF, no problem. You're looking at a live look of all the fires that are burning right now. Gem, outrageous. I'm pretty sure the officials know what they're doing. I don't know about that. They said they weren't prepared. So when fire hydrants are not pushing out water, I'm not thinking that's prepared. Just saying. Oh, the Hollywood sign has its own feed here. I'll show it to you. It's hollywoodsign.org. Let's see if we can get it to load. Yeah, they were using pool water too yesterday. It's not loading. The Hollywood sign is buffering. Probably lack of cell coverage is what I'm thinking. Lack of whatever. It's obviously not on Starlink, right? The only reason the news people are out there is because of Starlink. Look at that. It's crazy. Okay, here's SF's video from 12 hours ago. I'll replay it for you guys. And just so you know, the wind is loud.
New evacuation area zone, or not new, it's been for the last couple hours. This is San Vicente. And this is Ocean and Santa Monica Ocean Boulevard, and then San Vicente, which is north of it. They moved the evacuation orders down to Montana, which is down here. ahead too. But what we're doing is there's a big, kind of defense going on. You can't see it because we're actually up on a cliff. The ocean's out there. Let's see if I can get through this curve. I've only got a few minutes left before I have to get back to the team because they're about to move us to another area. So we're up on a cliff.
Thank you, Alabama.
So there's a big defense going on right at where the 10 and PCH meet, and they're trying to stop all these houses on the beach and everything from burning like everything did in Malibu. But the thing is, they moved the evacuation line. So this and up 11 blocks. So we cleared from 11 blocks to the beach. Make sure everybody's out of these, including pets. That's because they think it's going south. This is walls of apartment complexes and houses and in Santa Monica, and if these go, these happen to go, it's gonna be a domino effect, and it could go Venice, Marina Del Rey. I mean, who knows? I don't think that's gonna happen because the winds don't really die down. Last night they were like, pretty consistent. 40, 50 miles an hour with gusts to like 80. There was some gusts up to 100. And then when you get near the fire, it's like this tornado effect. So I don't think that's going to happen. But you never know. What the fuck that girl's doing?
Yes, it's SF.
Anyway, so that's kind of like what's going on here. It's bad as long as they can contain it. If it comes into Santa Monica like that, it is going to. Well, it's just. I mean, I don't think it's going to.
Hey, Nicole.
But we can't do air ops at night, and we just got the air support back later in the day today when the wind started. But at night, so the super scoopers, they have to fly a long way to pick up now. Here, let me see
because it's beautiful, Lucy.
From this point here, see if there's anything you guys can see. Yeah, I mean, the defense is going on down right here. You can see those lights. I can't see the camera right now. I don't know. For the best, and everybody's been cool about the evacuations. Any problem?
SF Investigates is our favorite SAR person on the internet. You can find him at SF Investigates, Steve Fisher on X.
I don't know where the hell everybody's going to stay.
Good morning, Fred. Good morning. So that was SF. That was actually 12 hours ago. This is current time. This is the Palisades fire. It is burning out of control. I still don't see any fire choppers up at all yet. Just news. So let's listen to the scanner for a little bit, guys. I'm going to go make a pot of coffee.
On the radio, unconscious, 112, West 5th Street, Crest Harlem Place, channel 60 response.
Let me get the scanner going. I'm going to go make a pot of coffee.
Go ahead. Confirming you said you got him out.
He is, and he really is a good person, One-Eyed Flo.
We're heading to the roof. We're gonna shut the power off and we can drift it. can also, if you want, I got on top of this car. You can also
0% containment.
Try to push those wheels down to open the door if that'll work. But
Division Papa from 1151 Charlie on command.
Charlie, Division Papa, go ahead.
Sir, yes, sir. Just letting you know, we're taking our people down the hill to staging location to swap out bodies for relief this morning.
They're switching shifts, swapping out bodies. All right, I'm getting up.
Just confirming, there's no threat to anything up there right now, correct?
That's correct. In the area we were working, a little bit to the west, there's some other crews working on that peak closer to Summit, I think it is.
Metro from Rescue 801, we're coming available from our last call. One put us in place of truck 1.
Once you guys get swapped out, I can get you guys back up there just for presence in the area.
Okay, sounds good. Confirming we're working again in Papa today.
Metro from Rescue 801, we're coming available from our last call. We put us in place of truck 1.
51 Charlie, I'm not too sure about that.
Engine 502, show engine 502 quarters. Shoot quarters 10.
Division Papa, let me clean that up for you. The area that we relieved that other strike team is all buttoned up, and I'm confident it's good. Well, I was talking about something that was across Canyon and not impacting that area.
Metro Engine 46. We're still on scene of that rubbish fire. If you're getting calls for a rubbish fire on the southwest corner of Canyon Big, we're going to handle that one as well. And you attach dispatch LA location. We got a homeless person on fire line. On fire.
I copy. Yeah, if you feel confident with everything,
Roger, we'll attach
come on down and do the cruise line. There was a rumor going around that anybody who was on working in branch 7 yesterday is getting off the line today for R&R. But you guys have been doing the swaps every day. I don't know how that's going to work for you guys.
226, LAPD apparent natural.
All right, copy that, sir. Yeah, we have a rotation, and we'll brief our relief.
Communications, Yankee Zulu.
Palisades Communications.
We'll have someone head over there. Do have resources in the area, and just confirm it's State Parks is the rep. RP.
Yeah, from State Parks is on site at Trippett Ranch. Address is 2828 Trippett Ranch at the end of Entrada.
Metro from engine and attached to the PD for
Communications 0636.
Truck 1.
Truck 1.
LAPD, paranatural.
Mention 9, yes.
Palisades Communications, LA.
Palisades Communications.
Palisades, we're getting reports of a fire 395 South Topanga Canyon. 395 South Topanga Canyon. And then we also got a third call for 2275 Tuna Canyon.
Communications copies. Fire at 395 South Topanga Canyon. And third call for structure fire at Tuna Canyon 275.
know that bodies in plain sight.
Palisades, that's... Thank you. I like that.
Okay, I'm back for a second. Tuna Canyon, is that where Bullhorn Betty lives? Tuna Canyon. We lost our aerial view, so let's see, 9:35 a.m. The AP is getting ready to go live. We can check that out in a minute. Let's see. Click on Orlando is getting ready to go live. So it looks like we're waiting for some new coverage to start. Here's Fox 11.
These educators and school staff, tax-deductible contributions, we're being told, can be made through the supplybank.org disaster relief fund to help provide.
Terrible.
Metro Show Battalion 5 on scene, NBC not taken.
Look at this.
Agent 99 has supported the stream using J4J Live.
Thanks, you.
Jay, for keeping us entertained even through bad times.
Aw.
Heart suit, heart suit.
Thank you so much, Agent. That's so nice. Thanks for being here. Thank you so much.
Roger, stand by. I'm trying to reset this controller up here before we start to drift it.
Look at this footage, guys. Listen to this fire. Listen to that.
Division pop-up, Palisades Communications.
The mayor cut the budget by 17 million is what I heard. Look at this. Oh my God. Oh my God. Look at this. 8 a.m. Pacific.
Division pop-up, Palisades Communications.
Is that 11 a.m., Jams? Is that 11 Eastern? I think that's 11 Eastern. We have a press conference.
Communications. Yankee Zulu, go ahead.
Hey, 269, you're almost out of water.
It does. It looks like hell. Good morning, Gary.
Go ahead. Shut the power back off. We're going to attempt to drift this.
Reports of a fire at 395 South Topanga Canyon. 395 South Topanga Canyon. Advise if you're able to send resources.
Communications, standby.
Palisades Communications, Uniform Victor. We're going to send resources over to the 2275 Tuna Canyon.
Welcome, Cricket. Welcome to Clickerville.
Communications
I got
copy.
security here. I'll let you know if able to use them or not.
Communications from Will Rogers, radio check on V1.
Communications, Yankees.
You're loud.
Communications from Will Rogers, radio check on 1.
Will Rogers, Palisades Communications, you're loud and clear.
Will Rogers, thanks.
Communications, Yankee Zulu, command.
Aw, thank you for being here, Reeves. Good to see you.
Communications.
For that other report, was that 2275 Tuna Canyon Road?
Tuna Canyon.
Correct. 2275 Latuna Canyon Road.
I copy Latuna Canyon Road.
Look, they're showing you before. Oh my God.
You can see what it looked like while it was still intact, and then you take a look at what's in front of us right now. Those same
Strike team
brick
1151
steps,
Charlie,
and what was
Division
once
Papa.
a doorway, obviously no longer there. You'll see the chimney, which we often see. The only thing standing when we are in a situation like this, oftentimes it's just that chimney, that brick wall in this case. So tough to look at. As we keep walking up this way, we'll go ahead and show you what's left. Debris everywhere. You still have to worry about debris and roadways as well, by the way. And I think we even...
I copy on your guys' way down. Can you check an address for me? It's going to be 395 South Topanga Canyon.
Yeah, I copy that. 395 South,
Hey,
South
Julie.
Topanga Canyon. We'll go take a look.
Topanga Canyon is engulfed.
Thank you, sir.
Division Yankee Zulu, Palisades Communications.
Go ahead for Yankee Zulu.
Correction on the address. It's going to be Tuna, T-U-N-A, not Latuna.
Tuna. Let's see what's going on X.
Copy 2275 Tuna Canyon Road. I believe I have an engine already at scene. Stand by.
Communications copies.
Hey, Lovey. Good morning. Hey, Sarah. Good morning. Casey.
Metro Rescue 1, shows transporting Hospital 970, not Hospital 438.
Good morning, Julie. This footage is crazy.
Give us a couple minutes. It's not going to be easy to judge.
Communications, Yankee Zulu.
269, all your water. You're out.
Palisades Communications.
Here's
I
Barack.
have 20 Charlie Resources at 2275 Tuna Canyon. Negative struck center. And also have a resource at Tippett Ranch. Unable to locate any Evercast or a state parks representative. They're still going to look around.
Hold on. Look at this. They saved his animals. Watch.
Firefighters rescued a cat from a burning home in Tarzana. The owner was overcome with emotion, falling to his knees, hugging his cat, giving it water. That fire started last night near West Common Street. Fire and smoke were seen coming from that roof. After some time, crews did manage to put that fire out. No other injuries were reported. And you can see there all the material stuff to be replaced.
96, rescue 70, difficult respiration,
Very
187,
firefighters to really help rescue that cat.
Oh my goodness.
Metro Sunset, I think.
Rescued a cat from a burning home in Tarzana. The owner was overcome with emotion.
Sunset ID would like to place an order for 4 Gulf and Cruise.
Aww. Did you see how that cat was panting?
At Hollywood and Vista. We'll be on TAC 12, and when they arrive, we'll need a complex.
That made me cry.
That's you, Roger. We'll get your 4 anchors, save them at Hollywood and Vista, and we'll add a comp plan for them.
Looks like LAX is open. Look at the airline videos are live.
Wow. Holy moly.
Good morning, Stormy.
Wow.
So they are flying in.
Wow.
Look at that.
70 years now responding to the full resource. Engines canceled.
Did you guys see that plane?
Oh, it is crabbing. Wow. Holy moly.
Watch. Look at that.
Wow. 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 Holy moly.
That's crazy. My family home didn't make it through the night. This is devastating. The house my dad built. Fucking sad, man. Chef Andrew Gruel. Update. Anyone who has left LA and headed south, you are welcome at our restaurant. 16600 Pacific Coast Highway. We have a large parking lot. You can stay as long as you need and camp out. We will provide free meals for all affected. If anyone has coordination and process for meals, supplies, etc. for LA, reach out to me. We will provide as much food to deliver and arrange supplies as well. How amazing. Wow. Chef Andrew Gruel. He's the former judge on the Food Network. Regular on Gutfield and Fox. How nice. Calico Fish House. Luke. This is Malibu waterfront. Oh my God. Oh my God. This is the Malibu waterfront, guys. These homes were directly on the water. Multi-million-dollar homes. Billion-dollar homes. Gone. Let's do something for shits and giggles. Let's go to Google and let's look at Malibu, what it looked like before. Just, I don't know why. I know it's just fucking wild to me. Let's drop our little guy down here. Like, over here by Topanga. Where are all the homes at? I just can't believe, like, this will never look the same. You know what I mean? Like, the Pacific Coast Highway. Let's go down there. Right here. Wow. Let's go down this way. Let's go on a little drive with Jay. Good morning, everybody that's just waking up and joining. We're just updating throughout the night. Thank you, Flo, for donating a membership. Let's see who got it. Lynn. Welcome, Lynn. Dan Blocker Beach is where we're at. We're coming up on some... I always wanted to go here, and now, like, everything that was there is gone. Look at this. That home. I'm probably in the wrong area for all of those homes we just drove by, but I'm just trying to get an idea, I guess. I like to picture things. It's just so wild to me. I mean, all of this. It's just so wild. Like, what's going to happen next? Like, what's going to happen next? How are they going to rebuild this stuff? Like, it's just so weird to me. The amount of devastation. It's like so many people affected and so many homes. We've got like over 2,000 structures that are just gone, you know? Malibu Beach RV Park. I could stay there. Like if you look from here, right? All that shit's gone. Like all that's gone. Malibu's just gone. It'll come back. You'll be surprised how fast. Isn't it weird though to think about like what's going to be different? You know what I mean? Like it'll never be the same as it was, you know, the historical homes and places. So freaking sad, man. Am I too far north? Me too, proud fur mom. Okay, I'll check that out, Nicole. Thank you. See, the ones that rebuild are going to be the ones with money, right? Let's go back to the map. The ones that rebuild fast are going to be the ones that have money. And it's going to be like what happens in Florida. Every time we have a disaster, actually, when we had the pandemic, like all these people moved here and then everything went up. And then we had the hurricanes, the 2 hurricanes. Here's Will Rogers. Okay. And now, like, they're pushing the middle class and the lower class, out of the coast, here in Florida even. So it's pretty crazy. I mean, not that, California's kind of always been like that. Like, if you ain't rich, fuck ya on these coastlines. But, man. This is the beach. How did I get to the freaking beach? Hold on. Look at Incelville. Let's go down here. Here's Will Rogers State Beach. I believe this is the area they were in. Look at these homes. How do you rebuild that? How old is that house? You know what I mean? You can't replace history. I don't know. I'm just glad that old Hollywood didn't burn down because you just can't get that shit back. I have so many questions. I mean, it's just sickening to me. I don't know how I got on this little road, but I'm probably going the wrong way again, huh, Nicole? I mean, look at all these houses. Best view in the country, right? I just can't believe it. I can't believe that Malibu is leveled. Like, we're going to see dozers coming in and, like, leveling like it's a third world country. And it trips me out. It really does. It makes me shook. And all of this happened in a matter of 2 days. I mean, yeah, it's pretty wild. %90 of what I showed burned. Wow. Nicole says, my theory, they're going to build a mega resort like the ones in Mexico. That wouldn't be good, would it? My neighbor saw a small fire at 5:35 above our house in Hollywood Hills. I asked him what he thought of it in the moment. Quote, arson. There's no power lines up there. Someone started it intentionally. Nice patio. Drone footage of the complete devastation. Look at this. This is from the Easton fire. Here's some water drops. Check it out. What is the red? Why is it red? The Weather Channel unknowingly shows deceased remains live on air. What? The freak? I want to see that. Okay, let's go back to the news and see what's going on here. Because the Associated Press was supposed to go live. They are. They say stand by. Hold on, guys. I'm just scrolling through the latest news. Look at this. Here's some images. All right, let's get the scanner back on. It's pretty much lighting up.
Except for 28 Latimer and 17635 Camino Drive. Stand by. We'll check on those.
Good morning, Huffy. Oh, here's some people that are live this morning.
Communications from Division Foxtrot on command.
We are here in Altadena, where block after block, building after building has been burnt out. We know this is a tight-knit, small mountain hilltop community. Devastating. Up over burnt out trees, burnt out buildings. You still see some hot spots where gas lines have been, but very different picture from yesterday when walls of flames were covering this entire community. Our Rick Montanez has been walking through the neighborhoods. He's been witnessing this destruction firsthand since 3 a.m. We want to get back out to him now.
Yeah, Rutabaga, good morning. You know, this to see all of what is happening out here. We are on Country
Dr.
Club
Melmo,
Drive,
oh my God.
Right off Calaveras, and you can see these homes. One thing we want to point out is you may not be able to hear it, but there is a loud hissing sound coming from these properties, likely the gas lines that have ruptured. But we do see crews out here who are working, utility crews, trying to shut down.
The gas lines are hissing, and this guy's standing in this neighborhood. What an idiot. Good morning, Cramit.
On those lines, and we've seen that in neighborhoods all across the community here. And so we are going to pop off the tripod here, so forgive us for this camera movement, but we want to show you around here because even down there, Ernie Fuentes, if you could show us, our photographer here, I mean, you see all of those homes on Calaveras Street that have burned there, and then we are on Country Club Drive here, and as we come up, you can see these homes that have burned here, and just so much destruction here. It is pretty intense to see how much has been lost here in this community. And so, you know, we're really just trying to give you an idea, a scope of what is, what has burned and how much is lost. If we go up the street as well.
In less than an hour, we will have a live update from authorities. So stick around. We'll be airing that this morning in about 50 minutes, 55 minutes.
A lot of us know this place very well. Excuse me, I'm putting my mask back on here because while we don't see a lot of haze and smoke, we really are still dealing with that particulate matter that is in the air. And it's, you know, at times it feels like, oh, okay, the air kind of cleared a little bit, but then it gets hazy and smoky again. So that's been a problem. We're trying to make sure we get our cables in order here to be able to walk down and show you a little bit more right now. So forgive us. We were trying to make sure that our signal was strong enough to bring you these live images. So, you know, working through a lot of technical issues here so we can show you what's going on. The cell signal is down because power is out. So that makes it harder to be able to cover the news sometimes. But we can show you just, you know, these homes, they were big, beautiful homes that have burned down. And then, Ernie, let's show them the Altadena Town and Country Club here. That this is where there were grand ballrooms inside, a dining.
Why can't the gas company just shut everyone's gas off? When you don't pay your bill, they have no fucking problem shutting your shit off. So why wouldn't they shut everybody's shit off for them? I don't get that.
Room. I've been here to see my friends get married. We celebrated my mother's 60th birthday here a couple years ago. We've had parties and Father's Day, Mother's Day. My nieces and nephew swam competitively here. this has been in the community for more than a century. And I want to show, if we can here, Ernie, we were talking about trying to show this, the before and after. These are significant images to see of what
he's going to show us before
like.
and after. Look.
Let me see if I could bring it up here on my phone real quick. So bear with me for a second here. You know, to see what all of these homes were like.
That makes sense, JD. He said they shut the main gas lines down, but it takes a time for the pressure to bleed down. So we're going to see what this looked like before.
What this community has lost here, and let's see if it's coming up. We can show you right here. So these are the homes where we were just showing you, where you could see what was lost there. And then as we swing around, another house that we were just walking in front of. And then up here is what used to be the Altadena Town and Country Club here on Country Club Drive. And then, you know, once we get off of this previous image here and show you behind us what is left. I mean, it is so difficult when we see all of that and talk about how much has been lost. This morning, Rutabaga says we've been with you guys since 3 o'clock this morning. We also showed a burned out library, a burned out grocery store, a school, and countless homes.
All the books.
This is such a big impact to the community. It is not just properties lost. It's so much in so many different aspects.
Good morning,
of life
Choo-Choo.
that has been devastated and destroyed and burned down to the ground, and it's hard to see.
It is so tough to see, especially if you saw this in its heyday, which was just about a week ago. Rick, thank you so much.
Yes, that was a country club, and the home's on Country Club Drive.
Okay, Jamie Yukas has been covering the Palisades fire. She is there live, joining us now, where the most destruction has occurred.
They find the worst backdrop for her, too.
Rutabaga, it's one of those things that we have been watching this, just like so many of our viewers, as these fires have just swept our communities, and it's been hard to comprehend. And I have to say, now that I'm out in it and I see what has happened here, it is absolutely devastating. There really is no words. You can see there are cars burned out.
Lindsay.
This used to be Moon Shadow's restaurant right here, which I know I celebrated my 40th birthday at.
Okay, Moon Shadows, is that what she said? Because I want to see what this ish looked like. Moon Shadows right here. This was Moon Shadows. Right here. Wow.
I know several other people have spent anniversaries and special occasions, a very special spot for so many. And then as you just go down PCH, there are dozens upon dozens of homes that have been lost.
Okay, let me pause there and look. All that's gone. So sad.
I'm struck by the sunrise right now over the Pacific Ocean.
Oh, my word.
It is uniquely beautiful right now.
That looks really eerie. That's the sunrise, guys.
It is also that fiery red color. It's very striking as it comes up, and it's something that I don't know we expected to see. We expected it to be very, very smoky in here, but we talked to firefighters. This along PCH has calmed down quite a bit. Overnight, they have just been checking for spot fires and things along PCH because, as you can see, everything is gone. It's just been leveled. I mean, I think that's really what has been unique in this fire is that it's just down to the foundation. There's nothing to sift through. I was talking.
Look at this. This is right where she's standing, y'all. She's literally standing right in front of this place.
To firefighters saying that they're having to go check on friends' homes, and when they get there, there's nothing to pick up. There's no mementos. They often look for those types of things. They're having to call their friends and family members who have asked them to check on homes and tell them that there's nothing left. I do want to show you right now along PCH, we have seen dozens upon dozens of fire trucks. This is now a working road for fire officials and law enforcement to make sure that things are okay. We have problems, which I can tell you there are very many because we tried to go in there this morning to see what we could see. They are not able to get a live signal out right now, but there are still fires burning. Firefighters are still within the hillsides trying to protect homes, I'm told. When I talked to the Los Angeles City Fire Department PIO, who was here just a short time ago, he told me that yesterday the estimate was about 1,000 homes within the Palisades fire, which stretches a very long way. I am right now about 5 miles from the city center of Pacific Palisades where I stand. So between here and where I'm standing is the Real Inn that's gone, Rosenthal wine tasting gone. We saw the Getty, which is still standing, but there's significant damage around it. But he actually thought that that was potentially a conservative estimate. So we were talking more than 1,000 homes. I also learned that they will have to go in and use AI technology to make sure that they know what was a home, what was potentially another type of structure, so that they get an accurate count. That is how badly burned. I mean, I don't know how else to describe it, but just for miles upon miles, this is all you see along both in the Pacific Palisades, Topanga, and Malibu. This area will be forever changed. I think we talk so much about the big one coming and earthquakes and how that can end up really impacting us here in Southern California, and that would forever change the land.
We have an update. Clue says that Fisher says there are still fires, but the wind has calmed way down. That's good news. Thank you, Clue.
Even harder because in an earthquake, you can still sift through the rubble and find maybe those personal effects. This, you are going to have nothing. I did, in talking to the PIO, learn, there have been no deaths. There still have been no deaths reported in this fire specifically. Of course, we've seen, unfortunately, fatalities other places, but they are proud of that statistic. He told me that he was actually having to put people in his own car along with their pets to try to get them out. So there were injuries, but there were no fatalities here. When you see the destruction, it's unimaginable how people were able to escape in such a short period of time. I believe we do have Kevin Cole now available to us.
Okay, so we do not have any fire choppers up yet. These are all still news choppers. No fire choppers yet. I'm going to pull up some live beach cam. Just give me a second.
I do want to mention something. This may speak to just how stretched thin first responders may be here on the ground. When we first arrived here about an hour and a half ago, there were 2 fire engines here. One left. And then just about 15 minutes ago, the other one has left. There are no more first responders here where we are. Just us and a couple other news crews here as well. You want to get a little closer, this fire is still burning, and at this point, it's just a matter of time before this house completely burns to the ground. We have watched this chimney crackle, and over time, even if we're not even looking at this fire, you just hear these loud noises of this house just falling apart at this point. I do also want to mention we were able to speak with another resident who also has been here, and he decided to stay, and he also did say he was having trouble getting any water. So he was lucky enough as well to have a swimming pool, just like Chris Clinton, who we spoke to earlier. It seems like all the people that are staying up here are just doing whatever they can to just get any water on their properties and on their homes. And the other thing that's notable about what Chris and another resident said is they acknowledged that these roads are closed. They acknowledged that they can't get in.
Okay, we've got some new coverage coming up. Here is live. We got the helicopter back up. with no audio, but we've got, sun coming up there. I'm going to get back to, we've got the Santa Monica cam down here. I'm going to actually open up this scanner feed again and see what's going on. But we've got Santa Monica Beach live cam down in the bottom right. And we've got a chopper going over all of the fires first thing this morning. So you guys check it out. You will see and hear.
QE6, diabetic emergency, 11110 Moore Park Street.
You'll see and hear the latest right now. This is the latest. Live.
Go ahead.
Operations, Yankee Zulu on command. Hey, go ahead for operation. Are we going to have any early up aircraft?
Once you get up there, so you can get the address. Do you have your phone on you?
No, get back here.
No, get another engine company up there.
I copy. Just for an update.
I'm breaking up? I don't think so.
The winds have significantly let up, allowing some more topography driven. Fire slowly pushing its way into the community of Topanga. Yeah, let me talk to Air Ops, see if we can get some fixed wing up early for you, and we'll go from there. Copy, thank you. Yankee Zulu, Juliet on command. Juliet, Yankee Zulu, go ahead. Hey, do you have any resources at the top of Paradise Drive, or correction, Palisades Drive, in that Camino Yazo area? The IA resources started to pull out this morning. Everything was looking good. I'm trying to see if I can get anyone raised, but if you have something you can send over there. I think it's one of the frequent ones. Okay, yeah, if you could try, yeah, I'm in a similar situation. I'll try and grab one engine, send them up, but it'd be extended drive up there. Yeah, I copy. Yankee Zulu operation. Division Yankee Zulu operation. Ops Yankee Zulu. Yeah. Air attack should be up over the fire here shortly, and should be able to make that order for the fixed wing immediately. Yeah, copy, thanks. Are we still on CDF Air Ground 6 for command? I believe so. I'll get back with you here in a sec. I got me. Yankee Zulu, that's affirmative. AG6 on the command for the aircraft. Yeah, I copy, thanks.
Branch 10.
Night Branch 10, Yankees, Zulu, go ahead.
Yeah, talked to Dave Branch. Told him you'd meet Station 69 on Topanga when he leaves base camp. He's working on
just want to confirm
unidentified resources to fill, but I told him you'd be at Station 69. There's a comm plan, but they're still using the same V1 for command.
Yeah, copy. Not sure if you heard me talking to Ops, but
go direct.
Asking for air resources, winds of lesson, allowing some more topography-driven runs, and fires creeping up into the Colima post office track.
Metro engine 86.
Yeah, affirmative. Copy that.
Metro from engine 86. Can you dispatch an engine company to 3656 Sunswept Drive for a rubbish?
Engine 86, Roger. Confirm the address 3656 Sunswept Drive, correct?
Metro engine 86, yes, 3656 Sunswept Drive.
Roger, you'll get engine 108 out of quarters.
Structure. We got 108s coming down, check it out. Metro from Rescue 866, actual engine 266, put us on that, please. So they for their move up. Six quarter. 6-6. Metro, can you attach LAPD to our incident? We have the victim that witnessed the suspect lighting their truck on fire. LAPD, your identifier. Stancha 57.
Hey guys, just as a reminder, we have a press conference in about a half an hour, and I will be streaming that live when it starts.
Attach LAPD to your incident. Confirm you're at 76 and Broadway. Metro from Engine 57, 7812 South Broadway would be a better address. You can update the MDC.
Roger, we'll have me check 7812 South Broadway.
Available.
Chief Bayham. I got Truck 92, Battalion 18, Engine 109, and Engine 227, returning to City NAV.
Staging Roger, Truck 92, Battalion 18, Engine 109, Engine 227 will be NAV returning to their respective quarters.
Copy that. That's Chief Bayham, Task Force 1053. Would you guys rather me just landline you or call you on the radio?
Engine 108 from Engine 86, Tac 3. Go for Engine 108.
I'm clear on 7.
Copy that. Yeah, I'll probably stay with this. My cell is sketchy from this area.
Yeah, it's going to be Fairway Avenue. Rescue 95 from Truck 2. Rescue 95 from Truck 5 on 2. Hey, Nelson, is Rescue 95 there?
Yeah, 5800 Alpha, go ahead.
Division Alpha, 5800 Alpha. Hey, we're on the IAP today for Division Charlie. We're just looking for a plan for food and fuel, and then when to transition down into Charlie.
MOC Battalion 705, you can show me back in quarters at 82s.
I'm shooting quarters at 82s.
Construction 16, Construction 17.
Good morning, everyone. I was just getting some things done, taking my trash out, things like that before this press conference. It is supposed to begin at 8 a.m. Pacific
73 to full restoration, 6740 local.
And 11 a.m. Eastern. If you're just joining, good morning, and don't forget to hit the like button on your way in. Just don't spill your coffee. Good morning, Ryan. Oh, Meredith. Hi, Miss Smith.
294 on the radio, leaking natural gas, 3940 Nicolette.
Bye, Meredith. These are the first look at aerial view of this morning. What you see is the latest. Look how awful that looks. Bottom right is the sunrise in Santa Monica this morning. For everybody that's wondering, SF Investigates is okay. He said the winds are less today, which is good news. Good morning, Pearl. I actually did sleep last night. My moderators manned the fort, and we got through the night. Thank you so much, Misty, One-Eyed Flo, Angie B. Y'all know who you are.
Metro from LA County Battalion 20, I acknowledge the alert W.
I'm just cleaning my desk. Spent a lot of time at the desk. My cat brought in a dead mouse yesterday, so I had to clean after that. It's been one thing after another.
Metro from Will Rogers Staging. Will Rogers Staging. I'm releasing Rescue 68 back to the city. Rescue 68 only. NAV
0,
back
Ryan.
to the city.
0% contained. Zero contained. It's burning like a wildfire. We had an update from Clue earlier. SF said the winds have died down. He's fine today. I believe he's being dispatched back out. Thank you, Mrs. Smith, for your support to the stream. I appreciate it.
Six, 926, please.
MFC from...
Aw, thank you, One-Eyed Flo.
Sorry about that, I got stepped on. MFC from Will Rogers Staging. I'm releasing Rescue 68. Rescue 68 only. Back to you, NAV, back to the city.
Mama thanks you. She's inside because it's cold.
Roger, Rescue 68. Show them NAV returning back to 68.
Thank you so much, guys. You're getting the first looks this morning at what everything looks like.
9-7, also attached an arson unit.
Rescue 6-3 and Rescue 4-3 for my medical unit. I'm going to have to hold on to them until I get word from off.
Roger, go again with your message. You're broken.
I just wanted to reconcile. I have Rescue 6-3 and Rescue 4-3 and FRV 91 still assigned to me here at Will Rogers Station until further notice.
Will Rogers. Copy. Requesting arson to their incident. Repeat your message.
Metro, that's engine 57. Can you attach arson to this incident?
Good morning, Sherry.
We'll touch arson.
Roger.
Presser in about 25 minutes. You guys are getting a live look at what things look like this morning. Let's see. Let's zoom out a little bit and see where this is exactly. It doesn't say. Phew. Excuse me. Sorry about that.
55, section York, 54.
There's actually 6 fires. There's actually 6. If I'm cutting in and out, leave and come back. It should remedy the situation. Gesundheit. Thank you, guys. Major sinus things going on over here. I was sneezing yesterday, too. Look at that layer of smoke, though. I mean, just breathing this stuff in, even if your house wasn't affected. This is really scary. Thanks, Ange. You can see the sunrise on Santa Monica Beach. It's very smoky. Earlier, we saw the sun was literally red. It literally was red. So we're listening to the scanner until we get our presser at 11 Eastern, 8 Pacific. Hey, Pearl. I'm sorry you're having a hard time. Yeah, I don't know why it says 2. We heard 5.
Night operations, day operations, V1.
Night operations, good.
Night ops, day ops, I'm good to go. I'll go ahead and assume operations.
Rescue 60, person down, 5527 North Canyon.
Person down? Is that what he said? Look at that, guys. Look at that with the sun shining on the hills, on the mountains there. Wow. Wow. This is crazy. Now that the sun is coming up, we're going to see a lot of devastation, guys. That is so scary, Colleen. I mean, your pool was pitch black, right? Imagine that going into your lungs. Hey, throw glitter on it. Good morning. Wow, Cricket. Look at this. Looks like a bunch of volcanoes.
You're going to get A Unit 26 and A Unit 27.
Started in someone's backyard, but I don't know where or what happened or... The presser is at 11. We got 20 minutes. Jonas, I'm in Topanga Canyon backside, so awaiting next evac order, but have packed go bags and all. Jonas, please stay safe. Please get out when you can.
Division Yankee Zulu. Engine 69, command.
Engine 69, Yankees Zulu.
Yankee Zulu, are you in the area of Fire Station 69 to do a face-to-face?
I'm in Topanga, but up on the fire road.
by the state park.
I copy LA County, Engine 69 and Patrol 69 is in Topanga doing a crew swap, and I wanted to tie in with you face to face if you want to meet at Topanga Fire Station 69 when you're done up there.
This is awful. None of these people have power either. Welcome back, Lucid.
Yeah, I copy.
Look at all those homes, and it's just right on the cusp of them. Jonas, please stay safe. And
Engine 69, Yankee Zulu, can you hit me up on Fire 22?
Yeah, I affirm I'm monitoring 22, but I'll stay on tap right now.
EMS 15 from Rescue 70.
y'all, I hope this presser is better than yesterday's, because yesterday's was god awful. Just saying. It was horrible. We have a van. So, oh, good. Just make sure that you get out soon enough, Jonas, because those roads are gridlocked. They got gridlocked last night. Where are you going to go, Jonas? Do you guys have a plan of where to go? Beverly, why did the fire hydrant have no water? I think they had a lack of pressure or ran out. I don't know. It's horrible. Should have never happened, right? Should have never happened. That's not preparation. That's not prepared. That's ill prepared. And they admitted yesterday they weren't prepared. They said, oh, we were prepared for one fire or two fires, but not, 4, 5, 6. I know. It pisses me off too, Dina.
89, overdose, 7816 Simpson.
Night Alpha from LA City Heavy Equipment 1 on command. Night Alpha, LA City Heavy Equipment 1.
41, Engine 52, you've been added to the brush assignment. Intersection of Solar and Astral. It's 2526.
Palisades Communications from Contingency East.
Metro from Rescue 9. We'll take that call in place of Rescue 209.
You know what I would grab?
Palisades Communications.
I would grab my birth certificate, my license, all my important papers.
Yeah, Palisades Communications
Pictures.
from Contingency East. Getting words from my folks that are working on the eastern flank off of Sullivan Canyon Fire Road that it has dropped and gone into the bottom of Sullivan Canyon.
What?
And it's going to start making a run towards Mandeville. I just wanted to clarify to make sure that we have aircraft in the air that can mitigate some of that stuff. I'm still in camp, though.
Wow.
Communications copy. Resources on the eastern flank of Sullivan Canyon reporting that it is running towards Mandeville. Wanting to check on aircraft. Stand by.
Rescue 29 responding.
Yeah, things that can't be replaced. Sentimental items. Grandma's quilt. Things like that is what I would take.
Metro from Will Rogers Station. I got a single resource returned to me. Returned NAV to the city. Brush Patrol 99. Brush Patrol 99.
Engine 49 from 1054 on V1.
Roger, staging. Bristol 99 will be returning.
Calling heavy equipment, one repeat.
I thought they were pulling in people from Washington yesterday.
Sorry, trying to get all the engine 49, not heavy equipment one.
That's a engine 21. Put us on a show alarm. 1387 to
I wouldn't risk my life for my birth certificate, but that's what I would have ready to go. Are all my important papers are all in a fire safe lockbox. I just grab the box. Everything's in there. My passport, all that.
Division Victor uniform from 1521 Charlie on command.
My mom's quilts are mine, Mrs. Smith. My mom, I have a couple of her quilts. I love them. I took them with me when I left for the hurricane. Same thing. It's the same things I would take when I leave for the hurricane. I took quilts, my fire safe box with all my papers in it.
1521 Charlie. Uniform Victor trainee.
A bin of pictures. Things that can't be replaced. Gary has all his weed wrapped up and ready to go. That is good, Gary. And his vacuum. Medications, yes.
Engine 275 from 1054 on Child 3.
My mom's cookbook. I took that with me as well.
Metro.
Recipe book, I mean.
Cancel rescue. Away.
Division Victor uniform from 1521 Charlie on command.
1041 consists of engine 71, engine 292,
1521 Charlie, uniform Victor trainee on command.
37. NAV back.
Uniform Victor, LA County 69.
Task Force 1041 consisting of engine 71, engine 292, engine 37. Return back to the city.
Will Rogers.
There's that restaurant on fire, guys. Yeah, my marriage certificate, all that stuff is in my lockbox. Like you, Lucia. Just make sure everything's in one spot. I have a bin of pictures that I always grab and take with me when we have hurricanes.
Operations, Night Yankee Zulu on command.
989 traffic accident, intersection of Coldwater Canyon and Oxnard.
Look at the devastation. This is first live look this morning, guys. Believe it or not, the sun's out, but it looks weird, right? Look behind her, down at the bottom, how dark it is behind her. The moon shadow.
Operations, Night Yankee, Zulu on command.
We got 10 minutes until the new presser.
Construction 4, construction 7.
And Night Branch 10, Night Yankee Zulu, you still up on command?
I'm sure the new homes will be up to code.
Operations, Night Yankee Zulu, how do you copy?
From 1054 on.
Fire department right behind her. Welcome in, guys. We got about 10 minutes until the presser. Thank you, Sussbusters.
Go for operations. Operations, Night Yankee Zulu, just want to confirm a couple things. Do we still have the hard closures in place into Topanga Canyon? And is Topanga, the community, still under a mandatory evacuation warning?
Yeah, all hard closures shall be in place. Let me know if that's not being taken care of, and yes, you have await evacuation orders to well above Topanga Canyon.
I copy. I think we're just dealing with the normal civilian traffic then.
Yeah, copy that. Just be cognizant of those civilians. There is a lot of alternate roads that they're finding to come back to their area. Just do the best you can to push them out. We'll try to get law enforcement involved as well.
People are finding ways in. They're taking back routes in.
I copy. And then still waiting on air attack. Slowly pushing into the community here up.
Engine 102 for Metro.
Copy all.
102, go ahead. Engine 102, we show you passing by an additional incident that Rescue 989 is responding to.
Division Alpha.
Were you able to
Branch
verify
1 on
if there was
command.
anybody trapped inside of any vehicles?
Negative, was unable to verify. It looked like people were
Branch
standing on
1,
the
go
corner
for Division Alpha on
information for traffic.
Did you hear that conversation that the heavy equipment boss was having with Operation
102, Roger. We'll have 90.
regarding Mansville Ridge?
Negative.
102, Roger. Sounds appropriate. Thank goodness that's
Yeah, I need you to work your way up West Ridge and get out there and confirm whether or not that's going to be threatening our secondary line.
41 at 1012.
Yeah, I'm still up on the road right now, and the fire has crossed over the Sullivan Ridge, but it still has to back all the way down into the drainage and come back up to our side. So it's like I said, it's still on that east-facing
Engine 41, go. I see Engine 41. We're coming
Perfect, Branch 1, copy all.
particular spot that you want us to go to.
Branch 1 operations, I copy. Just get air attack as soon as you get them overhead. And
yeah, go ahead and relieve
that. Three main hits
Engine
are going to be
1,
end of
they're on church dock.
We also
Go
have
ahead and relieve them.
close to Topanga
I'll come in and tie in with you in a little bit.
Know that.
Engine 41, Roger. Relieving Engine 1.
Branch 1 operations, P1.
Operations, Branch 1, copied all.
Operations, Palisades Communications.
Unicon operations, go ahead.
Security 4, difficult respiration. 220-23 Mulholland.
Melmo. Yes, you did.
Flare up at 1515 Palisades Drive. 1515 Palisades Drive. Are you able to send any resources that way?
Yeah, we'll get resources moving. 1515 Palisades Drive.
Extra pair of undies.
Communications copies.
Clothes. Yep. Deodorant.
Metro Engine 41, you can show us on scene.
Look at this, guys. This is horrible.
41 was shown scene incident 2526.
I've got some resources pinned as well. Thank you, Susbusters.
1054 from Engine 49 on 3. Tag 3.
We got about 5 minutes until the presser.
Go from 67, show its radio 67. Roger. On the radio, Engine 9, Truck 9, Heavy Rescue 3 on the radio, Rescue 3, Rescue 803, USAR 88, EMS 1, Battalion 13, Battalion 1, Truck 3, Engine 205 Technical Rescue, 1861 East 55th Street, across of Alba. The Channel 7 response was attack at 13.
Sunset IC from engine 3.
Metro, Will Rogers, Station. I got more for T-Mobile. Task Force 1001, Chief Shao. Engine 27, 29, 61, 63, 66, 67.
Will Rogers, I see Roger, Task Force 1001, Chief Shao, engine 27, engine 29, engine 61, engine 63, engine 66, engine 67.
Metro from Will Rogers, copy that. NAV back to the city.
We're just waiting for this press conference, guys, in about a couple minutes.
IC from engine 3 on tack.
I'm so sorry, Nicole. I'm so sorry.
Yeah, go engine 3. Hey, Chief, I got the Chief from Park and Rec here. They're looking for you. Where's your location? I'm at the Vista entrance. Roger that. I'm going to send them your way.
Thank you.
IC, Mission 52. We're on scene at Franklin Vista. Where would you like? Yeah, engine 52, I want you to relieve engine 3. They're over at the Fuller entrance of Runyon. Go ahead and
Communications Air Operations on D1.
And we're just in the mop-up phase, but in that hotspot.
Palisades Communications.
Roger, we're leaving engine 3 on Fuller.
Communications Air Operations. Message received. Aircraft will be lifting shortly.
USAR 3 added incident 504, your technical rescue.
Palisades Communications copies.
The AP is set to start in 1 minute, guys, with live footage. Thanks for being here. If you guys are not subscribed, please consider subscribing.
Join in 16, the ALS Chief transport.
It's so dark.
Rescue 47 on the radio.
Hey, Yankee, Zulu, LA County Task Force 59, command.
47 on the radio. 16 requesting injury, 47 Valley Boulevard, across that road.
Got. Hey, do you have any units in the area of Medley and Skyhawk?
Rescue 38. Stand by. This is a third party caller. Goodbye.
Oh my God! Look at that car on fire. Was that a car on fire?
Attach a paramedic rescue from pain management.
Oh my God.
Let me verify. I believe 20 Charlie has some resources there.
Now you're getting rescue 102 from their quarters.
I copy. We just got a walk-in report of a structure immediately threatened in the area of Medley and Skyhawk. If you could have one of your units over there, get some eyes on that.
What was the walk-in report for?
Good, Roger.
Walk-in report was a structure immediately threatened by fire in the area of Medley and Skyhawk.
Right, Lucid? Looks like a war zone.
Cancel rescue 14 push on the assault.
Look how dark it is.
Metro Will Rogers. Got a demo for Tactical Task Force 1045, 1045. Engine 73, 70, and 75.
Welcome, Pearl Strand. Thank you for your support. Welcome to Clickerville.
Air Operations, Palisades Communications.
Tactical Task Force 1045, Engine 73, Engine 70, Engine 75.
Yeah, if you could put them NAV back to their respective quarters. Will Rogers.
Roger, we'll put them NAV back to quarters.
We're just waiting for them to start the open cameras on the presser. Thank you so much, Pearl Strand. I really appreciate that. To know
Metro Heavy Equipment 6.
To know I'm your only membership, that means a lot.
Air Operations, Palisades Communications.
6 for 6, 2021. Skirball and Mulholland Center Drive across from the Jewish college.
On 55th, patient's been extricated by his co-workers. Cancel the technical rescue. We'll handle with a rescue 21, squad 21.
Squad 21, Roger. Station has been extricated. Squad 21, Rescue 21 will handle all the resources. Make yourselves available immediately due to staffing.
Heavy Equipment 5-6, Rug. Metro from Rescue 989, Rescue 102.
One of the big questions, Julia Dang in News Chopper 4 had brought up that she had not heard or seen any firefighting aircraft.
Why is that?
Air resources being used this
Exactly,
morning. She
none.
saw them last night.
None.
So curious as to why that
was
is
my
not going
question.
on right now, as far as we know.
We've seen hours and hours of low, winds, and that would have been a prime opportunity. We are going to listen to the fire officials right now and city officials.
Welcome you, run of show for today. We have speakers. There's a speakers list. Please help yourselves to one of those. After that, we will segue to question and answer with members of the press. Allow me to introduce to you our first speaker, Los Angeles County Chair of the Board of Supervisors, Catherine Barger.
Thank you, Helen. Thank you for joining us here today. Earlier this week, the Los Angeles County Board of Supervisors declared today, January 9th, a day of mourning in solidarity with the federal government in honor of the passing of former President James Earl Carter. Ironically, today has turned into a day of mourning for more reasons than one as we mourn the loss of lives and property across our county.
Just get to it.
While
Sorry,
we are still
but
facing significant threats, I am hopeful that the tide is turning. Thank you, Chief Maroney. Thank you, Chief Crowley. Yesterday afternoon, as the winds died down, we saw the return of aerial drops and aerial firefighting, a truly, truly welcome sight. First and foremost, I want to assure our residents in Los Angeles County that the City of LA and the county are working hard and working hand in hand to bring every resource available to the table. Last night, the county opened the Pomona Fairplex as an additional shelter for those evacuating and those who have suffered losses. The Fairplex will also continue to take in large animals that are in need of a home. The county is working to harness and utilize the incredible outpouring of generosity from individuals, nonprofits, and companies that want to help. We have heard that many companies like Airbnb, Uber, and Lyft are offering free or subsidized services for those impacted by the fires in Los Angeles County. The county will be sharing all of these resources through our recovery.lacounty.gov website. In addition, the state has activated CAL FIRE Management Team 3 and assigned them to the Eaton Canyon incident. They will be joining Federal Management Team 5 in their ongoing efforts, we hope as early as tomorrow. CAL FIRE Team 3 will be tasked with overseeing victim search operations and damage inspections to facilitate debris removal operations and setting up disaster recovery assistance centers. This will allow Federal Management Team 5 to focus on firefighting operations and the active front. As Supervisor Horvath mentioned yesterday, wildfires do not care about jurisdictional boundaries. Between the city and the county, we are managing the various resources that are coming online with the increasing demands on our first responders. I saw this firsthand driving through the streets of Altadena yesterday. Driving up Lake Avenue, the devastation could not be missed. The number of homes, businesses, and buildings that were on the fire dwarfed in any sense of available resources. Altadena is a very unique and special part of the 5th District. It is a community that embodies the spirit of a big, small town, a community full of rich culture, history, and one that passionately supports the small businesses that drive its economy in the community. It is also one of the only communities in Los Angeles County that manages the urban-wildland interface. Altadena is a resilient community. They have seen some significant battles before, but the scale of the impact today is larger than anything that I have seen in my career. The loss of historic resources at Eaton Canyon Nature Center, Farnsworth Park, and the Altadena Golf Course cannot be measured. I saw fire engines and companies from El Dorado County and other parts of California joining Los Angeles County Fire in an effort to protect life and property. In the midst of the emergency, we've all seen individuals who are targeting vulnerable communities by burglarizing and looting homes. This is simply unacceptable. You'll be hearing from our DA, Hochman, shortly regarding his efforts to hold these individuals accountable, and I promise you, you will be held accountable. Shame on those who are preying on our residents during this time of crisis. The emergency order will be strictly enforced by the Sheriff's Department, who are proactively patrolling to protect these communities from looting and any criminal activity. They have made 20 arrests of individuals who will be held accountable for the actions that they've taken. I want to thank President Joe Biden and Governor Gavin Newsom for pledging to bring federal and state resources to help Los Angeles County in our moment of need. President Biden's disaster declaration includes the promise of public assistance and individual assistance. We will begin the process of rebuilding. We will have critical resources available to ensure the residents of our communities are not fighting these battles alone. I intend to bring in a motion with Supervisor Horvath as my co-chair or co-author to ratify the county's emergency proclamation at the next Board of Supervisors meeting. Make no mistake, this board and this county will continue to do everything in our power to ensure the safety of our residents as we look forward to the path of recovery. With that, I would like to introduce Supervisor Lindsay Horvath.
With the mayor, but let's announce the elected officials.
Okay, so who are we going to? Mayor Bass. I'd like to introduce LA City Mayor Bass.
Thank you, Supervisor. One voice, that is the way we speak, and that is the way we stand here united. Los Angeles will stand united and stand strong. So first of all, my thoughts are with the thousands of Angelenos who are impacted by this emergency, as more Angelenos were forced to make the terrifying decision to evacuate. Our priorities, of course, are to keep Angelenos safe and to protect homes. The winds continue to be of a historic nature and a key factor of this firestorm. For much of Tuesday, the unprecedented winds prevented air operations to continue. However, as of yesterday, the winds have allowed for air operations, and that has enabled significant progress against the fires in Hollywood and Studio City last night. And as of 7:30 this morning, evacuation orders in Hollywood have been lifted. Angelenos cooperated. The community stood together. They evacuated, and Angelenos should continue to proceed with caution. Air operations are continuing rapidly in the Palisades, in Sylmar, and across our region. We continue to see our heroes from our LA firefighters and from personnel, families, neighbors from across the county and the state. We thank you. However, we continue to confront a big one-level firestorm. Historic winds and extensive drought have created a perfect storm that has driven people from their homes and have taken people's homes, and that has taken people's lives. I've been in the fire zones, and you can see how fast and devastating these wind-driven fires are. I know people from all over the nation are asking how they can help. So here are two essential ways. First of all, support the California Community Foundation Wildlife Recovery Fund at calfund.org, and support the Los Angeles Fire Department Foundation at supportlafd.org. And in addition to shelters, Airbnb is offering free temporary housing. Go to 211LA.org for more information. This, as we know, is a regional crisis. So working together is the only way we will get through this. That's why I've been in constant contact with my colleagues at the county, state, and federal level. President Biden, Governor Newsom have assured us of full state and federal support. And of course, County Chair Barger and I are fully coordinated, as I am with all of the local elected officials. And our fire departments, police departments, utilities, and other critical agencies are coordinated as well. We have pre-deployed, we are executing a strategy, and we are adapting to conditions on the ground in real time. This is absolutely an unprecedented historic firestorm, but we are all hands on deck. We need to continue to cooperate. We need to evacuate when asked to do so. We need to help others, help our neighbors. And first and foremost, we need to stay united. We need to stay strong. A united LA is the way we will recover, is the way we rebuild our communities. And with that, I believe I am introducing Supervisor Lindsay Horvat.
Good morning. The strength and resilience of Los Angeles County is more than anything we are seeing on the ground. I know this because of the relentless fight that our first responders, our firefighters, our law enforcement officials are putting forward, giving it everything they've got to take on each of these fires throughout the region. That being said, this is testing even the strongest among us. Last night, I personally received an alert from Nixle that I too was under evacuation warning, and I was put in the shoes of tens of thousands of Angelenos who have been facing this from the moment the fires broke out. No one should have to choose which priceless memento they're going to take with them or leave behind in order to stay safe, for their families to stay safe, for their communities to be safe. I've heard from so many community members about the pricelessness of the community centers, the faith centers. I know that in the Palisades alone, there are more than 20,000 Jewish community members, and I was contacted by the Jewish Federation and the work that they are doing throughout the region to support the Jewish community. We've heard with the Eaton fire, the loss of so many faith centers throughout the Palisades fire, and so much more. These are not just structures. These are places where people have made lasting memories. memories they will hold on to, but as they look at their community now, their hearts break, and we are in mourning with them. This is a time of grief, and that is why it is tremendous that our governor and our president and all of the leaders behind me and all of the leaders out throughout Los Angeles are standing strong for all of our Angelenos who are suffering great heartache. The Pacific Palisades has suffered immense loss, and my heart goes out to all of the residents who are continuing to try to understand what is left of their homes. In the Topanga Canyon, I've been speaking with residents throughout the night, and I know that One Topanga and TSEP have been in constant communication with those on the ground, and we are in communication with them to ensure that we are supporting Topangans on the ground. I know there's this morning a fire active behind the lumber yard, and the chief has personally deployed resources to ensure that we are actively fighting the fires in Topanga. Topanga Canyon is a treasure, and we are fighting to protect it. Sunset Mesa, when you look at what is left, is heartbreaking. The community members of Malibu and Santa Monica, which last night declared a curfew because of the tragedy that they're experiencing on top of the fire, people trying to take advantage of this crisis. It's absolutely unacceptable, and we will all stand together to keep each and every neighborhood safe. The Hollywood Hills, my heart broke with you last night. I am grateful for the swift work and the aerial assault that took place in order to protect our Hollywood Hills quickly. When you saw a home go up in flames in Studio City, you wondered if that was going to be the next outburst. The residents of Studio City, we stand with you. And in Sylmar, we have at least achieved some containment of the Hearst fire, but we have a long way to go. And we are watching and standing with you. This is a moment where we will share detailed updates, but we will not forget that behind each of these updates is a person who deserves our support. With that, gas shutoffs continue to affect more than 15,000 people in Malibu from Brentwood Country Club to Pepperdine. A boil water advisory remains in effect for the Sunset Mesa community from Topanga Beach and Coastline Drive to the south on Shore Heights Drive on the north, and Topanga Canyon to Carbon Canyon Road in Malibu, including communities of Big Rock and Carbon Mesa. Metro fares remain suspended today thanks to the leadership of Metro Board Chair Hahn and our CEO Stephanie Wiggins. If you have essential travel today, please do so safely away from the areas of the evacuation orders. If you do not have essential travel, please remain indoors. For the latest updates and service impacts, you can go to alerts.metro.net. LA County Assessor Jeffrey Prang has shared property tax installment deferral applications, misfortune, calamity, damage reassessment applications, and disaster relief FAQ for property owners affected by the fires at assessor.lacounty.gov. All LAUSD schools and Santa Monica Malibu Unified School District schools in the 3rd District are closed. With that, mental health supports are available through the county's Department of Mental Health. You can call 800-854-7771. Please use this resource. We know you are experiencing traumatic pain, and we want to do our best to help start healing. Thank you for the outpouring of support from across the county and across the country. Emergency Network LA is coordinating volunteers and support through enla.org. Our county is doing everything possible to respond to these fires until they are contained. And as Chair Barger referenced, today is a day of mourning. And in the words of former President Carter, our faith calls us to do all that we can, wherever we can, with all we can. And in this spirit, indeed in this moment calls us to do the same. Thank you. Next, I'd like to welcome LA County Fire Chief Anthony Maroney.
So good morning. Thank you, Supervisor Horvath. I will be providing an Eaton Fire update in addition to a Region 1 update. The Eaton fire remains estimated to be 10,600 acres, and growth has been significantly stopped. And we have 0% containment. We have over 879 firefighting personnel assigned, and mutual aid resources continue to arrive to assist with this firefight. From this point forward, incident fatality information and reporting will be the responsibility of the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department. We have several reported injuries and over 1,000 structures damaged and destroyed. The cause of the fire remains unknown, and it continues to be under active investigation. As I stated yesterday, as soon as a cause is determined, we will advise the media. The Lydia fire that started yesterday in Acton has been 40% contained, and forward progress has been stopped. It is limited to 348 acres. The number of resources assigned to this fire siege event has increased significantly, and we have a much better posture than we did on Tuesday and Wednesday. Out-of-state resources continue to arrive in Los Angeles County and City, and we are appreciative to our fire partners from throughout the Western United States for providing assistance to Los Angeles County in our time of need. Regarding the current red flag warning, the National Weather Service predicts the warning will remain in effect for Los Angeles County and the majority of Ventura County through Friday. I would like to also acknowledge the presence of Dr. Lori Moore Merrill from the U.S. Fire Administration, who flew out with her team from Washington, D.C. last night to be with Fire Chief Crowley and I so they could witness firsthand the challenges and the devastation that have resulted. Lastly, I want to acknowledge the tireless efforts of my LA County Fire Department personnel, both on the front lines and those behind the scenes, who continuously place themselves in harm's way to protect residents and property in our great county of Los Angeles. Thank you for always being there, and continue to be safe as they take care of themselves, those around them, and the people we serve and protect. Thank you, and I'd now like to invite up Fire Chief Kristen Crowley of the Los Angeles Fire Department.
Thank you, Chief Maroney. So good morning. We continue to battle multiple major brush fires in the city of Los Angeles and across the Los Angeles region. Today, we expect winds to subside somewhat, which will allow fire crews to increase containment lines. However, and I want to be very clear here as well, we are still under red flag warning with extreme fire behavior possibilities. Before I give you an update on several fires in the city of Los Angeles, I have to take a moment, for all the right reasons, to thank the residents of Los Angeles and their surrounding areas for heeding our instructions. Today, it is absolutely imperative that as we move into day 3 of this firestorm, all members of our Los Angeles community maintain vigilance. I will now give you an update of our activities that occurred overnight. Palisades Fire, as we know, started January 7th at 10:30 hours in the morning. Size at this point is 17,234 acres. We are in unified command, LAFD, CAL FIRE, LA County Fire, LAPD, and LA Sheriffs. 0% containment. Extreme fire behavior continues to challenge firefighting efforts for the Palisades area. Wind gusts are up to 60 miles per hour and are expected to resume throughout the entire day. Firefighters and air resources will continue to work to protect the community and infrastructures and gain control so that we can contain this fire. Damage assessments are ongoing at the Palisades fire. However, preliminary reports estimate the damage or destroyed structures to be in the thousands. It is safe to say that the Palisades fire is one of the most destructive natural disasters in the history of Los Angeles. We will continue to provide additional information as it becomes available. I'll move on to the Hearst fire. January 7th start. The size, 855 acres. We're unified in command, LAFD, United States Fire Service, Angeles National Forest, and LAPD. 0% containment. Firefighters held the fire within a planned containment area and are successful, and we have established a perimeter. Crews were able to get a handle on a few of the flare-ups over the night. We will continue to strengthen our containment lines and create a number of dozer lines to minimize the fire growth. Next, Woodley fire started on January 8th. The size, 30 acres. Containment, fully contained, and we are using fire patrols to monitor the area for any flare-ups. The fire has been declared as a knockdown, and there are no current threats. Next, the Sunset fire, which is in the Runyon Canyon area, started last night, January 8th. Size 42.8 acres. Forward progress, I'm very glad to share with everybody, was stopped, and the crews are working to put out spot fires within the perimeters and to keep the wind from spreading any additional embers. As of 7:30 this morning, all evacuation orders have been lifted. This fire was rapidly and aggressively attacked by using coordinated air and ground fire suppression efforts. Residents heeded our timely evacuation orders. More information to come on that. Next up, the Sunswept fire, which is in the Studio City area. As I talked about all the previous incidents, on top of this, our fire department was faced with another massive challenge. A very large structure fire encompassing 2 large hillside homes with heavy fire, which exposed brush, broke out in the Studio City area of Los Angeles. The high winds caused the fire to extend within the adjacent brush, potentially causing another additional brush fire. Our LAFD poured all available resources into this fire, and through a combined effort, were successful in preventing another devastating brush fire. Our firefighters stopped the forward progress at just under 1 acre. Also, to be clear, all of the incidents that I just spoke about are all under an active investigation. Let's talk about the preparations for today. The LAFD continues to augment and recall all of our firefighters to fill every single available seat on every single available apparatus within the city of Los Angeles. Firefighters continue to move into the Southern California region from across the western region of the United States, and we are very, very grateful for any assistance that we are receiving. Weather conditions are beginning to turn favorably, which will allow us to increase our containment lines. Again, our primary focus remains on impacting and affecting rescues and saving lives while protecting property. The multiple incidents across the city and the region continue to tax our firefighters. However, rest assured that every single firefighter, first responder, law enforcement officer across the region remains 100% committed to protecting our communities. Here's your call to action. Stay informed with trusted news and official updates. Be prepared to evacuate if you live near a wildland area. Follow all evacuation warnings and orders without delay. We also ask the public to stay off the roadways and away from any impacted areas, which we want to make sure there's zero room for any other issues when it comes to delays for our firefighters, first responders to get to where we need to go. I want to take just a moment to thank every single Los Angeles resident who's been impacted by this for staying vigilant, supporting our first responders, and helping your neighbors. Thank you to Mayor Bass, our city leadership, everybody that is here. As you can see, we stand with every single community member, business, Anybody that's been negatively impacted by all of these incidents, we stand with you. We're going to remain strong with you as well. And I tell you, we're throwing everything at this that we possibly can, and we're going to move through this and continue to support one another. With that, I will go ahead and introduce our next speaker, which is Sheriff Luna. Sir.
Good morning, Robert Luna, the Sheriff of Los Angeles County. Currently, we have well over 400 sheriff's personnel that are still actively deployed to the fires, in addition to our normal staffing for patrol-related functions throughout the County of Los Angeles. Deputies continue to assist our residents with evacuations. They are performing a lot of humanitarian missions. So many stories to share, don't have time right now. Providing food and blankets to people, rescuing people who, unfortunately, did not evacuate when they were asked to. So you've heard it over and over up here. A lot of the stories of heroic actions by our deputy sheriffs, police officers, or firefighters, a lot of them are taking place from people who did not choose to evacuate, putting their own lives at risk. So please, if you're asked to evacuate, evacuate, because it's not only your life you're putting in danger. We continue to conduct roving patrols, manning hard road closures, providing security in evacuation areas to prevent anyone who may be tempted to engage in criminal behavior like looting. It was mentioned earlier before by the supervisor, and I'm going to make this crystal clear to everybody out there. Over last night and this morning, we are up to 20 individuals who chose to go into our areas and deprive these poor people who have been through so much of their property. Absolutely unacceptable. And I'm going to give direction to our department members. As you know, when we have an evacuation order by law, if you remain in that area, you are guilty of a misdemeanor. If you commit certain crimes, it could jump up to a felony. I'm going to be asking our employees to start enforcing that. That is very different than a curfew. Why? Because it's 24/7. I don't have to wait for the sun to go down or the sun to come up. If you are in one of these areas and you do not belong there, you are going to be subject to arrest. I hope that is as clear as I can make it, because our first choice isn't to do enforcement. It's not to make arrests. It's to help people. But if people choose to commit crimes, they're going to be held accountable. And the DA, who is standing next to me, will clarify even that a little bit further. This continues to be a fluid and evolving crisis, and the numbers that we release throughout this incident are going to fluctuate. So anything we say is subject to change. We're getting information from our boots on the ground. It's very chaotic out there because it's still so fluid. So forgive us if we give a number and then we have to modify those numbers. I talked about the 20 arrests that have been made so far. Unfortunately, I do expect that to go up. We're not going to tolerate that kind of activity. We have substantially increased our deployment of deputies at the fixed traffic post and are trying to limit and clear out any unauthorized vehicles or people in these areas. I do want to talk as we are summoning more resources. I have been in contact with the chief of the Office of Emergency Services for the state of California. Obviously, that's done at the direction of Governor Newsom. From the get-go of this, he has offered any and all resources to us in law enforcement, and they're doing the same for fire, but I'll specifically talk about policing. The California National Guard is on standby at our direction, specifically my direction, and we, along with my partner Jim McDonnell at the LAPD, are currently in discussions if we are going to need them or how we would deploy them as the hours go on. So stand by for that information as the hours tick on. Chief Maroney mentioned this regarding any death toll information. Yes, we had preliminary numbers yesterday. I got to be honest with you, as I reviewed some of those last night and this morning, I was not satisfied with some of the information that we're getting. And it's not the fault of our people. The people that are working under very difficult conditions, are doing their best to do what they need to do. At one point, we'll be able to do a more thorough search of these impacted areas. Some of them look like a bomb was dropped in them, where we will be able to bring in canines and other things to help us hopefully not discover too many fatalities. That's our prayer. But this is a crisis, and we don't know what to expect, but we're ready for everything. So all information, at least on the county side of this equation, we're working with our coroner's office. We'll figure out those numbers. So be patient with us when you ask us about death toll numbers. Right now, frankly, we don't know yet. We eventually will. Evacuations overall for Palisades, Eaton, Hearst, and Lydia fires, the number in both county and city areas, evacuation orders are impacting 179,783 residents. That's nearly 180,000 people in Los Angeles County that are currently under evacuation orders, with another close to 200,000 residents that are under evacuation warnings. I cannot emphasize enough that I urge residents that are asked to evacuate to follow our warnings. I gave some examples earlier. I'm going out through my staff, hey, give me some stories where our deputies are just constantly putting their life on the line, and in every example I'm given is as a result of somebody who chose not to evacuate. I don't want to tell those stories anymore. I don't want to give stories of our first responders being injured, specifically our communities being injured. Please, if you're told to evacuate, evacuate. Two of our sheriff substations are out of power, running on generators. That's both our Altadena and Crescentia Valley stations. They're right in the thick of things. They're engaged in all of the work that I've described. The issues of mutual aid. Will consistently evaluate and reevaluate the needs for more law enforcement personnel. But I can tell you, I'm getting calls from all over this region, from other sheriffs and police chiefs. Everybody wants to help. And that's awesome. That's part of our profession. Very proud to be part of it. The last thing I'll say is, for any specific information regarding evacuation orders or warnings or any road closures, and there's a lot of them, please go to lacounty.gov/emergency. Thank you very much. And with that, I am going to introduce the Chief of the Los Angeles Police Department, Jim McDonald.
Morning. And I'll start off with a sincere thank you to all who have cooperated and supported the first responders and others who've been out there doing the best they can to make this as manageable as it can be. We're still on full tactical alert at the LAPD in support of our fire partners to be able to accomplish their mission. We're assisting with safety as well as the evacuation sites. You heard the sheriff quote the numbers of people who are out there using those. And again, we want to provide every level of safety we can for those involved in that effort. We've been joined by our Port Police and Los Angeles World Airport Police partners as part of the city family in doing the jobs that we're doing as we move forward today. But I want to thank our team. Many of our team and many of the people who are here behind me have left their families in fire areas to come to work to be able to help others. We've had a large number of people who have been evacuated, a large number of people in this group here who either family or friends have lost their own homes and lost everything they own and are dealing with taking care of young families at the same time while they're trying to balance the needs of work with the needs and responsibilities of family. We truly are all in this together, and we have to look at it that way as we move forward. The advice I would give is consistent with what you've heard. The air is not healthy for people who are challenged from a respiratory standpoint. So if you don't have to come into an area that's so impacted, please don't. Traffic, we're trying to maintain ingress and egress to our emergency areas for first responders in particular. We had, as you heard, people coming in still from other states to be able to help in the fire suppression effort, and we need them to be able to get in and be able to do what they need to do as easily as possible. The evacuations, they will probably still continue as the winds pick up. So we want to be able to do that as effectively as we can. Again, I said thank you for the cooperation, but I asked for additional cooperation should the need arise as we move forward. This is anything but predictable. We're thankful for the wind conditions we have now and the ability for our fire partners to try and make up for lost time, to be able to put containment around several of our burn areas and to be able to move forward on that. But again, I just want to say that you've heard from, and you'll hear in a minute from the DA, but from the sheriff about our crime suppression efforts. For those who want to take advantage of others, we're there. We're going to be there, and we're going to be working to hold you accountable for what you're doing in that regard. But as this runs its course, fatigue will certainly become a significant factor for those who are both directly involved in the operation as well as members of our community. So again, we are very thankful for the people who are doing this on all of our behalf, but we need to stick together. We need to support each other, and this is a thing where morale is a big deal for both the community and all of our folks. So take care of each other out there, and let's do the best we can. Thank you. Now, I mentioned our DA Hockman. It's now my pleasure to introduce the newly elected District Attorney of Los Angeles County, Nathan Hockman.
Yesterday, I bore witness by walking and driving through Pacific Palisades. I ended up at my sister's house, a house where she and her husband had raised 4 boys, celebrated birthdays, barbecues, and whatnot, and that house has been burned to the ground. And not just her house, but all her neighbors. Up and down each one of the blocks I traveled, those houses no longer exist. They are now basically rubble. And I haven't seen something like that, and I've lived here almost over 60 years. In the entire time I've been here, it looked apocalyptic. Not since the 1990s, when Los Angeles was hit with the fires, the flood, the earthquake, and the riots, have I seen such disaster occur here in our city. But like back then, Los Angeles has true grit. It has resilience. And it will rebuild, and it will rebuild better than ever. But along the way, there might be people out there who want to take advantage of the people who are suffering these tragic losses. These criminals need to hear, as they've heard from the sheriff, as they've heard from Chief McDonald, an unmistakably clear message that if you want to go ahead and loot, if you want to commit burglary, if you want to engage in grand theft, if you want to engage in these internet scams where you're going to take advantage of people who are going to be seeking insurance and government benefits, you will be arrested, you will be prosecuted, and you will be punished to the full extent of the law. And the reason I want to send this warning now is I don't want any mistake later that somehow they thought, oh, it's not a big deal. It's a huge deal. These acts are despicable, and we will prosecute them with maximal punishment. So I want to make sure that message is received loud and clear, because the first responders in this situation have been simply heroic. As I was in Pacific Palisades, I not only saw fire departments from LA County and LA City, I saw Rialto, Poway, Redding, fire engines from across this entire state that have come to our rescue. And thank you. Thank you to all the first responders. When it comes to law enforcement, it's an all-hands-on-deck operation with law enforcement and the DA's office. Again, detectives are putting on uniforms and getting out there on the streets to protect us. We owe them a huge thank you. And from the DA's office, if we do get these cases, please be on notice that we are going to try and deter you from committing the crimes in the first place. But if you do commit these crimes, do not expect anything else than maximal punishment. I'll now introduce LA County Public Works Director, Mark Priscilla.
Good morning. As was stated, my name is Mark Pastrella. I'm the Director of the Los Angeles County Public Works Agency. First I want to say my heart, of course, goes out to everyone affected by the devastating event. I personally toured many of the areas yesterday, and met with residents, and as everyone here has described, it's an absolute tragedy, including the life safety support system, our infrastructure that has been destroyed that supports life in these communities. I know from personal experience that feeling a loss from a wildfire, and I have tremendous respect for our firefighters and other first responders, our police force, the Sheriff's Department for the work they are currently doing. In fact, our current mission, which has been going 24/7 for 3 days now, is to support our fire department and our Sheriff's Department and the local PDs in their efforts to save lives. That is our #1 mission right now and what we are currently continuing to do, unfortunately, as this event is still active. We are also focusing on the inevitable recovery and repopulation of the areas that we will build back and build back strong. The current focus is on utility restoration, and I know many people are already asking about that. Your sewer, water, your power system, and the transportation system have all been significantly damaged. The heat of this system, the wind that blew also knocked down thousands of trees into the roadway. So what we have is a tremendous amount of debris throughout the communities that have had experienced this fire. This debris has been moved enough to let our firefighters and our sheriff and PD into the area to do their work, but it's going to need to be processed and moved safely out of the area, and we are working on a coordinated effort across LA County to do debris removal, the debris removal that it will be necessary to restore the community back to its former way of life. The debris can be hazardous. The debris that is on the private property is considered hazardous and may be toxic. And so I want to warn everybody now that is either there who has remained behind or who is visiting the areas, as was mentioned earlier, it is not safe. It is not safe to touch the debris. It is not safe to remove the debris yourselves. There is a process for that, and we will be mobilizing with the City of Los Angeles to provide a health review of every property and make sure that when we move that debris that it's done in a way that's safe and safe for you and for the other residents who remain behind in the area. We are also working on water supply system. The water supply system currently is still supplying fire suppression. Last night we got to see the wonderful use of our reservoirs, the city's reservoirs and our reservoirs, to take water from the reservoirs and actually use firefighting event aerial attacks to the system. You saw what a difference that made in the firefight last night, and those reservoirs are full and continue to be ready and at the disposal of our firefighting friends. The municipal water system continues to suffer poor water quality due to the introduction of ash and debris into our reservoirs and into our filtration systems. So there are specific areas that we are asking for water to be boiled. I would just say with all caution, anyone who's remained behind, if there is any residence in your area that is burned to the ground and you are still there, you should just go ahead and boil water. We will be actively coming to communities in the next day, within this day or next day, delivering water, delivering domestic water to people who remain in the fire zone area. LA County will be coordinating that effort, not only for the District 29, but also we'll be working with the City of LA to deliver water to residents who've remained behind or who again have partial damage and are maybe staying in their homes. I want to again just mention that a firefight with multiple fire hydrants drawing water from municipal water systems for several hours is just not sustainable. That's why the air support is so important. Our residents in the Sunset Mesa, Topanga Beach area, Coastline Drive on the south to Shore Heights Drive on the north are up in the area. This is a partial damaged area or a threatened area. The Topanga Canyon Road to Carbon Canyon Road Mesa as well is another area that's threatened. So all of what I just talked about applies to you residents who are there. Now what can we do? What can the public do? What you should be doing as we sort of still active fire. I will reiterate that it's extremely important to listen to the sheriff and to PD when you are asked to evacuate immediately. Do not hesitate. Do not wait. Your life is not worth it. The systems that you're leaving behind, they are going to be impacted and they cannot be restarted easily. So I know a lot of people are talking about, starting up. If you're thinking about creating your own water and sewer and power system at your home, I want you to be very careful about that. That is not something that a licensed contractor should be doing or our utility folks. Please don't do that. As I said yesterday, if you're leaving your home, I want to make sure that you lock that home, that you close that home up tight, and that you leave access for firefighters by not closing gates or creating a situation where they can't get to your home to fight off fire. The road system is impacted heavily throughout LA County, including city and county areas. There are multiple, in fact, hundreds of stop signals that are currently flashing red. I want to remind everybody that you treat that as a stop sign and you stop for that flashing. And if you come to a barricade, you need to turn around because those streets are closed for the purpose of recovery and not for looky-loos. Please do not argue with the sheriffs that are there or the PD. If the road is closed, there's a good reason for it. It's because it's not safe for you to be in that area. And that safety includes the debris that I was talking about. Trees down, potholes, road systems destroyed. There could be breaks in the roadway that could cause major damage to your vehicle. So I'm asking that you comply with all road closures until further notice. We are available as a 24/7 agency. You can reach our department at 1-800-675-HELP. We do need every citizen. There's something else you can do. If you see something, please tell us about it. Whether it's a gas leak, whether it's a utility line down, if it's a signal that's not malfunctioning, if it's a sewer system leak, any of those things that keep our life safety system going, we need to know about them so we can catalog them and get to them. Please know, and I do need to mention, that all of the utility workers, not just my folks at LA County Public Works, but the folks at the City of Los Angeles, the folks at the Southern California Edison, the gas company, we are all coordinating with each other to restore your systems. And our folks are all working 24/7. There are many heroic stories, like the sheriff and fire have, of our utility folks out in the middle of the night, 24/7, getting those systems back up into place. And I want to thank all of the utility workers who are out there doing their job, who are not going home to family at night. They are actually working 24/7 as well. With that, I want to introduce the CEO and Chief Engineer of the Department of Water Power, Janice Quinones.
Good morning. I am Janice Quinones, CEO and Chief Engineer of LADWP. LADWP crews continue to work around the clock to restore power and support firefighting efforts. On the power front, we have restored about 200,000 customers so far since the windstorm started. And as of this morning, we have approximately 95,000 customers out. We have 118 crews, DWP crews, working around the clock to restore powers as fast and as safe as possible. We're expecting our mutual aid crews coming from PG&E to arrive today and support the restoration efforts. Our restoration times are ranging from 24 to 48 hours. We are prioritizing wires down, so if you see a wire down, please call 911 and we'll send crews immediately to make the area safe. However, if you live in the fire-impacted areas or near those areas, you might experience longer outages, mainly because either our equipment has been compromised due to the fire, we're not able to access the area yet, or we're proactively shutting out the power for the safety of our firefighters and first responders. On the water side, the boil water notice for Palisades on zip code 90272 continues in effect, and it will continue in effect for at least 48 hours. I have water quality engineers taking samples around the system to ensure that the water quality remains a priority for our consumers. We continue to support LAFD and CAL FIRE and water supply issues and firefighting response, including opening our water reservoirs, as mentioned by Mark yesterday. Hollywood Reservoir was a critical asset when we were fighting the Sunset Fire. So all our reservoirs are open, that are open air for air assets, and we continue to work around the clock with other water agencies to increase the supply and pressure of the water system, including Metropolitan Water District. I want to end this by thanking DWP crews and personnel for their commitment and efforts to support the restoration of LA. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. And now, Chair Bartlett.
I also want to, we recognized President Biden and Governor Newsom, but we also have here with us today Congressmember George Whitesides, Congressmember Laura Friedman, Senator Sasha Renee Perez, Assemblymember Celeste Rodriguez, and Malibu Mayor Doug Stewart. Make no mistake, we are all working together, and I want to thank you all for being here. I know our Congress representatives flew in, and we appreciate it, and we are all in this together. With that, we'll take some questions.
Thank you, Chair Barger. So just a couple rules of the road. So I'll call on you. When you get called upon, please announce your name and which media outlet you are with, and we'll start right here in the middle.
Jonathan Bigliotti with CBS News. For Mayor Bass, please. Mayor, LA County is in a panic state. It began 2 days ago with the Palisades fire. My crew and I arrived shortly after it started, and for several hours we watched as hundreds of homes in a neighborhood burned to the ground. We did not see a single fire engine. We watched as Good Samaritans guided traffic. There was fear and there was a lot of confusion. You were out of the country at the time. Shortly after the fire started, a press release was put out warning of this fire behavior. My question to you is, what explains this lack of preparation and rapid response?
Let me just say, first and foremost, my number one focus, and I think the focus of all of us here with one voice, is that we have to protect lives, we have to save lives, and we have to save homes. Rest assured that when rest assured, let me finish. Rest assured, when that is done, when we are safe, when lives have been saved and homes have been saved, we will absolutely do an evaluation to look at what worked, what didn't work, and to correct or to hold accountable any body, department, individual, etc. But my focus right now is on the lives and on the homes.
Do you think your leadership was effective while responding to this disaster?
I just said what I believe is the most important thing for us to do right now, and that is going to continue to be my focus. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go to the middle with the laptop.
Before we go on, I want to introduce, because this is an important announcement to be made, the U.S. Forest Service Fire Chief Robert Garcia has an announcement regarding a decision being made on the National Forest.
Thank you, Supervisor, and I'll be brief. I just wanted to share that in the overnight hours last night, the U.S. Forest Service, in an effort to reduce calls for service and reduce potential risk for wildfire, we've made a decision until further notice that the Angeles National Forest is closed. And so we'll get some additional information out, press release, that kind of information on the details of that closure, but it's similar to the types of orders that the county and the city have instituted regarding curfews and access and that type of thing. So the Angeles National Forest will be closed till further notice, likely till we get through this current fire weather event.
Thank you for that. We'll go in the middle. Name and media outlet, please.
Hi, Thomas Fuller from the New York Times. For Chief Luna, I just wanted to follow up on what you said about you weren't satisfied with the information that you were getting on fatalities. It's been widely reported that there were 5 deaths, at least 5 deaths. Do you believe that death toll is not accurate, and do you think it's less than that?
Based on all the information that I've received in the last probably 8 hours, I want to be more confident in the specific information that I'm getting. So what we're doing now is going back through everything, because you got to understand the urgency, the chaotic nature of what we're dealing with, and we're still in the middle of that. So I want to make sure that as we go forward, at least for the Sheriff's Department, we're actually having our homicide unit involved, because they don't only do murder investigations, they do death investigations, that I'm going to change the system and verify each number. Because I don't care if it's just one, that's somebody's family. That's somebody we love and care for. So I want to make sure that's solid before we start presenting that information. Unfortunately, based on the preliminary information I've seen, at least in the two large fires that we're dealing with on each side of the county, unfortunately, I think the death toll will rise. I hope I'm wrong, but I think it's going to rise.
Thank you for that. Let's go right over here in the front.
Yeah, Josh Haskell, ABC 7 Eyewitness News. Mayor Bass, I've been on the fire lines the last 2 days. I've never seen firefighters this desperate. At fire hydrants, water not coming out, the pressure so low, the #1 tool that they use to fight these fires, not there. How frustrated are you about that? And also, I'm getting texts right now from the Palisades Highlands community. We're almost 48 hours after this fire started. There's not resources up there. The hydrants aren't working. Where's the National Guard? Where are miles and miles of water tenders? How are we addressing this?
Well,
Your reaction.
first of all, you asked me, was I frustrated by this? Of course, because we all know that this has been an unprecedented event. We also know that fire hydrants are not constructed to deal with this type of massive devastation, and that the number one problem, especially on Wednesday, was the fact that we weren't able to do the air support because of the winds. And so, of course, I am absolutely frustrated by that. I am not sure that is correct, that there are no resources up there, but rest assured, as soon as we are done here, I will follow up on that.
But those homes, the first day and a half, there were homes up there that had been protected by the fire. And then I went up there yesterday and there were
That had been protected?
That it basically had been saved. Obviously, the fire's moving different directions, but when I went up there yesterday, there were not a lot of resources. We drove around, and then I know that things got worse up there. I'm just wondering, now that we move 48 hours past, how are we addressing these water problems that are continuing, and is it acceptable that they continue?
Well, let me just say that the water problems are a little better now because the winds are such that we can go up and have the air support. And you know that that was the reason that the devastation was so bad, the unprecedented wind, the strength of the wind, and the fact that the air support could not go up.
And if Chief Crowley wants to talk to this, there have been many fires before where air support is not available, and we depend upon these ground resources and crews. Was there a plan in place for that, and did the resources get here quickly enough? And talk about an update to air support today.
Right. So thank you for that question. As we know, and you heard all of the incidents that are occurring at this point. Palisades was the first brush fire that we were attacking at that moment. You talk about specific pre-deploying. We put resources in place, pre-deploying, knowing that the winds were coming. With that, when the fire did light and take off, rapid response. Very dynamic situation. Air to ground resources coordinating. Now with the winds, I don't think we can overstate that enough. There's no excuse in regard to the winds were too much, but the reality is the winds are so dynamic. And at that tipping point, when our resources, air resources were grounded, that changes our strategies and tactics. We called for the world in regard to the number of resources and what we needed, who we needed, immediate need. Every single resource that was available at that moment responded. You talked about 48 hours later, where are we now, right? Again, I already spoke on if we don't have water, we find water, we use water tenders, we draft water. The fire department, first responders, we're going to do everything in our absolute effort to do what we can do with what we've got. The good news is, with the wind subsiding, you're going to see water drops, you're going to see rotary, you're going to see fixed wings all day, unless something changes. Again, I did say 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts even today. So very, very dynamic situation. With that, also, you said about the other homes, no fire resources there. As winds change, our resources change, we redistribute, we move, and that's the dynamic situation that we are in, even in day 3. That's what I wanted to say about that. Thank you.
Right behind. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. Madam Mayor, I have another question for you. Bob DeCastro over here from Good Day LA, Fox 11. Another issue, another concern about resources and in particular staffing as well. And we heard from firefighters even on the front lines expressing frustrations about, obviously it's a challenge right now. They're bringing in firefighters from all across the western region, but can you address the criticism now over the budget issue and the slashing, $17 million slashing
I think
of the budget?
if you go back and look at the reductions that were made, there were no reductions that were made that would have impacted the situation that we were dealing with over the last couple of days. And
More
then there was a
firefighters on the
little
front
bit,
line would have
there was a
helped.
little bit of confusion because money was allocated to be distributed later on which was actually going to support salaries and other parts of the fire department that were distributed a little later. So I think it's most important to understand that we were in tough budgetary times, everybody knew that, but that the impact of our budget really did not impact what we've been going through over the last few days. Again, back to the unprecedented windstorm, wind at such ferocity that we haven't seen in years, is the context in which we were dealing with it. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go over here on this side. Did you have your hand up with the blue? Name and media outlet, please.
Hi, Grace Tui with the Los Angeles Times. I was hoping Chief Crowley could talk a little bit more about the start of the Palisades fire. We'd heard that, I know we don't know why it started, but we'd heard that it started possibly in a garden in someone's backyard, if you could confirm that. And then how long do we know it took for it to actually reach homes? And I know you said that resources were pre-deployed, but do we know were there actually fire crews in the Palisades when it did start?
Right. So I'll start with your second question, and we'll go back. I'll just start with your first one. As for where the start of the fire was in the Palisades fire, again, currently under active investigation. We have our arson investigators that are out right now as we speak, and they are actively investigating. As soon as we have information, we will share that with all of you. I know there's obviously, for the right reasons, a lot of interest in that. So with that, we'll circle back. When we come to pre-deployment, yes, we have our local fire stations that are assigned, Fire Station 69, Fire Station 23 in the Palisades area. They were fully staffed. Also pre-deployment in those areas, and we can also share the exact locations of where they were, how much we bolstered in regard to resources in the Palisades area. And also, mind you, we pre-deploy in the very high fire hazard severity zones, knowing that those are the communities most at risk during a wind event. So not only did we pre-deploy in the Palisades area, but also in other critical areas within the city. I don't know exactly, but we certainly can get that to you. Thank you.
Hi, Dakota Smith with the LA Times. I have a two-part question again for the two fire chiefs. First off, have drones, unauthorized drones, been a problem, and have they hurt firefighting efforts? Secondly, in terms of the LAFD hydrants, was there any scaling back of the inspection of those hydrants in the last year and did that affect the firefighting effort, to Chief Crowley?
Sure. So as for your first question with the drones, I don't have any information on that, so I can't share anything with you on that. In regard to the hydrants, historically, January is our hydrant testing phase. What I can tell you is we work closely with the Department of Water and Power. Those hydrants themselves are DWP's hydrants. They're to service the fire department. We partner with DWP in regard to that testing. Now, the very dynamic situation of where we are currently with the wildland season, if you may, there was a decision to postpone. We did not, in regard to the January start date, we have all year to test them. And also, mind you, our local fire stations are every single day going up and down the streets.
This is a huge excuse.
Looking at
One
our
big
hydrants.
excuse.
If there's any damage to hydrants, we report those as well. We were just kicking off that time frame of the beginning of the year when we normally would. What we did was postpone that until, because of the call volume that we're dealing with, and we're working closely with DWP at that point. I don't think it negatively impacted our abilities in this specific area. Thank you.
Thank you. In the third row there.
David Zahnizer with the Los Angeles Times. I have a two-part budget question. My first part is, can you talk about the reserve fund? Last year, there was a lot of concern that the reserve fund had fallen below 4% and was heading toward that 2.75 number that I think makes it difficult for the city to authorize spending. Do you know how low it has gotten at this point and how quickly you're burning through the reserve?
Do you want to go with your second question too?
Sure. The second question is, do you have any concern about blowing through the reserve before the state and federal money will arrive?
So let me just say that, as I said a few minutes ago, our number one priority right now is to save lives, to protect lives, to save homes. I'm not here to talk about the status of our budget. If you would like to do that on another occasion, that would be fine in terms of the reserve fund. I don't have those concerns right now, and I will say that after our first priority, then we will look back at everything that was done to do an evaluation to see what worked and what didn't work. Thank you.
Thank you. We are over time. However, we will have one-on-one interviews.
CAL FIRE wants to give an update on structures, et cetera, to get a clarification. I think it's important for you to
That's all
highlight.
the questions?
Thank you.
Numbers.
Out of time.
Good morning. My name is Todd Hopkins. I'm one of the incident commanders for the CAL FIRE incident management teams. Of the thousands of structures, I just want to clarify, that have been destroyed, we get this initial intel from Intel flights, and what they do is they pick up heat signatures, and we base off those heat signatures an estimate of what structures are destroyed. What I want to clarify is that a structure, it doesn't necessarily mean that it's a residential structure or a commercial structure. It could be a vehicle, it could be an outbuilding. So we do have people, damage inspection teams that are on the ground that will go out to every single home. They will catalog whether a house is destroyed, if it's partially destroyed or just damaged, and all that information will be turned over to the city and to the county once the damage inspection teams get done. So although we know that there are many homes destroyed, the thousands of structures can mean many different things besides just a home. So. Thousands of structures, yes, but that could be a motorhome, that could be a car, that could be a shed, it could be a residential structure.
Oh, let's downplay it.
I just wanted to make that clarification.
Thank you very much. And we are end of press conference, one-on-ones. We also have Spanish. We will conduct that over here to the side. With Sheriff Luna and
all right, it is just after 9 a.m. We have been covering Southern California's wildfire emergency live on the air nonstop since Tuesday morning at 11. We want to thank you for continuing with us here. I'm Jonathan Gonzalez.
Wow, we didn't get any information. Let's check out Flight Radar right now because we know what's going on live. We've been watching it for the past hour. Let's check out Flight Radar and see. There's Fire 1. Okay. We got Fire 3. We got Fire 1. We've got Fire 4. We do have them up now, guys. We got 3 of them. Let's go back to our scanner.
Palisades Air Taxi 1, go ahead, sir.
I'd like to order a lead plane and 4 large air tankers to respond to the Palisades fire.
Palisades Air Taxi, LA copies, 1 lead plane, 4 air tankers. Well, is that going to be on top of the initial order we're currently holding?
I'm not aware of an initial order, but if we get 4 large air tankers and a lead, however we can get them here, we'll take it.
Copy.
Night, Yankee Zulu, Victor Training on van.
See, you can see them from this view that we're
Victor
watching.
Training, Yankee Zulu. Do you have a tack you'd like to meet on or a location? Everything west of Topanga is now in Victor.
Everything west of Topanga.
Yeah, copy. I'm trying to rendezvous with all the incoming divisions at Station 69 on Topanga Canyon Boulevard. I heard 69.
I see 4 on Flight Radar.
Division Victor Branch 7, are you at 69 now?
I don't see 5. I see 3. Let's see.
We're
Fire
at
1.
7, Victor Trini. I'm at Tuna Canyon and PCH, making my way that way. I copy. I'll face-to-face with you, but just for direction, so it doesn't get confusing, and I'll get with Branch 10. You know, the dividing line of the branches is right here on Topanga Canyon Road, but priority for all the resources just needs to be starting to do some prep on all these structures down here, so we'll need some help to get them all motivated. Yeah, A-firm, you want to meet, and where at? I'm at Station 69. Yankee Zulu, Day Zulu on command.
I don't think Hollywood Boulevard, I don't know. I don't think it was affected. Seems like they got that one contained.
Night Zulu, Day Zulu on command. Night Yankee Zulu. Go ahead. Yeah, I'm at 69 right now. Do you want me to come up farther to tie in with you? I'm actually just a little bit south at the lumber yard right now. Trying to get the tankers and rotary working here. Okay, copy. What rig are you in?
Tunnels?
Training 3584. If you head south back down towards PCH,
Rescue
Greenville
3, stand by
or Yellow
dispatch.
Topanga Larson, and
Copy that.
No problem, baby D.
yeah, I'll be heading down that way.
Rescue 6-3, did you copy? Stand by for a run with arson.
Six 3, Roger.
I only see 2 fire. The others say NA.
Division, Victor, Palisades Communications.
Santa Monica, that says NA. I don't know if that's a fire. It might be. It just isn't labeled as such. There's a helicopter over Brentwood. We've got Fire 4 here.
Division, Victor, Palisades Communications.
Palisades Air Attack, LAV-1.
LA Air Tech, go ahead.
Palisades Air Attack, lead plane Bravo 78, Tanker 41, Tanker 122 assigned to your incident, ET to follow. We have 2 Type 1 orders unable to fill. Do you want Type 3s or VLET?
Rescue 6-3 from staging radio.
I'll order 1 VLAT and 2 Type 3s.
LA copies, 1 VLET plus the 2 Type 3s.
I think the Hollywood one is contained, if I'm not mistaken. Correct me if I'm wrong, guys. They found human remains. Where, September?
LA Palisades Air Attack V1.
Where, September?
Rescue 63, do you copy?
I think we need to listen to the rescue. I'm going to just mute for a little bit.
Contact 2 Palisades Communications.
Unit contacting Palisades Communications. Go ahead.
Contact unit to Will Rogers State Park.
Palisades Communications copies scratchy but readable. Will Rogers.
You guys hit that like button if you haven't yet. We are going to stay on top of this for a little while longer. Stick with me. On the screen is live coverage, overhead coverage. Good morning, Danny. What you're seeing is the latest, guys. If you want to hear the latest presser, rewind. We didn't learn anything new, only that there's a lot of incompetence. And no accountability is basically what we learned this morning. Oh, man. Detectives are being dispatched to homes that have burned. Oh, my gosh. Oh, my gosh, Susan.
Palisades Air Attack, LAV-1.
Hollywood is good now. Thanks, Sox.
LA Air Tech, go ahead.
VLAT, tanker 914 assigned to the incident, ETA to follow.
Copy 914, VLAT assigned, and I would like to place an order for relief air attack over the fire 1200.
Relief air attack 1200.
Division Yankee, operations on V1.
Yeah, the Hollywood sign is fine. I'm going to get up and do a little bit of cleaning myself and get some things done, but I'm going to continue to be in chat. I will be listening. Thank you guys for being here. There's the water getting dropped right there.
Division Yankee, operations on V1. Operations, D Yankee, go. I got two addresses for you to check. One is on the Palisade Fire, or on the Palisade Fire, the Highlands, which is on the coming from the south, and then also one on the Entrada side of Topanga Canyon reported structure fire. Copy. I'm ready to copy address. First address 1940 Palisade Drive. Second address 21227 Colina Drive, Colina Drive. It's that one's plotting on the east side of Topanga. I copy both. I'll get resources heading that way. Palisades Fire, Comtech.
Palisades Communications.
Radio tag's heading to Will Rogers State Beach for programming mission.
Palisades, Comtech. Palisades Communications copies. If you can stop at the communications units before you depart.
Palisades Communications, we're already on our way.
Palisades Comtech. Palisades Communications copies. You're on your way. If you can drop a IAP at the ground support personnel at Will Rogers staging.
Okay, copy that.
Palisades Comtech. Palisades Communications copies. 0925.
operations on V1.
Operations Tango.
Go for operations.
Operations Tango. I'd like to request closest engine, immediate needs to Division Tango for a structure starting to burn. It's going to be up Carbon Canyon Drive. Closest resource is probably going to be Fire Station 70, and I'll get an address. Yes.
Tango operations.
Go ahead.
Two things. First, for that need, you're going to have to go to your adjoining division or branch 7, see if we can help you out with resources. And then another one, we have a possible wellness check at 18145 Kingsport Drive that I understand do what you can for the structure first, and then check that address out to see if there is a need for assessment.
Yeah, I copy. Break, branch 7, Division Tango.
Operations Night Yankee Zulu, command.
Air attack operations on V1, command.
Operations air attack, go ahead.
Also, suggestion that you can go direct to dispatch and request. We have LA County has 2 scoopers also available that can be utilized to help us out here, so you can get those assigned to the incident, and they can pull directly out of the ocean.
Copy, I'll check on that. Break, LA Palisades air attack V1.
Palisades air attack, LA copies all traffic for the Quebec. Standby 1, we're working on that.
Operations Night Yankee Zulu, command.
Go for operations.
Any update on the request for law enforcement for the excessive civilian traffic in Topanga Canyon?
They do have it.
Communications from Will Rogers on 1.
Palisades Communications.
Yeah, comms from Will Rogers. Can you do me a favor? I can't raise Juliet on their TAC. Just let them know that we have arson and rescue 63 responding to 15321 Friends, which is in their division.
Communications copies. Let Juliet know that arson and rescue 3 are responding to 15321. Can you repeat the street name?
That's rescue 63. Rescue 90.
1521 Charlie on command.
Will Rogers, copy.
Can you repeat the street name for the address?
One 531. Correction. 15321 Friends.
Communications copies.
3 Gulf, command.
Branch 7, Division Tango on command.
$1521 Charlie, night uniform Victor Trainee.
Palisades Air Attack LAV 11 able.
Night Yankee D, Yankee on command.
Palisades Air Attack LA V1 when able.
LA Palisades Air Attack, go ahead.
Palisades Air Attack Tanker 107 lift San Bernardino 0934 ETE 944. Tanker 02 from Fox 931 takeoff ETE 941. Tanker 122 from McCullen liftoff.
Division Juliet, Palisades Communications.
Palisades Air Attack correction. Tanker 122 from McCullen liftoff 918 ETE 1048. Tanker 41 liftoff 929 0940.
Copy all, thank you.
Also, Quebec 1 and Quebec 2 have been approved. Should be launching from Van Nuys shortly.
Copy.
Branch 1, Strike Team 9143 Golf, command.
Branch 1.
Good morning, checking in with you for assignment.
Yeah, Mansville Fire Road and West Ridge Road tie in with Division Alpha.
Division Alpha, copy, thank you.
Air attack operations V1.
Communications, Division Papa. Palisades Communications. I need to request double shifted 32 breakfast clamshells holdover. I need Edison power poles to come out to Edison to remove power poles on RAMBLA Vista and Rambella Pacifica. I have an engine that has been broken down with a flat tire for 18 hours. I need an update on the replacement of the tire. It's off at 9460 Charlie, engine 4694. Let me know if you need additional engine detail. They are located at Duke's, Malibu, Pacific Highway, and Las Flores. In addition, I'm requesting 4 Type 2 water tenders and 3 Type 3 strike teams of Charlies. Division Papa, communications copies. Requesting Edison to remove power poles at Remvala. Can you repeat the address for Edison to arrive at? I was told that Rambella Vista and Rambella Pacifica is not passable due to power poles. I don't currently have an address. It was passed over from Night Papa. It's safe to assume it is close to the Pacific Highway. Communications copies. Second request was update on an engine down for 18 hours in need of a new tire. Confirming that was at Duke's in Malibu near Pacific Highway. Affirmative, 21150 Pacific Highway. And I have the engine information if it needs to be relayed again. The engine was engine 4694, correct? Affirmative.
I just want to thank everybody for being here. We have an active scanner.
Type 2 water tenders. What was your last request? 3 Type 3 strike teams of Charlies.
If you haven't hit the like button, please hit it now and subscribe for more of my videos and coverage.
Palisades Air Attack LAV1.
32 clamshell breakfast. Hold on.
LA Palisades Air Attack, go ahead.
Y'all, look at the screen right now. Look at the screen right now. Oh, my God.
Palisades Air Attack, your 2 Type 3s are Tanker 79, Tanker 95 from Porterville, liftoff 0938, ETE 1018. Your lead plane just took off, Bravo 78 from San Bernardino, ETE 948.
Copy all, thanks.
Division Papa, Palisades Communications.
Go ahead. You could also give me a call if you want me to give you my number.
Go ahead with the phone number when you're ready.
916-837.
You're welcome.
7258.
Communications copies. We'll give you a call.
Deputy Operations, Branch 7, Command.
LA, Quebec 1 and Quebec 2, copy response.
Branch 7, Division Tango.
Division Tango, Branch 7.
Hey, I'm scooping up some engines off the Pacific Coast Highway. Going up Carbon Canyon, there's quite a bit of mop-up and patrol around the structures, few structures burning from the last operational period. If any type engines come available, I'll take them. They can respond to Station 70, the intersection of Carbon Canyon and the Pacific Coast Highway.
Branch 7 copies break. Deputy Operations, Branch 7, Command.
Operations Palisades Communications.
Communications, Branch 7 on command.
Palisades Communications.
Yeah, I'd like to establish a drop point at LA County Station 69, Topanga Canyon, and we'll call it drop point 69, and I'd like to request 4 porta potties and a dumpster to be delivered there.
Communications copies. New drop point at LA County Station 69, Topanga Canyon. Identifier drop point 69, 4 porta potties and a dumpster.
Affirmative, thank you. Day Yankee, Night Yankee Zulu, command.
Communications operations, do you have traffic? I was on air to ground.
Operations Palisades Communications. Reports of a structure fire at 1496 Paseo de Oro.
I copy. You're coming in a little bit scratchy, confirming 1496 and the street name again.
Street name is Paseo de Oro, P-A-S-E-O-D-E-O-R-O.
Operations copy.
Night Yankee Zulu, command.
So right now we have one active helicopter. The other two look like they are filling up with water.
21 Charlie.
Just so you know.
Night uniform Victor training on command.
Thank you for being here, you guys. And I'm hearing the wind is picking up.
LA, Quebec 1 and Quebec 2, cop response. We'll be dipping out of the ocean. Can you confirm the Victor frequency? I have 2 on my comm plan here.
Quebec 1, Quebec 2, LA copy. Stand by for the fixed wing Victor.
Go for Victor training on command.
Victor trainee from 1151 Charlie on command.
Go for Victor training.
Yeah, 1151, we're staged down here at Duke's on Malibu. I'm waiting for one person for crew relief. Where do you want us to go once I get that crew relief?
Hey, what's your total number of resources once you guys are whole?
Four type 3s.
Okay. Plan A is going to be to tie in with Superintendent 16, use Victor, and Shuren and Stunt.
Tie in with Soup 16 and the location again.
Tie in with Victor Actual, Shuren and Stunt, radio towers supporting 1182 Gulf.
Supporting 1182 Golf, copy.
Brent 7, Palisades Communications.
Palisade Communications, LA V11 able. Palisades Communications, LA on V1.
Palisades Communications.
You go ahead and call now. I'm attached to a Starlink.
LA, Palisades Communications. Go ahead with your traffic.
Palisades Communications, we need you to landline LA. Did not receive an IAP. We need to confirm all Victor frequencies.
Airport, correction. Palisades Communications copies. Call you on the landline.
Branch 5, command.
On V1 command.
Division Tango, Branch 7, command.
Air attack operations on V1.
Operations air attack V1.
Hey, we just got a message that we need to stop dipping out of the LA reservoir and use Encino and Lower Stone reservoirs.
I copy, I'll pass that along.
Deputy Operations, Branch 7, command.
Branch 7 operations.
Go ahead.
Yeah, you might be sitting in a meeting. You got something we can relay to him.
Yeah, affirmative. Two things. He's missing some goldenrods for accountability from, I'm not sure what division, if you could figure out what division he needs. And also with Division Tango not being on the 204s, that division's requesting some resources as we go in. If you concur, we'll just have them utilize the Division Papa TAC.
Yeah, affirmative. Should be fairly light for now.
Copy, and if you could just shoot me a text or have them shoot me a text of which accountability they need, I'll get it to them ASAP.
Yeah, copy, and just make sure the resources know they come out, what tack they're going to be on, and that the adjoining knows that they're on the same ones as you normally would.
Yep, affirmative.
Branch 5 operations V1.
Go ahead.
Hey, can you work out who's the best person to send here? But we got a fire located at address of 1496 Paso de Oro. Looks like it's in that Highlands part of the of Palisades Drive.
Branch 5 copies.
in branch 5.
Go ahead for branch 7.
Hey, Eric, if I can go direct with Papa to grab some resources, would you be all right with that?
Yeah, firm, you'll just have to coordinate the priority. She was requesting additional resources just a few ago for the amount of work she had, but yep, you can go direct with her.
I copy. It'll probably be just like a search. So if we can use them as a search, and I'll identify it with her, but it'll be 1107 Alpha.
Copy.
Yeah, I concur. This is Division Papa. If you need 1105 Papa, that's fine.
It'll be 1107 Alpha, the LA County strike team that you got this morning. If we need to surge them into Division Mike, I've met with the strike team leader, let him know. Now I'm just conferring with you guys.
Yeah, he told me that you already took 2 of the engines, correct?
I don't believe so.
Okay, I believe he inserted 2 of his engines up in there. So if you take the whole strike team, just let me know.
Branch 5.
Division Papa. Oh, yes, 2800.
Division Papa.
Division Tango took 2 engines from 2800 Alpha up to that structure fire on Carbon Canyon.
I copy. I got the numbers mixed up. Division Tango, Division Papa. Command.
Go ahead, Tango.
Branch 7, Palisades Communications.
Division Papa, Division Tango, go ahead.
Yeah, the engines that were inserted up in your division was off of the 2800 Alpha strike team.
Copy 2800 Alpha. And I'm just going to keep driving around up this Carbon Canyon. I don't have any resources assigned to me, but we're definitely finding work.
Yeah, I'm requesting additional resources, so we're just filling from Peter to pay Paul.
Division Zulu, branch 10 on command. Zulu. Hey, do you copy on air command? I'm going to start working retardant from Yankee into Zulu. I heard that. Yeah, copy. I'm working my way up, I believe it's Estrada Lane now. Maybe I'll tie in with you.
Yeah, I'm up Estrada quite a ways onto that fire road, the Eagle Fire Road. I'm working my way out, just kind of getting a feel for the land right now.
Division Papa, Division Mike, man. Division Papa, Mike, come in.
Division Papa Branch 5.
Branch 5, Papa.
Mike's going to need that surge strike team 1107 Alpha if we can have them report to Sunset and PCH.
Copy.
I know you're strapped for resources, and I really appreciate it.
No worries.
Have them come up on CDF TAC 29 and report to Mike.
CDF TAC 29, Division Mike.
Tally comms from Will Rogers, radio check.
Golf, engine 16 on command.
Division Alpha from Contingency East on command.
Looks like we need another view. They're going back to refuel. There's several helicopters up.
Go for operations.
We shouldn't have a problem finding another
Have 2 reports of fire with 2
area.
addresses when you're ready.
Go ahead.
Reports of fire at 161 Annika Drive, AN.
Look at this.
And reports of fire threatening a residence at 16040 Sunset.
Oh, that's 161 Annika Drive and 16040 Sunset.
That's not live, though.
First address is 16100.
16100, thank you.
Hold on. I can't with my...
Operations Branch
my
5
feed.
copies that traffic. If I can get the addresses one more time, I'll push them in units in.
Let's look at some ground
Thank you, Branch
footage.
5, good job. The address is 16100 Annika, ANOKA Drive, and 16040 Sunset.
Hey, Franny, good to see you.
Branch 5.
1107 Alpha, Division Papa on command. Strike Team 1107 Alpha, Division Papa on command.
LA on the Victor 1, Quebec 1 and Quebec 2. LA on the Victor 1, Quebec 1 and Quebec 2 en route. 5 minutes on the timer.
Division Victor, Branch 7, command. Division Victor, Branch 7.
Operations, Palisades Communications.
Go for operations.
Reports of a structure fire at 5255 Topanga Canyon at Topanga Lumber.
Copy. Resources are in the area. Thank you.
Communications copies.
Communications night, Uniform Victor, trainee. All night resources are off the line.
We're back with the aerial view, guys. This is a
Division
live look.
07 Alpha, Division Papa on command.
I know. Thank you for being here, Franny. Everybody, thank you for being here. If you haven't hit that like button and subscribed, please do. Let's get the truth out in the algorithm, right? The scanner, robbing Peter to pay Paul. We're hearing the truth on the scanner.
Division 143 Golf Command.
On command.
Papa from Strike Team Layer 1120 up on command.
Being reassigned. You know when you're ready?
Repeat your traffic.
You're being reassigned. Let me know when you're ready for the information.
Ready.
Division Mike. CDF TAC 29. Sunset and Pacific Coast Highway.
1107 copy. Switching to Division Mike. Will be on TAC 20. Rallying at Sunset and PCH.
TAC 29.
Yeah, copy that. TAC 29. Division Mike. 1107. Copy.
Division Papa.
These views are so sad. Look at the beach.
Telecom.
Oh, my God.
Radio check on command from Will Rogers.
Oh, my God. That one house is spared. Look at that.
Telecoms, radio check on command from Will Rogers.
Welcome back, Cheryl. Look at these views, guys. These are live views. It is daylight. The sun is out. This is what daylight looks like.
Division Yankee, Branch 10 on command.
How does that work for air conditionings in houses and stuff? Like if you want to turn on the AC, even though you're staying indoors, how is that filtered?
Palisades, Helco, Camarillo, Helibase on command.
You know what I mean? How do you filter that bad air? You better be careful, JoJo.
Zulu.
Palisades, Helco, Camarillo, Helibase.
Branch 5, operations on command, V1.
Go ahead.
Hey, do me a favor as you're making your travels through your branch. If we see resources flowing heavy water, master streams, and it can be done better with getting in there with hand lines, let's go ahead and switch over to conserve that water pressure, please.
Yeah, sir.
Keep your windows closed. Keep your windows and legs closed, guys. Just kidding.
Division Union, 2140 Charlie on command.
Houses are going to be ruined just from smoke damage, guys. Houses are going to be ruined just from smoke damage. Look at these houses on the beach in Malibu. This is Malibu. JoJo. You saw a melted car? Oh my God. Kevin.
Communications, Branch 7, command.
Palisades Communications.
Smokey in Long Beach.
I'd like to establish another drop point at 69 Bravo.
Charlie Sheen. F Charlie Sheen. Can't stand that guy.
Communications copies a new drop point at 69 Bravo.
And I'll let
sorry for
the
his house, but I can't
resources
stand
folks
him.
come up with a numbering convention on what they want there.
Communications copies.
I'm glad your brother left.
Division Papa.
Communications.
Drop point at Dukes, Malibu, 21150 Pacific Coast Highway.
Planning operations on V1.
The helicopters are heavy in Topanga.
Palisades Communications, radio check on command. Will Rogers.
Palisades Communications, Will Rogers.
Comms from Will Rogers, read you loud and clear. Just so you know, the radio guy showed up and he's fixing our radios right now.
Communications, please. Break.
On command.
Oh, I hate that show. He's such a chauvinist. I can't stand him. And I hate that entire show. Sorry to be negative,
Palisades
Nelly.
air attack, Camarillo Helibase on command.
Division pop-out, Palisades Communications.
Go ahead.
Can you repeat your traffic?
We would like a drop point at Dukes, Malibu, 21150 Pacific Coast Highway.
Communications copies, confirming new drop point at 21150 Malibu Pacific Highway.
Pacific Coast Highway. The business name is Dukes, Malibu.
Dukes in Malibu, 1019.
Yeah, didn't he spread...
Additionally, do you need the information for the tire replacement?
They're still working on this tire replacement. Didn't he spread, like, venereal diseases to women? He's a disgusting pig. Anyways.
LA Palisades air attack on V1.
Anyways,
Palisades air attack on V1. Go ahead for LA.
he's a pig.
I'd like to order a relief lead airplane for Palisades Fire, 1400 over the incident.
I hate when we get this view. It's so scary.
Relief lead, 1400 over the incident.
The only movie I liked with him in it was Where They Were the Garbage Men. Him and Emilio Estevez. It was like, they were garbage men. I can't remember the name of the movie. But only because I like Emilio Estevez. I hate Charlie Sheen.
Operations, Palisades Communications.
Go for operations.
Oh, no, not Johnny Carson.
I have 3 addresses when you're ready.
Go ahead.
Structure fire at 283 Trino Way, Trino.
Structure fire after structure fire.
One, this is air attack.
Erno. Final report is another structure fire at 217 Amalfi Drive, AMALFI.
Communications, your steps on for a little bit there. You're going to have to repeat all those addresses.
Oh, my gosh.
Operations, do you have a cell service?
Hey, communications coming in very scratchy, hard to read.
Operations, communications, we'll try to give you a call on a cell.
There goes the news helicopter.
77 Lima, phase 1 on command.
I have the flight radar up. You can see Fire 1 is coming back into Topanga. We have a news helicopter, and then Fire 3 looks like it's filling up with water up here at the top. There's 2 helicopters dropping water.
Air attack, Camarillo Helibase on LAC V1.
Nothing going over Malibu. Just over Topanga Canyon is where they're focusing. I see 2 helicopters that are out dropping water from my perspective here.
77
217 Lima, Helco on the command channel.
Good morning, Misty. Thank you for holding down the fort last night, baby.
Operations Branch 7, command.
Go ahead.
Deputy Yass was offering me up some dozers, and I don't have any text service to get back to him, but I could use an agency Lima and reporting location. They'll be working for Division Victor. Reporting location will be 69 Bravo, or if we don't have agency, just a max of two tractors.
Hey, stand by. I'm going to hit you when we're in a little better spot. I can't hear you.
Palisades, Helco, Camarillo, Helibase, on command.
Ember, that is terrifying. This aerial view is a live view, guys.
Palisades, Helco, Camarillo, Helibase, on command.
I'm going to get rid of this chat box for a little bit.
Palisades Communications, Night, Yankee Zulu.
Palisades Communications.
All night, Yankee Zulu. Resources are off the line. Returning to base camp.
277, water tender.
Night, Yankee Zulu. Communications copies.
See, now there's 2 fire helicopters up there now. Fire 1 and Fire 4. Fire 3 and
Operations
Fire 3.
Branch 5.
3 helicopters. Fire 1, 2, and 3. We have no idea how many fatalities yet. And this is a live look at the hillside. I don't like that there. I'm going to put it back down here. Look at that. Look at that smoke. I'm not a fan of Triscuits. I like Ritz and cheese.
Branch 10 operations, you got traffic.
I saw that Long Beach hippie.
Operations Branch 5.
Branch 5, go for operations.
What is the odds of trying to get some surge resources from LA City to try and hit some of these, knock them down, and then release them?
You came in broken. Repeat. Are you asking for additional resources?
Affirmative. Some surge resources from LA City. We'll bring them in, have them knock it down, and then we'll push them out.
Stand by. Let me see what we can do on that. Also, I got some addresses. Can you please check on them and see if they're in your area? Let me know when you're ready to copy addresses.
Is it the 283 Trino and the 217 Anafi?
Correct, those two, and then I got 325 Aderno, Aderno, and a 1632 Michael Lane.
Numerics for Avino.
And then I'll make a phone call about some surge package.
Can you give me the numerics for the Avino address?
325 Aderno.
Branch 5.
We got the overlay back with the streets on the map, guys. You guys want to take a look at those streets?
#51 Golf, Zulu on command. Yeah, go ahead. #51 Golf, Zulu on command, go ahead.
Branch 1, Branch 5.
Branch 1.
You clear a copy and address.
Good.
1625 Michael Lane. Appears to be in Division Alpha.
And call for assistance?
Firm per ops.
Branch 10, Branch 1.
Go for Branch 10.
Yeah, Branch 10, disregard. Branch 5, Branch 1.
Go ahead.
Do you have resources in the Pacific Palisades area? That was in Branch 5 last shift. And Division Foxtrot doesn't have any resources presently.
Yeah, firm. We'll get somebody to check that.
I copy, thank you.
Division Charlie trainee, Division Charlie, command.
Branch 7, Palisades Communications.
Communications, Branch 7, go ahead.
advise an address for your new drop point at 69 Bravo.
Yep, stand by at CLA County Fire Department, 69 Bravo, Helibase, but I'll get you an address.
Comms, Branch 7, safety trainee, on command.
Palisades Communications.
The address for 69 Bravo is 22500 Saddle Peak Road, 22,500 Saddle Peak Road. The cross is just west of Tuna Canyon Road.
Go for Hanks on crew tech.
Communications copies.
Go for Hanks on crew tech. Copy.
I'm here. Let's get out of that. Let's see. Palisades. Here's some ground view here.
Branch 10, Helco Command.
Let's hear what he's saying.
My boy's workout room is gone. You can see it. I have nothing. Everything's gone.
Oh, man.
I have nothing. Nothing left.
This is sad.
I'm so sorry you're going through this. A lot of work goes into a house.
20-some years on it. I just had my roof done 4 months ago.
Oh, my
I
God.
just had a whole new roof done because they were damaged from the winds earlier in the year, and I had my roof done. I mean, I did some renovations. I put everything I had into this. Everything I had worked so hard for, and it's gone.
Poor guy. This
How
is
was the
heartbreaking.
evacuation? Were you able to get out?
Heartbreaking.
With time, with stuff you
Well,
needed? Or?
no, we evacuated ourselves because as we were looking into the fire was right there in that mountain there, and we were not getting any evacuation notices at all. We were going through our phones and checking everything out. We saw evacuations on the east side of the city, but we were not getting anything over here. At 3 o'clock in the morning, my wife and the kids, Dad, we got to go. I said, let me write it down. I was waiting to see if it would get a little better. I still wasn't getting any ambers over here. It wasn't that close, but at 3:15, 3:20, we were out the driveways with our cars out, and then that's when we saw the sheriff department saying, "Oh, okay, mandatory evacuation." But this time we were already in our cars. We're getting ready to go. We were loaded and ready to go, whatever we could grab right away. But we didn't get anything else. We got a notice on our phone to evacuate. Well, we're already off, but maybe on the freeway, a couple of miles away from our property, from this here. But we didn't get anything else. We didn't get ourselves here in this area. I did not get an alert. I didn't get an evacuation notice.
Wow. Okay. So you took proactive. Action.
Yes, yeah. Because we saw everything that was going on, so my wife prepared some bags and whatever we can grab really quick and threw it in the cars.
Take me back to when did you decide to drive back here when there was still fire going on? Was that yesterday?
That was yesterday around 9:30 in the morning. About 9:30 in the morning, and I'll be honest with you, maybe I shouldn't have done it, but my boys and I were determined to see where were we, because we have my daughter. She lives up on the Canyon Crest, up the hill, and we didn't know what was going on with her, so we wanted to go check out her house, but we couldn't go further than this. There was fires on both sides of the streets. The cables were on the street. I mean, and I did silly things. I just drove up. I just decided to do it, and we did it, but it wasn't a good idea.
This seems like a very, obvious question, but I assume you were gutted seeing the flames. How did you feel when you saw the flames?
Oh, my heart dropped. I couldn't believe it. I couldn't just think. It was something so unreal. It was my whole life that got in flames. It was unbelievable. And as I'm coming up the street, I'm thinking, please God, let it be one of those homes that are spared, like my neighbors. Thank God, luckily he did, And I was hoping that would be one of them. I don't know why, but I had this little thing. Maybe it's one of them, but no. It was in flames. It was in golden flames. It was pretty bad. My other neighbor, his house was gone. My neighbor's house was gone. Mine was still on fire. My back house was still on fire. And like I said, everything was on fire by this time. Around 9:30, you couldn't see. It was pitch black. Cables all down, fires left and right, and we just had to get out of here. The boys and I just left.
Are you comfortable walking a little bit further in to see?
Yeah, we can do. Yeah, show you. This is my front entrance here. I have a bedroom, so you can see the fires are still on. My bedroom was all on this side. Living room, my kitchen, my TV room here. My TV room, my patio, my back patio is gone. Garage with storage room. My boy's workout room. back house. My avocado tree, I think it survived. My tree survived. My barbecue area is gone. Backyard.
Two trees survived, huh?
The trees, yeah. My lemon tree and my orange tree survived. Everything else is gone. My tool shed gone. Everything. My grandson's toys all gone. Everything I had in the garage, camping gear, my quads in the back, they're gone, melted to pieces. So I tried to drive around the back yesterday because I couldn't see if this was on fire or not. Everything here was on fire. Talking about 50 feet up in there, flames up 50 feet up in the air. I couldn't get back there, so I couldn't really see if this was still standing. My quads are gone. Everything.
I'm so sorry.
The whole neighborhood is gone. I can't even imagine what we're gonna do. And I know it's not just me, but you know, personally, I'm pretty sure everybody feels the same way. You know, everybody worked so hard to build, but they can't. And something like this happens, it's, I don't want to say it's unfair, but I mean, it's, hey, what are we gonna do? You know?
Is it too early to start? Have you started looking at the insurance stuff? Or?
My wife is, she's holding it together better than I am. So I think she's already contacted them. I have to get with her and see where we're at. But as we left the night before at 3 a.m. This morning, we went to my sister's and just left. We didn't know what to do. So we just went and stayed with her. Now we're back to see what the reality of it. Now we need to move on and find out where we're going to stay. I mean, it's my kids and I and my grandson. We're going to have to find a place to stay, or I don't know. I honestly don't know how long we can stay at her place, but my sister's helping us out a little bit.
It's amazing. I mean, wow. Well, thank you for talking to me.
Yeah.
How's, another question we were curious about is how's the air quality? I know you're wearing a mask.
Yeah.
Are you worried about the air quality?
Yes, it is. I'm worried. My daughter is asthmatic and my wife is asthmatic, so I really, really want them to be here, but they had to be here. I couldn't hold them from not coming here. So they have their inhalers and all ready to go. But the air quality it's pretty bad. Yesterday was insane. Yesterday was just horrible. I mean, you can't even see from here to that tree. So, but it seems like it's gotten better, lined up, but it's still pretty bad.
Yeah. I mean, this is another obvious question, but did you ever imagine the flames coming down the hills?
Never. We thought as the winds were blowing and we were watching the news and listening to the some of the things that were going on the phones and all that. We're saying the winds were going southeast. So southeast will be okay. And I mean, unfortunately, it's where it started, the Eden Canyon side, the Altadena side towards east of Lake. And when we heard it was coming towards Lake, I was like, okay, now it's getting a little bit closer. But we will see the fire and the flames up on the mountain over there. And I mean, we never thought it's coming this way. We really thought the winds were going to shift it over to the southeast as we were listening to, as we were hearing that it's the southeast winds and going in that direction. I can never imagine coming over here, coming back to this. I mean, I was thinking we're going to come back and grab the rest of our stuff if we can, if we have some type of damages, but not devastating damages like this. Never did we imagine we would lose our city like this.
Yeah, that's my next question. So, obviously this is your neighborhood, your part of town here has been leveled.
Yeah.
But the fires also took out Palisades.
Yeah, they did. Yeah, I know.
What do you think of the scale of this?
It's from 1 to 10. It's a 10. It's bad. It's really, really bad. There's I want to say there's thousands of us that don't know what we're gonna do, don't know where we're gonna go. And there's just thousands of people. I don't know how many thousands of structures were damaged, but it's a lot. I don't know how we're gonna be able to everybody get the help that we need, because we're definitely gonna need help. We're definitely gonna need help.
What would you like the rest of the country to know about what happened here in LA?
I just be prepared. Just be prepared. As soon as you see anything, depending on the area you live, just be prepared. I thought I was prepared, and now I found out that we were not. We should have been better prepared. We should have evacuated earlier. I shouldn't have the mindset of sticking around and see what I could do to save our property, but that would have been disastrous. That would have been bad. Luckily, my wife and my kids, they didn't let me stay, and we all left, but we could have been better prepared. So let's make sure that we all have our insurances and have all that together, because at this point, once you experience something like this, what else? I mean, what else can we do? I wouldn't know what to do.
Were you able to find anything salvageable, like sort of pictures or mementos?
No, my niece found two coffee mugs that were given to her by my mom. She passed away 4 years ago next week, and they were just there untouched. That's unbelievable. That's I don't know how to explain. I got my wife, some of her pots are in there. I mean, some of her kitchen pots and things like that. But other than that, I don't think there's anything else that we can salvage. Gone. Everything's gone.
Again, thank you so much for talking to me.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm sorry you went through this, and I hope things work out.
We'll hope we will. We'll hope we will. Okay. We'll hope we will.
Thank
all
you.
Right?
Thanks for allowing me to enter your house.
Yeah. All right. Yeah.
Sir, just briefly, just to make sure I get it. How old are you?
54 years old.
54.
Uh-huh.
You lived here for how many years again?
21 years.
21 years.
Uh-huh.
Thank you.
Okay.
And did I ask you for the spelling of your name? Sorry.
Juan, Juan, Perez, Perez.
Thank you.
Remember when Bass was asked about the National Guard? She didn't answer. I'm gonna put the scanner back on. It is lighting up on fire.
Focused on the northern end on Mulholland, keeping people off. There were people walking in and out off of Reseda. So as this thing gets more and more active, I'm definitely going to need your guys' assistance to keep that clear of civilians.
Roger, we'll start working on it now.
Thank you.
Thank you, Proud Fur Mom. I appreciate it. Prayers for LA for sure. It's a lot to watch. I appreciate you guys being here.
Rescue 903, sick person, 8735 Balboa Boulevard.
Here come the lowriders. Dun, 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 dun. Just kidding. Dun, 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 dun. Low rider. Trying to put some humor in it. I know nothing's funny. Fuck, this sucks.
Sick person, 1546.
FEMA is telling people to apply, but whatever that means. Look at this. It's that guy's house. Let's see if we've got our chopper back up yet. Yep, we're back up in the air, guys. We're back up in the air with the live aerial view. All right, so there we go. We are live. Back up in the air. See all those cell towers?
13 from Extra, Rescue 13. Rescue 13, we just want to make patient. He's walking in his apartment now. Rescue 13, Roger.
Oh, and don't you...
This is Rescue 13.
Hold on.
Contact. Rescue 13.
Don't you love how the mayor also said there was 1,000 structures destroyed? And they're like, oh, that could be a shed. That could be a vehicle. Well, on here it says 2,000 structures destroyed. You're welcome, Robin. Thank you. Everything is 0% contained. It is a mess. The scanner is very active. So I'm going to just turn it over to the scanner so you guys can hear the truth of what's going on. We heard dispatchers saying we're robbing Peter to pay Paul. It's bad.
So if we don't have any spots for those other two hand crews, we could definitely use them up here to tie in this swap over between us and basically where 233 came down from the top.
Roger. Hey, do you need myself and my guys over there with you? Because we have minimal pop-up over here on our side.
I mean, once you're done, if you want to start making your way over, see what my other two guys are doing off the hand trail or the foot trail that me and you walked earlier. We're probably
1,000 to 15 feet in on that yellow hose line and hand line that they put in yesterday. So we're quite a ways back, and we were going to just start working our way back, getting smokers. Roger. Additionally, I think we may end up having a good amount of work over here as the sun's coming up and waking everything up over here. That copy. I was going to call him on his cell.
Having a slope reversal?
Yeah, I mean, I know not to base our decisions on aircraft, but if them scoopers keep doing what they're doing, you're looking really good, in my opinion. And I do think we're going to get some engines here.
Yeah, copy. Talking with Alpha, he says he has one Charlie.
Yeah, I just ran into him right now.
Okay, copy. Yeah, Jake was kind of supporting it, so I think you're good. I'd like to get to the north end of that, though. You kind of stay with it to the north and not let it, cheat down to the drainage well ahead of you to the north.
Yeah, I concur with that. We'll get things rolling here a little bit. I'll get right back to you.
Copy, because if it crosses north of you and makes a run down canyon, you saw what it did on the other side of the Sullivan Ridge yesterday. It doesn't look pretty to get on the T side.
Yeah, I agree. I agree. That's it.
Just keep me updated if you would. I'd really like to know once you hit the northern edge that touches down into the drainage.
Yeah, I copy.
Rescue 78 cancel. Rescue 102, you're attached.
Medic emergency B18, West Floor. Rescue 61, isn't it? Paramedic. 41 on tack. Go. I just relayed your message. The hand crew just got on scene. I told them that you could use a hand crew on your side. We're going to finish up our work right here, and then we'll marry up with you. Also, we're going to be operating on Zone 45, 16 direct. Copy, Zone 45, 16 direct for the hand crews. We're going to start working the smokers off of our hose line, so I'll just marry up with them when they get up here. There may be more work than just one crew, but we'll see what they want to do.
Engine 86, medical alarm. 4029, Willow Crest Avenue.
One. HE2 Park Ranger, I copied all. I'm en route. Are you talking about the eastern section?
Unconscious intersection of 3rd Street and Compton.
Metro from we're at the intersection of Altamira and Glen. Find no TA. Do you have a description of the vehicle?
Rescue 27, I was trying to call back. Nothing further.
From 839, did you guys send over the EPCR?
Yeah, 839. It's en route now.
Roger, thanks.
Rescue 15, immediate dispatch. Intersection of Pico and Union. Rescue 15, CPR, Roger.
I kept the 201, ripped out a pump, let it fill up, you know if you need it more. Roger.
For Metro.
For 270, 27, patients receiving transport.
Rescue 827, cancel.
Rescue 73, typical respiration, 7722, Reseda Boulevard. Rescue 874, unconscious person 10, 539 Woodward Avenue.
Hey, Engine 41 from Engine 7. What's the crew that I have coming up to work with us? Engine 7, Engine 41. They haven't verified what crew yet. Copy.
Sunset AC, Fire 1, overhead. Fire 1 from Sunset IC, is that you overhead? Fire 1's overhead, and with the tank of water, how can we help you? Yeah, if you could give us a little aerial recon on any hot spots, and at the very north end of the fire, I have engine 233. They said that there has been some spots in the green that they're worried about once the sun gets on it, so we're looking to get some water dumped on it. If you want to just do a quick aerial recon, let me know what you think maybe the priority is, and then I'll have you go direct with engine 233. Copies that. This is my first time here as well, so I'll take a recon, let you know how much, and I'll look for 233. Copy that. For your orientation, Alpha is Curson to the west. Runyon Canyon Walking Trail is Zulu to the east. Thank you, sir.
Rescue 89, unconscious person 75, 07 Simpson Avenue.
It's 11 South Grand.
Environmental response 2. ER2. Assigned you the brush fire, Yarnell and Foothill. We're going to show you on scene. Engine 73 fall, 18056 Sattaway Street.
Construction 4, construction 17.
Yeah, go.
You have cell phone service?
firm.
Go for Zulu. Ventura County Crew 11 now up to your division. Talk to operations there. Said go up kind of by your engine. We're up and running now. Do you have any further direction on crew needs up here? Yeah, if you could, Rob, right behind the engine. We'll just do a face-to-face once you get here. Copy that. I already tapped your location. Just looking best access for that edge up there.
Metro, Battalion 705, shows radio 82.
Battalion 705, radio 82.
Do me a favor, scout ahead. Get eyes on what you think you might be able to do. I'll feel maybe a little bit there. Other than that, it's looking pretty good. We can put some water on that shoulder on Zulu for you. Fire 1 from IC, you were stepped on. Can you go with that report again? Fire 1, yeah, it's looking pretty good. The heel on Alpha might be a smoker there, and the shoulder on Zulu. I think we're going to put the water on Zulu's shoulder for now. It's looking pretty good. Yeah, do you see anything else that we can't see up here? Yeah, engine 233, can you go direct with Fire 1, explain those areas of concern on the north side? IC from engine 233, roger. Airship from 233 on TAC. Go ahead, 33. Yeah, directly below our location, right up above the end of Kherson, we've got a smoker or two in the green that are in the shade that we're concerned about once a day if things come in alignment. Did you see those? 33, is that you on the down at the bottom, Zulu? Negative, we're at the top of the fire up on West Trail. Okay, got you now. Right, that location one more time. Yeah, it's right about your 3 o'clock right now, right below the trail. And, we'll put a water drop there right now. Roger. Engine 233 from IC. Go ahead.
1347, Delta.
What you're talking about? Negative, it's one more ridge over towards Alpha. We'll get some water and we'll come back and one more ridge over. Hey Matt, you up on 3? Yeah, go ahead and start pushing. We're just going to hit this.
We're call from where I'm at. How far up are you looking to get up? I go standing at the top of the bridge.
later, stand by. Metro Engine 73, can I get a BLS ambulance?
All divisions on the Sunset incident. We're going to convert to a VHF comm plan with our assisting agencies. So the VHF comm plan is LA County V16 direct on Zone 45. Zone 45 V16 direct. We'll do a radio check in a couple of minutes. Make sure all your people know.
They're 19th Street. And you've been added with Rescue 9 unconscious 531 South St. Louis.
Metro Battalion 705, show 6 is radio.
Battalion 705, 6 is radio.
Metro Fire from Engine 6, suspect is still on scene. ICD.
Engine 6, roger.
Y'all, this is scary. I'm sorry, I was outside taking my dogs out. I'm out of breath. We just went for a walk.
Heavy
This is
equipment
scary.
5, Dozer 10. Back.
Yeah, those are, go ahead, move for 5. Q's gonna make contact with you here.
Copy that. Can you resend us the numbers?
And I'm out of shape. Just FYI.
9, watch in out in 930, address at 531 San Julian, 609.
Guys, just up here on the top side. Correction. You're gonna go on the road, and we're just gonna track across to the lower with the Dozer 45, and we're going to the lower piece, but no transport needed.
250, stabbing, protection.
Hey, Dozer 45, come on back down to the road.
Fire is approaching Mount
And
Wilson,
just track
guys.
the road. We're going to go to the lower section. 4-5.
Eaton Fire is now approaching Mount Wilson.
Sure, just confirming we're moving over to LA County V16. Car 1. Yeah, V16 direct is our primary comms if you have the ability. Yeah, we have it. I'll switch over now and check it with you. Copy.
yeah, keep heading up the road.
Yeah, we're watching it get engulfed, guys. Oh my God. Look how fast it's coming.
Metro
too.
from
Oh my
engine
God.
89.
Look
Show
how
us around
fast
NBC
it
not
happens.
taking, and attached truck 89 door incident also.
In 89, Roger. I'm showing you en route. Attached truck 89.
This is Mount Wilson.
Rescue 9, we're unable to gain access to the building. Get an RP come down and open it up.
Roger, stand by.
Look at this.
Metro from Rescue 989, attach us to that call in place of engine 89. Metro from engine 89, keep engine 89 and truck 89 attached to the incident.
Rescue 989, remain available. We'll punch you up in 88 first then.
Ready, NBC not taking.
26, we show you range for 26.
Oh my God.
Rescue 04, person down, 550 South Peter.
Guys, this is terrible.
41, it's just going to be you and 42 working this upper piece.
Look at the left side view of Mount. This is Mount Wilson.
Rest.
Look at the left-hand side view.
Rescue 39, seizure 14401 Houston Street. 75, traffic accident, intersection of Laurel Canyon Boulevard and Grand.
That's all they need is a car accident on Laurel Canyon, right? This is horrific. Horrific. Oh my God.
Heavy equipment 2, Dozer 10. If you want to get by, if you're coming down, I found a white spot. Let me know if you want to get by.
Oh my word.
64, person down, intersection of Clovis, Southern Street.
Q 864, we're available. Cancel and put us in there.
Thank you for that, Jammers.
264. Engine 264, cancel.
Hey, Sherry.
Truck 27 for Metro.
Hey, Sherry. This is really sad.
Corey, go one more time.
Sure we find nobody. Yeah, for this.
It's still 0% contained. Misty, that's horrific.
Number 12, Dozer 5, let's try one more time. I got you loud and clear. Sure.
This is Mount Wilson.
Four is unable to pitch. Truck 27, yes, landline 4, Captain.
See that small spot fire right there? See that? That's going to probably get bigger with this wind. See that little fire? Oh my God. And it's right next to like the electrical box. That shit's going to blow up. That shit's going to blow up. Oh my God.
Headache 53, East 107. Rescue 51, unconscious, LAX, satellite 2.
Oh my gosh, jammers. Oh my God, look, it's getting bigger.
Driver 12, Dozer Team 5. Go ahead.
Look at that.
Driver 12, Dozer 5, radio check. Good check.
Wait, hold on.
Metro and Truck 9, you start to Lucas device forensic.
Truck 9, AP4. District. Were you even at the Truck 9 for a Lucas device?
Did it go out?
Unit 6. Copies, let me get up here to a white spot.
Metro, can you show boat 23 on the radio?
On the radio.
Hollywood sign is fine.
Go ahead for construction 4.
Whoa.
Yeah, I thought you guys were kind of held over the spot. Never mind.
This is a cardiac arrest.
That's my cardiac arrest.
Roger, rescue 3.
This is really bad. This is not good.
Rescue 78, sick person, 4939 Laurel Canyon Boulevard. Engine 72. Engine 72, fall 6233 Burial Avenue, across the Irwin.
Metro Line 474, radio check on
Light Force 74, loud and clear on 8.
Well, the sign is iconic, guys. I cared about the sign last night. It is iconic. I mean, let's not. We do care about everything and all the people. Here's a headline. Heartbroken Paris Hilton. Watch her Malibu house burn to the ground on a live. She did it live. Like, I'd be interested in watching that shit, but after this is over, like, I don't want to watch that right now. You know what I mean? Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if they can, Lucid, because of the wind and the fires and stuff. There's really no words. Look at the, oh my God. Look at the bottom part of your screen.
Hey, Dozer 5, Construction 4. I just want to confirm, did you grab an ISU when you stopped by camp there?
That's a negative. We were We did not.
Okay, are you aware of the comm changes?
CDF contact 25 for our side. And air to ground 50.
Yeah, affirm, and if you wanted CDF air to ground 6 is air to ground command.
Construction 4, I got you. Is our comp good with you? Is it audible? I mean, are we doing good with the comp?
Yeah, affirm, I got excellent comms with you.
Okay, I copy. We had to find extra antennas. We're back in business with the dozer radios. I copy.
From Metro. It's 3 Metro. Four on the radio with Ninja 3 on C and Cedar, attention North Figueroa.
10-675 Van Owen Street, Project 5 Warren Avenue.
Eight 14 Fall 450 East Adams.
Metro from Rescue 872. We can take that run for engine 72.
82, cardiac arrest, 6128, yes.
Remain available.
Read the same incident, 864 is on.
AP82 attaches to engine 82 following sample room.
Pressing route. Engine 82, you're canceled. Diamond.
Dozer 10, AG5.
Go ahead for Dozer 10.
You with them right now, construction 4? I was just seeing their progress, see if they got up to the street yet.
Yeah, they're working their way down. I just had to tie in with them real quick.
Alright, no worries.
Yeah, heavy equipment 2 wants them to just track across the street over to the lower section, so I have the gate open. I can come back and pilot them through if they want.
Yeah, copy that. He's aware.
Metro engine 82, are we canceled?
82, yes.
Metro from engine 65, cancel the rescue.
Rescue 33, canceled.
Metro, you got traffic 257?
Rescue 257, you were canceled.
Engine 77, fall 7730, San Cola Avenue.
FR11, sick person 2110. Chastain 765, South Road.
Rescue 60, difficult respiration, 5115, Lancashire Boulevard.
Stand by.
Metro engine 72, attaching ALS rescue.
Engine 72, Rescue 72 from quarters.
Metro from engine 3, can we get an ALS for us there, please?
Metro engine 264, staging at 11 and down. Advising to use.
64, roger.
Yeah, go ahead.
Is it pretty much just doing the same as before, looking across at it?
I had to bounce across. I'm going to bounce back over there right now.
5, 6. Down 705, 16.
48, Edna Street.
I believe he's up on the West Ridge looking across at it. He might be able to give you some info.
Operation, do you confirm gate 27?
Roger.
411 South Kelson.
Hey, we don't find anything. Do you have any further?
PD on the public sidewalk.
Roger, they were notified. .3848 East. Rescue 27 unconscious. 5636.
Rescue 81. Chest name 13048 Etna Street, across the S left, engine 102.
We're on scene. You don't find anything. Do you have any further?
Up on channel 16.
Rescue 59, we're on scene. We don't find anything. Do you have any further?
Rescue 59 just about to find.
4, we'll take that for engine 264.
Engine 70.
Metro 804, do you have anything further?
Q804. Stand by.
Yeah, go ahead. Pick up around.
Driver 12, turn the pickup around.
Careful, forward. We're on the station.
F64, you can remain. E66, diabetic, 4714 South Blue.
Brush Patrol 98, Radio 98, Roger. 9 on 7, how do you read?
29, loud and clear.
Copy, how do you show our status?
County 9, quarters 37.
Yeah, copy, MDC is not taken. Show us Radio 69.
Battalion 9, Radio 69.
And 803, Satisfy Street, across the river. Rescue 9889 now at cardiac arrest. Rescue 77 is attached with you.
989.
Four for Metro.
Rescue 105 status check.
Four for Metro. 4804.
Rescue 804, did you copy your FCC message? Rescue 804 station is outside, standing between Rescue 3 and 2 apparatus.
They're following.
Rescue 105 status check.
11.
Engine 211.
Best Engine 211, you can cancel. Give me an 800 emergency.
Engine 211, roger. Rescue 811 quarters. Rescue 20, you're canceled.
Metro Rescue 26, Show Rescue 26 in quarters.
Rescue 26, roger. Quarters, 26.
Is your fire from Fireboat 23? Can you show boat 23 quarters 111?
Fireboat 23 quarters 111.
Metro from engine 77, I'll take an 800. Engine 77, rescue 889 from quarters.
Engine 234, giving rescue.
Or rescue 866 on the radio. Rescue 866, assist 264 on scene. I'm going to 434 East 12th Street.
Battalion 705, put us available in 10th District.
Battalion 7-5, radio 10.
Fast response 200. Fast response 200, assault 14515 Hamlin Street, across Van Nuys Boulevard.
Coming up on it. Metro from 511, 800 to Martin, please.
411, rescue 50, reporter.
Hey, Dozer 5. I don't know if you're aware that they're bringing up VSAT for either.
Yeah, can you go back with that again there for, with your transmission again, please?
Okay, heads up, a VLAB's heading that way.
Porterville.
Hey, copy. That's a blessing.
Metro SC 989, this is not a cardiac arrest.
Rescue 989, roger.
Q59, emergency 1456 South Federal. Recommending 3840 South Summit.
Metro Fire from Sunset IC. We've relocated the command post to Fire Station 41.
Sunset IC, roger. Rescue 33 on the radio. Medical alarm 942 West North. Rescue 59, press route.
Metro, Rescue 59 to route.
59.
Engine 210 for Metro. Metro, go for 210.
Engine 210, land on the floor, Captain.
Roger.
This with their engine. Cancel.
Truck 69 for Metro.
Zulu training command.
Roger, we're going to shut down here in a second.
Division Zulu.
Containment branch, and we have a strike team 9237 Golf. They're going to go direct down by the lumberyard.
Engine 20, you can cancel paramedic rescue.
Branches on board.
Ambulance.
I was just checking on the availability of that Charlie strike team, 9420.
Canceling rescue.
Get us
An update on the Palisades fire, specifically whether it's still burning. We did see some homes still burning on kind of the western flank of the fire.
Yes, absolutely. And thank you so much for having me. You know, the Palisades fire, I heard you just say it just a few moments ago. Do not let your guard down. Just because the winds have subsided just a little bit, it is still an active firefight. So please, if you hear my words, do not let your guard down. This is a very dynamic situation at our Pacific Palisades fire. And I tell you, our firefighters doing everything in their capability to first and foremost make sure that we're protecting lives and property.
And Chief Crowley, talk about that ongoing firefight there in Palisades, because, you know, we're covering the Eaton fire right now, which is unfortunately flaring up. But like you said, we're not out of the woods here. What kind of challenges are you facing in the Palisades fire? And are you able to fly that fire? We did finally see some aircraft within the last few hours, but we didn't see any specific water drops.
Observer.
Right. Yes. It's still very, very dynamic. And even with the winds, remember the gusts at the peak, we're up to 90-mile-per-hour gusts. We're still having very high gusts. But the good news is, as you just said, we do have air assets in the air, which is very, very helpful in something as significant of a fire like we have in the Palisades. Still very, very dynamic. Our firefighters are out there actively still engaged in firefighting. And I tell you, again, keep going back to it, but our firefighters are doing everything we can to protect life and property.
Right now, looking ahead at the afternoon hours, are there any additional concerns that you have right now when you think of the wind and how that could change?
Right. Yeah, absolutely. The wind, and we
Wildfire, Western and 92nd.
So station.
The Palisades fire, over 17,000 acres burned, 0 containment. Welcome in, everybody. Hit the like button and subscribe for more. Thanks for being here.
66 to fall, 7612.
You're looking at total devastation. Pacific Palisades, completely devastated.
The injury, 1 Strathern.
Life Force 69, pressure up.
Rescue 33, we're at the address at 1. Neighbors say the patient has to stay about a month. Don't live at this address anymore.
33. Division Mike. Branch 5.
Yeah, Branch 5 operations, I got 1880 Charlie. They're going to be coming out of the incident base in about 20 minutes. I'm going to send them to you. I need reporting location division frequency.
Report to Juliet, Will Rogers, State Beach, TAC 28.
I copy.
Zulu trainee, Zulu on command.
Air attack. Operations on B1.
Operations Branch 5, did you have an identifier for those Type 3?
53 rounds.
1880 Charlie, 1880 Charlie.
MFC, put 705 and 82 district.
Roger.
LA, Palisades Air Attack B1.
Zulu train, Crew 4 Swamper, command.
Go for Crew 4 Swamper.
Division Zulu, Branch 10 on command. Yeah, go ahead. Are you still up Palisade up at the top end? Yeah, affirmative. I just tried in with the strike team of crews. Copy. I'm down on PCH. I'm going to start working my way up there so I can see that side of the branch. And then we got a bunch of dozers engaged into Yankee going into Zulu. Yeah, copy. While I was down,
Metro FR 200,
we can
swinging
tie it
800.
in from this side.
once I get something else dealt with, I'll tie in with you.
Hey,
Yeah, copy. And on your 215 info, do you mind if I just submit it? You good with that? Yeah, I was gonna get with you on that also. What are you thinking? Just basically the same, but maybe some more dozers. Hey, bro. I copy. Break. Zulu train.
Radio is causing confusion. Go for Zulu train in command. Unconscious 3126 West.
Strike team 4050 Charlie is en route back up to you. They're instructed to tie in with you. It's drive time, probably 10 to 15 minutes. That could be your strike team to support that crew operation.
Copy. My current location is down there by the Topanga Lumber Company.
I copy. That's where they told to tie in with you at. Local Gov Strike Team 4050 Charlie.
Copy.
Non-command.
LA, Palisades air attack on V1.
Palisades air attack, V1, go ahead, sir.
1551 West 16.
Just checking, was there a fill for that relief lead plane at 1400?
Affirm, it was Charlie 5, tentatively for 1400.
Copy, thank you for that. And additionally, Air Attack 5-2 is released from the fire.
Somebody calling construction
Fox ETA 1230.
1230, back to fire. On call.
Up there. That looks really good from down here.
That's a good copy. And relief air attack should be here around 1230 over the fire.
Yeah, copy. So I'm up above you here on West Ridge, and further north to you in that drainage over to the west, it's bumping that dozer line they have up there. And it keeps throwing spots, but
communications, go ahead.
They're kind of just backing down the hill currently.
Two addresses.
Could change.
Fire when you're ready.
What's your location? On that slop, are you in the north end of that slop where it touches down into the bottom there?
17985.
Yeah, we went out of the way and we're
at the Getty.
Started the slop over.
Spotting in the field above it.
We're tracking back and we're going to go
17985
monitor and
TCH
babysit
at the Getty.
and
Spotting in the field above it.
That it came all the way down to the ground. Oh, sorry, the road.
Second, 544 South Paseo, Miramar.
Okay, currently looking up
Paseo,
from up here, it's pushing it.
Structure.
You got up canyon wind pushing it. But light activity on the north end as of right now.
Copy 17985 TCH.
Yeah, copy. Did the V-line drop here?
544 South Paseo, Miramar.
Operations branch 5, I copied the address for the Getty.
It appears he did.
I'm not sure the Paseo, Miramar, what division or branch that's in. I'm going to get in cell service and look at it. Alright, I copy.
Okay, we're looking to.
Do you have crews in there with you?
Yeah, right now the 12ers are to the north of us and Golf. They're to the south of us. Yes, Charlie. We just passed from Charlie.
Are they going to cut out that section that didn't come down to the bottom there? That little chunk of green that's left?
They weren't engaged yet when we passed by, but we'll know that here in a little bit. But I believe so. They're just going to cut that piece out, and where it drops down, they're going to try to cut that and then bring it up to the line where it's blocked.
Okay, copy.
Brian, go to 15 or 4.
Communications, two more addresses.
We're not too confident that we won't knock us out on the NL or something.
Actually, total of 3.
Okay. I'm going to bounce out again and go scout things out, but you have a gaggle of people above you on West Ridge.
300 Granola.
I believe the main contact there is going to be the Division Alpha. I think Branch is sitting up there too.
Kaye Brittany.
If you need eyes or questions,
Kaye Brittany.
Get a hold of them until I get back.
Fire adjacent to the structure.
Just keep eyes up north to the north of you.
23. Bollinger Drive.
Dozer 5 south.
16823. Bollinger, B-O-L-L-I-N-G-R Drive, structure.
And you'll be getting rescue 881.
I copy.
89 copies.
Ops, Branch 5 copies.
Metro from Rescue 989. Tampa, Rescue 881 and attach us with
Air
N89.
attack. Operations on V1.
9, Roger. You've been added with engine 89. We'll cancel 881.
Operations air attack. Are you in any kind of communications with the Eaton Fire as far
Hey,
as
Dozer 5.
air resources?
Additionally, you're aware of the gas line in the bottom of the canyon there, and
everybody's priority right now.
just so you can see all the flagging for
Are we
it.
able to continue the mission and release any aircraft to them?
Yeah, I'm saying where the gas line at the bottom and then the one that's across the drainage.
Palisades air attack LA on V1.
Air tankers that we have, critical.
Okay, yeah, just make sure you stay out of all that stuff.
Palisades air attack LA V1.
You might want to flag it in case
LA air attack, go ahead.
Someone else comes in there.
Palisades air attack, just situational awareness only. Eaton air attack advises in off for fixed wing. We are diverting our rotor wing IA as soon as they're able to move over to Mount Wilson for communications equipment coverage.
Okay, I copy it. Rotor wing.
3714 Sunswept Drive.
Run for a traffic accident.
Specific comms from staging kit. Comms for Will Rogers. Comms from Will Rogers on command.
Branch 5 operations, V1.
Foxtrot.
Palisades comms, Palisades Helco command.
Task Force 1142 Division, Papa on command.
Palisades comms, Palisades Helco on command.
Helco, go ahead.
Yeah, Palisades comms, based on the request to release LA County rotor wing aircraft, I'd like to request through the helibase 4 Type 1 rotors, bucket or tank, to the fire.
Yeah, Palisade comms copies the request for Type 1 CWN bucket or other, correct?
Yeah, Helco, I missed some of that confirmation, but as long as they're Type 1.
Yeah, A-firm. LA Palisades comms, you copy the request for 4 Type 1 copters out of Camarillo?
Palisades Air Tech, repeat your request.
LA, this is Palisades comms. Helco is requesting 4 Type 1 copters. Any type, correction, of any ability. 4 Type 1 copters out of Camarillo.
Comms, standby 1. Palisades, Helco, LA. Camarillo, Helibase, LA V1. Palisades Air Attack, LA V1.
Air Attack, go ahead.
Air Attack, just to clear the loop.
Helicopter
5-5. 5-5, hold your response. Palisades Air Attack, LA on V1. Just to confirm, these are going to be additional requests on top of what's at the helibase, or are they trying to order directly from the helibase?
It sounds like they're directly requesting our assets that are engaged to the fire, which would be helicopter 5-5, helicopter 1-9, and helicopter 2-2.
Copy. Helicopter 5-5, LA V1, go with your traffic.
Helicopter 5-5, yeah, we're off the Palisades fire now on a divert over to the east fire.
Copy, do you have a timer, and are you loaded?
Division Zulu Communications.
Go for Zulu.
Zulu Communications, we have a request from LA County Communications, County Network side, to refuel a generator in Entrada and Topanga, as that could be something they can accomplish coming from the north side.
Hey, firm, it's open if they come in on the north side. I believe I know which one they're talking about. It might be propane or diesel.
It's diesel. We were up there yesterday just checking on the fire activity there today.
Copy. Yeah, they can go in there. No problem.
Communications copies.
Communications, Helco, V1.
Helco, go.
Okay, did we clean up that request? Is that understood? Or do I need to give you more?
Palisades Communications, Camarillo Helibase on command.
Yeah, Helco, stand by on that. Camarillo, go ahead. Camarillo.
Correction, Palisades Helibase, Camarillo. Are you trying to order aircraft?
Camarillo Helibase. Helco is trying to replace the 4 county IA copters that are on a divert.
Camarillo Helibase copies 4 Type 1 water dropping helicopters over the fire.
Helco Communications, further, I believe it is cleaned up, just replacing the floor, not creating additional orders.
Okay, Helco copies. That is a firm. Thank you.
Copy.
Operations Division Foxtrot.
Go for operations. Identifier.
Yeah, Division Foxtrot. I got a request for a representative from the gas company to shut down a gas meter that's uncontrolled. It's burned down. They're going to have to dig it out of the ground.
Yeah, copy. Where's that located at?
622 Toyopa. That's Toyopa, and it's a drive.
Palisades Communications, Division Alpha. I got a lat long for a new drop point when you get a chance.
Division Alpha, Palisades Communications, ready, copy.
At 34.05.132 by 118.30.541. And the descriptive location will be at the end of West Ridge.
Division Alpha, Palisades Communications copies. Drop point 34.05.132 by 118.30.541, end of West Ridge.
Affirmative.
Palisades Communications copies.
Division Foxtrot, operation, command.
Go ahead for Foxtrot.
Just confirming the name of the street. I got 622 Toyovi, Toyovi.
Will Rogers, company calling me on command.
Yeah, operations from Foxtrot. It's Toyopa.
OPA, copy.
Unit calling Will Rogers on command.
Will Rogers from Rescue 6-3. What's your location?
I had to pick up some equipment and drop off some equipment at Fire Station 23 and 69. I'm on my way back to staging base camp. What'd you need?
I have a civilian reporting that the address next to his house is on fire and doesn't believe anybody's up there.
Text it to me and I'll dispatch. Zulu trainee, 4050 Charlie, actual on command. Actual from 1151 on command.
.4745 on tack.
63 from Will Rogers. Did you copy? Go ahead and text me the address. I'll dispatch.
Will Rogers from 6-3, go.
Go ahead and text me the address, please.
Yeah, Cap, I texted it to you, but it's 550 Paseo Miramar.
Palisades Communications Operations on command.
Palisades Communications.
Palisades Communications Operations on V1 command. You got me?
Operations, Palisades Communications, go ahead.
I'd like to go ahead and request gas company response to 622 Toyopa, Toyopa, reporting to Division Foxtrot for an open gas line.
Operations, Palisades Communications copies, requesting gas company 622 Toyopa for an open gas line to report to Division Foxtrot. Additionally, we're getting a report of a tree on fire at 314 Toyopa Drive.
Palisades Communications from Will Rogers on command. I have one of my welfare check RAs. He's doing a check at 550 Paseo Miramar, and he says that there is a structure fire with no companies attached. 550 Paseo Miramar.
Branch 5.
Will Rogers, Palisades Communications,
V1.
confirming 550 Paseo Miramar
Address.
structure fire.
Affirm. 550 Paseo Miramar.
Will Rogers, Palisades Communications copies. A break. Operations, Palisades Communications.
Yeah. Palisades Communications, I copy that, 550 Paso Miramar, I'll pass that on. I just need the name of the address you gave me with the 314.
Operations going to be Toyopa, Toyopa Drive.
LA Air Tech 140 on V1.
Air Attack 140 V1, go with your traffic.
Air Tech 140 just on scene of the Palisades, assuming Palisades Air Tech.
Palisades Air Attack.
Palisades Communications, Division Alpha with the line order when you're ready to copy.
Division Alpha, Palisades Communications, ready copy.
I'd like 2 hose modules and 4 snap tanks, minimum of 2,000 gallons, delivered to the following Latin long, and it'll be 047 by 118 31.420.
Division Alpha, Palisades Communications copies 2 hose modules, 4 snap tanks, minimum of 2,000 gallons to 346.047 by 11831.420.
Affirmative, and when you get a chance, possible ETA on that and order number.
Division.
Break.
Can you advise the time frame? When would you like it delivered?
What? As soon as possible.
Branch 5 operations on B1 command.
Go for Branch 5.
Branch 5, I got a couple addresses for you for fire impact. Let me know when you're ready to talk. Copy.
I'm ready.
We have 544 and 550 South Paseo Miramar. And we have 314 Toyopa, T-O-Y-O-P-A.
Branch 5 copies.
Branch 5 operations. Did that truck company arrive on scene?
Affirmative. LA City Truck 63. Doing work. Thank you.
You're doing good work, Branch 5. Thank you.
Balancing.
Operation Foxtrot. Got 314 TO. Going to be Foxtrot. I got to handle.
Hey, Foxtrot.
Air attack here. Command.
Repeat.
Yeah, that 314 Toyope is going to be in Division Foxtrot. It's just smoldering houses. No tree fire.
Copy break. Branch 5 operations. You copy that direct 314 Toyopa. Already handled.
I copy now. Thank you.
Division Victor, Task Force 69, command.
Operations, Palisades Communications.
Go ahead.
Operations, receiving a new report of a grass fire threatening a structure, 822 El Oro Lane. E-L-O-R-O Lane.
Copy 822 El Oro, 822 the Gold Lane. Thank you.
Operations air attack on V1.
Alpha, Palisades Communications.
Alpha, air attack, go for operations.
Operations air attack 140, just got on station doing my first turn around the fire, assuming the Palisades air attack. Reach me on this frequency. You need anything? Or air to ground command?
Copy that, confirming priorities were transferred to you, which is priority 1, Topanga Canyon area, priority 2, Montanito, priority 3, Mandeville.
Affirmative, got it all from air ops this morning.
Copy, thank you.
Division Mike, Branch 5 with an address.
High question 30, Charlie.
Will Rogers, Division Alpha, B1.
This is Will Rogers on 1.
If so, I'm looking for 4 water tenders and 2 Charlies for Division Alpha.
Copy that. Let me check. There's some that just pulled in. Let me check if they're going to be reassigned. 4 water tenders.
Affirmative. 4 water tenders, 2 Charlies. And I'm standing with branch 1 now.
Affirm, let me check. I'm at the far end of the parking lot. I gotta drive down there. I saw some rigs just pulled in.
Alpha.
LA Palisades air attack on V1.
Palisades air attack V1, go ahead.
Order relief air attack on station 1500 1500.
Copy order, relief air attack 1500 1500.
Good read back.
Division Alpha, Palisades Communications.
Division Alpha.
Division Alpha, your order number will be 1010. Delivery time 1400.
Order 10, delivery time 1400. Division Alpha.
Palisades Communications.
Will Roger staging operations on V1. Will Rogers on 1. LA City's 1880 Charlie is going to be coming in. If you see them there, just go ahead and send them directly out to Division Juliet. Rogers on 1. Will Rogers operations, you copy?
Fire back in route to the Palisades.
Will Rogers, operations on command.
Okay, I got you. Operations from Will Rogers, go ahead.
LA City striking 1880 Charlie will be coming in, most likely to your area. If you see them, go ahead and send them out directly to Division Juliet.
What was their strike team designation? There's no one here right now.
Copy, they're en route. It's 1880 Charlie, 1880 Charlie from LA City.
Copy that, 1880 Charlie, direct to Zulu.
Juliet.
Correction, 1880 Charlie, go direct to Juliet.
Hey, firm, thank you.
Will Rogers, copy.
Operations, Palisade Communications.
Go ahead.
Operations, new report, grass fire threatening a structure, 551 West Rustic Road.
Copy. 551 West Rustic Road.
Palisade Communications, copy.
Operations, Branch 1 copies the traffic for that last call for service for 551 West Rustic.
Copy that. Thank you. Also, Branch 1 operations, you saw.
Go ahead.
Hey, just a thought. You got a couple alphas that are parked out on the road as we drove away from you. I know they're there for preparation for tonight, but if they belong to you, maybe do some horse trading with Branch 5 on a short leash just to help him out with he's getting the 90% of all the investigations.
Yeah, copy. Operations, Camarillo, Helibase.
Go ahead.
Operations, Camarillo, Helibase. Can you relay to Air Attack that their aircraft order is being filled with 4 Papa Golf, 4 Victor Golf, 95 Bravo, 73 uniform?
Yeah, can you go ahead and repeat those identifiers again, please?
4 Papa Golf, 4 Victor Golf, 95 Bravo, 73 uniform.
Copy all, thank you. Air Attack operation on command.
Operations, go for air attack on V1.
I don't know if you copy that direct, but your order has been filled for the copters, and I have identifiers for you when you're ready to copy.
Ready to copy.
4 Papa Golf, 4 Victor Golf, 95 Bravo, and 73 uniform.
Copy. 4 Papa Golf, 4 Victor Golf, 95 Bravo, 73 uniform. Are they going to Camarillo or are they coming direct to the fire?
I will get that information for you. Break Camarillo, elevate. Operations, V1.
Operations, Camarillo, Helibase. They just lifted from Camarillo going direct to the fire. They've been notified to contact Air Attack.
Copy. Air Attack operations, they are coming your way.
I copied the traffic. They're coming direct to the fire.
Yes, sir. Will Rogers, Division Alpha, any luck on water tenders?
Yankee from 03 Alpha on command. V1, you up?
Palisades Air Attack LAV 11 able.
Go for air attack on V1.
Palisades Air Attack LAV 1, Helitanker 55, released from the Eaton incident, returning back to your airspace shortly.
Copy, Helitanker 55 coming back to me, thanks. Hey, repeat that last traffic. I was talking to LA real quick.
Operations, Palisades Communications.
Go for operations.
Operations receiving a report of trees on fire, 1120 Dawn Air Way.
1120 Dawn Air as in AIR.
Operations, affirmative, is DONAIRE Way.
Operations, copy.
Communications, Branch 5.
Branch 5 Communications, go ahead.
Is there a identified TAC that is not being used currently on the incident, but is assigned to the incident?
Branch 5, stand by.
Palisades Communications, this is Will Rogers, Command 1. Tell Branch 1 that we have no water tankers available. He was asking for water tanks. None available here at Will Rogers.
Branch 1 copies the traffic. None available.
Division Alpha, I copy direct. Nothing available for water tenders.
Affirm. Just so you know, no one checks in. Everybody that is going to check in for reassign is going to go up to Zuma. This is just a temporary staging for rehab, ground support, and water.
Division Alpha copies break. Branch 1 Division Alpha, you'd make the request, like 2 more Charlies and 4 water tenders.
Branch 1 copies. Branch 1, Branch 5.2. Branch 1. Let me see if I can't ring Lee up a couple of water tenders. I'll send them your way. What division would you want them to report in?
Division Alpha on CDF TAC 25. Also, I'm going to try and wrangle you up 2 Alphas if that will work for your calls of service.
Yeah, affirm and have them report to Sunset and PCH.
Branch 5, Palisades Communications. Branch 5, Palisades Communications.
Palisades, ICLA on command.
LA, Palisades operations, you have traffic?
That's affirm. We have a report of 2 patients in their 90s needing evac. 3766 Los Flores Canyon. 3766 Los Flores Canyon.
Repeat address, it's off of Los Flores, and then confirm they need evac.
That's a firm. RP not at location, advising 2 patients in their 90s at the house. Address 3766 Los Flores Canyon. 3766 Los Flores Canyon.
Copy. Break. Will Rogers, operations on V1. Branch 5, operations on V1.
Go for Branch 5.
I got another report of trees on fire. Let me know when you're ready to copy.
Go.
1120 Donare Way, D-O-N-A-I-R-E Way.
Branch 5.
Branch 5, Palisades Communications.
Go for Branch 5.
Branch 5, a tactical channel that's unassigned is the VTAC 1313.
Branch 5 copies. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Palisades Communications.
Division Papa from 1142 Foxtrot.
Juliet, Branch 5.
Yeah, Branch 5, I copy.
Utilize that TAC channel for the aerial operations. Thank you.
Sorry, TAC just flared up. Can you repeat?
Utilize VTAC 1313 for your aerial operations.
Copy that, thank you. And also, we're still waiting on law enforcement for this east side closure on Sunset.
My suggestion is right now, block it with engines.
Yeah, affirm, we've got it handled for now.
Will Rogers, operations on command, V1.
Palisades Communications, uniform, trainee, command.
Palisades Communications.
Uniform trainee with a ground support request for a tire repair, Fire Station 67, or the intersection of Malibu Canyon and Payuma.
Uniform trainee, Palisades Communications, confirming tire repair at Station 67 at the intersection of Malibu Canyon and Payuma.
Engine 51, reach Will Rogers on command 1, please.
Uniform trainee, Palisades Communications.
Palisades, go ahead.
Uniform trainee, just confirming tire repair Station 67 at the intersection of Malibu Canyon and Payuma.
Palisades, that's a firm for a Type 3 apparatus, Model 34.
A uniform trainee, Palisades Communications. Are you able to place a call to communications?
Yeah, give me a couple minutes.
Branch 1, Branch 5, 1 able.
Branch 10, Strike Team 9118, Lima on command. Go for Branch 10. Been assigned to your branch, request on assignment. We're staged here at Highway 1 and Malibu Canyon Road.
Meet me at Topanga Canyon Road and PCH.
9118 Lima.
Branch 1, Branch 5.
Branch 5, Branch 1, go ahead.
Water tender identifiers from Branch 5 to you when able.
Good.
E279, Lone Pine 88, E416, all have been told, TAC 22, Division Alpha.
Correction on that, that'll be TAC 25, and I appreciate that, and I'll get back to you with identifiers on the Alpha zone here.
Yeah, affirmed. It was a good trade on my end.
Division Alpha, Branch 1, did you copy that traffic?
Branch 1, Alpha negative.
Water tender identifiers, 279 88 416, coming to you.
Alpha, Branch 5, do you have a reporting location for the water tenders?
Branch 5, Division Alpha, just confirming 279, water tender 88, water tender 416, and the reporting location will be at Sullivan Ridge Road. I'm not sure where it comes off of, but if we can get them into drop point 10 when they get there, if they raise me on command or TAC, I can go down and get them.
Branch 5.
Alpha Foxtrot, command.
Division Alpha.
Yeah, I just had 2 more water tenders show up. Can you use them?
We're still kind of evaluating what we're doing. Stand by a minute, I'll get right back to you.
Foxtrot, copy.
Branch 1, we're Division Alpha. We're going to add another water tender to you. It'll be water tender E425. They are a 24-hour resource. E416 is a 12-hour, but we're sending all 4.
Branch 1, copy.
Branch 5, Division Alpha. I copy the traffic, just confirming water tender 416 is a $12 resource, and you added water tender 425. So am I going to get a total of 4 water tenders from you, or just the 3 24-hour resources?
4, sir.
Division Alpha.
Yeah, Branch 5, Branch 1, well, I got you.
Go ahead.
Okay, these resources are, if requested, I'll need them back immediately. Need code 3 to their current location, but will be on loan for your calls of service. Ready for identifiers?
Go ahead.
5800-5800 Alpha and 2275 Alpha, 2275.
I copy, have them report to Sunset, crosses PCH on TAC 29.
I copy. I'm going to go wrangle them up now. It'll probably be 45 minutes or so.
Branch 10 from REMS 11. Command.
Go for Branch 10.
Branch 10 from REMS 11. Just letting you know we're staged off of Topeka and Entrada at the state park.
Yeah, copy. I'll be up there in a little bit. I'm waiting on some additional dozers.
REMS 11 copy.
Hey, Branch 7, Task Force 69, command.
Dragonis, do you copy? This is Kate.
Hey, Victor trainee, Task Force 69, command.
Go for Victor trainee on command.
Hey, Victor trainee, this is Task Force 69. I ran into a dozer at Saddle Peak and Stunt, identifier 407. I have a spot to insert him. I wanted to inquire through you before I do that.
Yeah, he's supposed to make his way over to Saddle Peak and Tuna Canyon. We have a spot for him to engage. And are you able to come up on 38? And what's your location?
My current location is in the Montanito area. However, I can make the Saddle Peak and Tuna. His current location is Saddle Peak and Stunt.
Yeah, hey, firm, that was the intersection I gave him as a landmark to make his way up, so if you can send him my way, I'd appreciate it.
Okay, firm, I'll make contact with him on the way back and send him to Saddle Peak and Tuna.
Division Branch 1, your water tenders, Temescal and PCH, awaiting your arrival for directions.
Palisades Operations, LA.
Go for operations.
Operations, LA, advising safety issue 525 Sadie Road. 525 Sadie Road, reports of a propane tank on fire in the backyard.
Sadie Road.
Division Union, put engine 599 on tack.
Division Alpha, Branch 1, did you copy that traffic?
Traffic for Branch 1, negative.
Branch 1, if you can relay to Division Alpha that his water tenders are at Temescal and PCH in the parking lot of Will Rogers State Beach.
Copy. .9118 Lima, Branch 10 on command.
Good.
Yeah, just checking your ETA to Topanga Canyon Road and CPH.
5 minutes.
Division Uniform, engine 599 on tack.
Hey, y'all. I got a little fuel in me, some food. I just wanted to thank everybody for being here. If you haven't hit the like button, please do. If you're new and you haven't subscribed, please do. Thank you so much. We are going to follow this as long as we possibly can, guys.
Operations, Palisade Communications.
Communications standby. Communications operations, go ahead.
Operations, Palisade Communications, report of a structure fire 15986 Alcima ALCIMA Avenue.
Repeat one more time.
Operations, structure fire 15986 Alcima ALCIMA Avenue.
Copy.
Operations, copy.
Division uniform from engine 599 on tag.
Operations. Branch 5 copies the address.
Copy, thank you.
LA Tanker 55.
Tanker 55, V1, go ahead.
55 will be off the Palisade Fire back to Van Nuys for refuel.
Copy, and just for confirmation, refuel and return or refuel and land?
Have that information yet? We'll pass it to you as soon as we know.
Copy.
Division uniform, engine 599 on tag. Division.
7 uniform, branch 7 on command.
Branch 7, go ahead for uniform training.
Yeah, I got 2 Limas for you when you're ready for the identifiers.
Go ahead.
9222 Lima and 9261 Lima. I'm just giving them the address at Malibu, or I'm sorry, Pioma Road there at Malibu Ranch where we talked, and then I'll have them make contact with you there on the radio to get them where you exactly want them.
Okay, copy all. They can leave their dozer on transport at Pioma in Malibu while we face-to-face.
Okay, I'll tell them to just stage the transports down at the water treatment plant and bring the strike team rigs up to you.
Copy all, thank you.
Operations, Palisade Communications. Operations, Palisade Communications.
Division Zulu, Division Alpha.
Communication, go ahead for operations.
Operations, Palisade Communications, new report, structure fire, 16844, Calle Bell Vista, cross of Calle del Cielo.
Operations copy.
Tanker 55V1, go.
Yeah, 5-5 landing Van Nuys on a fuel and return.
Landing Van Nuys, fuel return.
Helicopter 19.
19V1, go.
Yeah, we're off a bar back to the Palisades, 10 minutes and 3 souls.
10 on the timer, 3 souls.
Branch 5, Operations V1. Branch 5, Operations V1.
Division Mike, Damage Assessment Team 1 on V1.
Division Victor, Branch 7, command.
Branch 5, Operations on V1.
Branch 5, go ahead.
Do you copy that traffic about reported structure fire at 1688 Calle del Vista?
I got it now. We'll dispatch it.
Thank you, sir.
Division Victor, Branch 7, command.
Operations Branch 5, can I confirm the address of 1688 Calle del Vista?
One 6844 Calle del Vista.
Division Alpha, Palisades Communications.
Division Alpha.
Division Alpha. The supply is requesting your phone number and a tactical channel they can talk to you on.
Phone number is 530-598-2605, and it'll be CDF TAC 25.
Division Alpha, Palisades Communications copies.
Just for information, cell service out here is spotty.
Division Alpha, Palisades Communications copies.
Helicopter 19 on 6.
Demo. Last unit for LAV1, go ahead.
LA 19 on 6.
19.
Communications, Division Papa. Division Papa, Communications, go ahead.
I just received a request for animal control. Several animals with burns and livestock needing to be removed and sheltered. 22634 Mansie, M-A-N-S-I-E, One Gun Road.
Division Papa, Palisades Communications confirming animals with burns, 22634 Mansie, One Gun Road.
Yeah, affirmative. I'll get a count for you. I'll send the strike team leader over there. It sounds like there's several animals and large livestock.
Division Papa, Palisades Communications copies.
Camarillo, Helibase, Palisades, Helco.
Palisades, Helco, Camarillo, Helibase.
Yeah, Camarillo, Helibase, Helco. HT-55, Helitaker 55 is fueling at Van Nuys. We had originally requested him back. I'd like him to hold on the ground. But I don't have contact with him.
Copy, helitanker 5-5, refueling and on a hold. I'll see if we can establish comms. They're not at Camarillo Hell Base.
That's correct. No, they're down at Van Nuys for fuel.
Copy. We'll see if we can establish comms.
Yeah, you probably could get them through LA, and that'd be the Van Nuys tanker base.
Camarillo Hell Base copies.
I gotta come back to see what this numbskull's saying.
Maintained by brave firefighters risking their lives. Right now, 3 major fires are still burning in the Pacific Palisades, in Pasadena, and in Sylmar. I want to be clear. What I know from talking to the governor, that there are concerns out there that there's also been a water shortage. The fact is, the utilities understandably shut off power because they're worried the lines that they carried energy were going to be blown down and spark additional fires. But the Cal Fire, when it did that, it cut off the ability to generate pumping the water. That's what caused the lack of water in these hydrants. And so Cal Fire is bringing in generators to get these pumps up and working again so that there's no longer a shortage of water coming out of these hydrants. I'm also surging all federal resources possible to Southern California, including 400 additional federal firefighters, over 30 firefighting helicopters and planes, federally supplied, firefighting planes and helicopters, and 8 Department of Defense C-130s that are equipped to suppress wildfires. Today, the Secretary of Defense also authorized 500 wildfire ground clearing personnel from the Defense Department. And I've directed the department to continue working with Governor Newsom to identify additional resources that can be provided for public safety and security. And we've secured additional firefighters and firefighting aircraft from our ally in Canada as well. I also want everyone in Southern California to know we're going to keep at it. We're sticking with this. We expect there may be a temporary break in the winds, but in some areas the winds are likely to continue well into next week. And so we're going to continue to sending everything, literally, every resource we can find that's appropriate to help the governor and the first responders. Second, we're focused on helping people who have been displaced or in many cases lost everything. You reported on, you've seen the homes just burned to the ground, whole areas burned to the ground, large areas. They've been displaced and they've lost everything. As I said, since the fire started, FEMA has been working with the state to help residents get shelter, groceries, prescription, and other critical goods like baby formula. We're also sent FEMA Director Criswell to Los Angeles to manage our response on the ground. She was supposed to be on this call, but we have the deputy here because she is out in the field with the governor right now, surveying what's going on. Let me close with a message to the people of Southern California. We are with you. We're not going anywhere. To the firefighters and first responders, you are heroes. Many of these firefighters are out there risking their lives, and some, well, I won't go beyond that, but risking their lives, and while their own homes are in danger, their families are in danger. To the firefighters and first responders, you really are, it's not hyperbole, you're heroes. You're genuinely heroes. And the worst, this is the most widespread, devastating fire in California's history. It's amazing. And there's nobody who understands it better than the press have been covering this on a minute-to-minute basis. And they literally have to run into the flames, these firefighters. You know, that old expression, God made man, then he made a few firefighters. Who runs into flames? You know, in doing so, you're leaving your own families and who may be in harm's way as well. So we owe you. and we're going to make sure that you get every resource you need, every possible resource you need. You know, to the families who have been impacted by this disaster, you're living through a nightmare, I know. And I promise you, we're going to help you get through this and eventually recover and rebuild. I'm going to turn it over now to the Vice President before we go on to the folks in the various cabinet positions as well as agencies that control these issues. Madam Vice President, I know you're directly affected, so you fire away. No pun intended.
Indeed. Thank you, Mr. President, and also for the work that everyone around this table has been doing with the appropriate sense of urgency, because this is an urgent matter. What we have seen in California, and in particular in Southern California, is apocalyptic in terms of the nature of it and the unprecedented nature of it as well. And what we are seeing is a situation that is extremely dynamic. It is very much in play, and to some degree unpredictable, because we are literally waiting to see which way the wind blows. And I cannot praise enough the local leaders, most of whom I have talked with, and in particular our firefighters, who, as the President has said, they are working around the clock. They are working 12-hour, even longer shifts, and they are doing it with a sense of optimism, but also with an understanding of how serious this moment is and how important their work is to real lives and real people. Thousands of families have been displaced. Many of those families with young children with nowhere to go. And what we know is that this is a matter of current urgency, but this is also something that is going to have an impact for months and years to come. And on that point, I will also make note of the fact that, sadly, many insurance companies have canceled insurance for a lot of the families who have been affected and will be affected, which is only going to delay or place an added burden on their ability to recover. And I think that is an important point that must be raised, and hopefully there can be some way to address that issue, because these families, so many of them, otherwise will not have the resources to recover in any meaningful way. And many of them have lost everything. In the midst, however, of all of the trauma that has occurred, we have seen extraordinary acts of heroism. I'm hearing countless stories of strangers helping strangers. People who are opening their homes where they are intact and have not had to evacuate, opening their homes to neighbors, to friends of neighbors, feeding them and providing shelter for them. And I do think that it speaks to the best of who we are as a country, which is in times of crisis, we find the heroes among us who we may not have known before, but act out of a sense of courage, but also a sense of community. And I applaud all those who are approaching this crisis with that spirit. And the bottom line is this: there are incredible heroes every day who are working right now in California on the front lines of this fire. And in particular, I want to thank the firefighters for all they are doing. They are, as the President said, putting themselves in harm's way, and they are doing the work that is about helping people who are perfect strangers to them, and doing it in some of the highest moments of need that anyone could face. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Liz Sherwood-Randall.
Turn it back to me.
Okay, back to the President.
Look, I've had a chance to speak with a lot of elected officials, including the senators, some of the congresspersons in the region, as well as the Vice President as well. And I want to be clear that one of the reasons I've asked this larger group to get together is because they control the very agencies that are needed from the federal level to get things done. And, you know, we're in a situation where the U.S. Forest Service Chief, Randy Moore, is here. And he's going to provide an update in the fire situation in Los Angeles and discuss how the U.S. Fire Service, the U.S. Forest Service, is assisting Los Angeles and the state of California with fighting the wildfire, including the action his team has taken to suppress new fire starts. So Chief, why don't you fire away?
Thank you, Mr. President, Madam Vice President. It's great to see you. I, too, consider California my home.
Yes.
And so it's great to be here to talk about this dramatic situation that we have. So the Forest Service and the Department of Interior are actively engaged in supporting the response to the wildfires in Southern California. And there are 4 major fires that we currently have going on. The Forest Service is in unified command with the LA County as well as other local city agencies. We are looking at the Eaton, the Hearst, and the Lydia. And if you look at that area there, that's the northernmost part of that area where the fires are taking place. The Palisades Fire, which CAL FIRE is in control of. And then we have a new start, which is this Sundown Fire that just started last night. And it also has potential to expand quite significantly just based on the location it's at, but also the winds that are expected to continue. Right now, when I look at the mutual aid system in California, I want you to know that it's second to none in terms of how that system works and how it really moves to activate the federal firefighting community and how it is activated and engaged. You know, every year we prepare for these Santa Ana winds. It's just that what is happening now is happening sooner. It's happening at a time now where we normally are at our lowest point in the fire year. And the fact that these fires are taking place now, it says that there are things that are going on in our climate that is creating truly year-round fire situations, and it's something that we all need to be mindful of, and this is a good indication of that. To give you an example, that if a fire starts from any ignition source during these Santa Ana winds, it has the potential for explosive growth and spread. And when that happens under these wind-driven conditions, it's very difficult to control. Now, in addition to this, when these winds are high, the aviation resources cannot fly. So it limits a lot of the potential area of support. As of this morning, there were over 4,000 firefighters that was assigned to these large fires. 600 or so were currently federal work, which means Forest Service and Department of Interior. And it doesn't include many who are assigned to their home units to provide initial attack. To give you an idea of the unsung heroes in these fire attack conditions, in the last 24 hours, we've had 50 starts. And the initial attack success has been wonderful. So we've stopped a potential for 50 additional fires to be added to these 4 significant fires that we currently have. And that's what I mean by having initial attack crews stay put or pre-positioned across the state based on intelligence that we're gathering. And so I wanted to mention that because we talk about the active fire suppression, but there's so much that takes place behind the scenes that limits the amount of fires that our firefighters are having to respond to. The President did an excellent job of mentioning all of the resources that's available and that are assigned to the fire. I won't go over those, but we have a number of equipment that's out there that when the winds allow us, we'll be in the air fighting those fires. We also have a number of private contract crews that we're working with. We're working wonderfully with the state, county, and other federal firefighters, also the tribal firefighters as well in the communities. And we're looking at these MAFs, which we call the Modular Area Firefighting System Air Tankers. There's 8 of them. And there were, like I said, this time of the year, we're not ready for that. But within the next 24 to 48 hours, we'll have all 8 that's available for assistance. These aircrafts require lead planes to lead them into these fires. And so we're having to go through that whole process and ramp up really quick to get the inspections in, the check rides, so that these are qualified and are able to go. We're also working with our Canadian partners to mobilize 2 CL-415. These are water scoopers. They will clear customs on Monday, and they will be available after they clear federal inspections and the check rides. An important thing to know is that these aviation resources require a lot of support in the form of mechanics, airport space, helicopter managers, area supervisions. And so we're working with our state and local and federal agencies to identify these aviation support resources to be sure that we can respond effectively. Now, I had mentioned the amount of fires that we've responded to in the last 48 hours, and I mentioned the 50 fires in the last 24 hours. We continue to have new starts. We're continuing to monitor the types of activities. We have about 8,000 firefighters on standby to add to this if need be. Right now, we are going to monitor the number of aircraft and firefighters we have in that small space. Because as you can imagine, there's only so much you can put in a space before you create other challenges there. The airspace in that area is pretty tight. You have commercial airports and others in that area. You also, unfortunately, have drones in the air, which is a concern to our pilots and to the safety of the aircraft, and so we have to be mindful of that. I only bring it up to let you know that this is not a very easy environment to operate within. Our firefighters, both federal, state, and local, and tribal, are doing just an outstanding job in what I consider to be some significant challenges in a significant environment. I think, as I look at some of the questions that you may tend to ask, it's typical that the causes of fires isn't known immediately because resources are really focused on response. However, all the fire causes are investigated, and I want to be upfront with that. Each one of these fires will be investigated to see what the cause and origins of them are. And what we know now is that it would be unusual for there to be lightning-caused fires in Southern California at this time of the year. Fire investigations are the responsibility of the jurisdiction of where the fire starts, and we're ready to assist with this if and when needed. Thank you all.
Thank you. Randy, tell me about the conditions that we're dealing with on the ground. What's most concerning for you?
Most concerning right now is the wind. Because the wind is limiting our ability to put aircraft in the air. Aircraft will not put that fire out, but it gives our firefighters, our boots on the ground, a really good opportunity to put the fire out with a little help from retardant and water drops. With these Santa Ana winds, what's interesting about this part of California, the Santa Ana winds comes off the ocean usually in the mornings, and then you have the sundowner winds in the afternoon pushing the wind back the other way. And so while you're fighting to stop the fire this way in the morning, you're also fighting to stop the fire from coming back at you in the afternoon. The sundowner winds are not significant as we speak, but those are the challenges we have in that part of California. And so again, our firefighters are doing just an outstanding job of working in that type of environment, which their lives are really at risk pretty significantly under these conditions.
Thank you. I told you Administrator Griswold is off with the governor, and I'm inspecting some of these areas. So we have Bob Fenton. Bob, can you hear me? Hello, Bob.
Yes, sir. Mr. President, I hear you.
Fire away.
You hear me, sir? I'm there. So the administrator is with right now the governor, the mayor of LA, county, local officials, getting a briefing on the fire to really understand what the needs are as we move forward, not only with regard to the firefight, which Chief Moore was talking about, but also to regard to support the population displaced. Over 360,000 under mandatory evacuations, hundreds of thousands more with warnings. And so what we're doing now is ensuring that that we're able to provide any support to provide mass care to individuals, any assistance for the sheltering, any assistance for feeding, and then through the programs that we provide through our individual assistance that you authorize through the declaration, we're able to assist individuals with funding to offset their hotel costs. So applying to FEMA on the 1-800-621-3362 number is important, or disasterassistance.gov. We're sending teams out to the shelters. We know that there'll be a huge need after fires for mental health specialists, and working with HHS on providing that. As the Vice President talked about, insurance is problematic in California, especially with the fires. And so not only do some of the changes in our authorities help now with those that are underinsured, which we see more and more, but we want those that are insured to start seeking assistance to their insurance companies. Our programs can help individuals, especially displaced and who have lost their homes, with rental assistance until they can rebuild, and ultimately provide temporary housing. So we're in discussions with state and local governments on how we will meet those housing needs, both in the interim by using available stockage here, but how can we help rebuild? And then lastly, I would just say that we're really focused on already starting to discuss debris removal and all the hazardous waste that comes from fire and how to remove that safely between local, state, and federal government. We'll rely on federal partners, US EPA, the Corps of Engineers, and others to be part of that technical assistance help to support the safe removal so that ultimately we could rebuild. And one of the things that we will start doing in the next couple of days is starting that discussion on how do we rebuild, and not only rebuild, but rebuild more resilient and bring together state and local and federal agencies to start that discussion in the weeks to months ahead. And so right now we're focused on meeting the immediate needs of those displaced, but already starting to work on recovery and rebuild and bringing all our authorities and the full weight of the federal government and all the resources that you've authorized to help California in that endeavor.
Bob, what do you think the biggest challenge you're
Also,
going to face? Oh, sorry, go ahead. Go ahead.
I think the biggest challenge is going to be the mental health stress that is put on individuals that have lost everything. Fires are, so drastic. They destroy everything very quickly. Individuals don't have a lot of notice to leave, and so I think there's going to be a significant mental health strain, followed by a need to help individuals recover and rebuild. And the Vice President is exactly right. I suspect that many have insurance, many are underinsured. And insurance is difficult to get, and some might have lost their insurance or been canceled by insurance companies. And I think that's something we need to continue to work on, as a government at all levels, but something where there'll be gaps in assistance that we will need to bring in not only federal agencies, but nonprofits, private sector to help meet those needs.
I think we're going to have to do that. In addition, the fact is that the two declarations I signed, provide for example, the rebuilding of churches and schools and certain, but not businesses, not business centers. And so that's going to be a gigantic cost as well. But the debris removal is a big deal. And that's going to take a long time, isn't it?
Yeah, it will take some time to remove the debris. In California, unfortunately, we've had a lot of experience with fighting fires and removing debris. And so it will take months to a year. This is a very widespread with significant damage to infrastructure. And we want to not only immediately remove the hazards, things like propane tanks, some of the power cells that are there, and other contaminants that may be in households, and make sure that they're safe to re-enter and re-look for personal effects. But then the second part is removing that ash, and what we've done before is help people with the removal so that we could get down on the grade and then immediately start rebuilding.
All right, I appreciate what you're doing, and like you said, 360,000 people have been evacuated so far.
Sure, appreciate.
Go ahead. What were you going to say?
Yes, sir. I just want to let you know I'm on also with the fire administrator from FEMA, who's been working with the local fire chiefs, and I didn't know if you had any questions or she wanted to add anything to this discussion. Chief Lori Moore is on.
Well, I've been talking to them, so Chief, you want to add anything to this?
I will, sir. Thank you very much. And as you might know, I've been here, got here last night. It was important to get here on the ground with the fire chiefs and the firefighters that are here. So I've been with LA County, LA City Fire Chief since last night. We're at the Palisades EOC right now, as Regional Administrator Fenton just said, with the governor, with the FEMA administrator, getting the brief. the coordination of resources. It helps for us to be here, U.S. Fire Administration, as part of the response because we're on the ground. We're able to explain ground truth and coordinate resources, streamline the communication between federal. We're also here checking on the firefighters on the front lines, and I really appreciate what you and the Vice President both said about the boots on the ground, because these are their communities, and nobody wants to fight the fire and save these communities more than these firefighters who are boots on the ground from the very moment the ignition began. So we're checking on them, and I will tell you they're exhausted. Obviously, many of them have been more than 6 hours on this now. They are able to take a quick nap sometimes in the truck, but they are on the job. And they keep fighting. And so they need to know that they matter. And so it's important that I show up with them, to see them, to say thank you, and to let them know that we are watching, that we know what they're doing. We want to make sure that we're here when injuries happen. And so we did have an injured firefighter in LA County, fell through a 3-story roof just about 2 hours ago. So several major injuries, but in the hospital. I'll be going to check on him shortly. And it's about the response too, because often while they're in the midst of the response, these chiefs can't explain everything that is happening, and there's a lot of questions, as you might imagine, and are addressing. And so it's important that we're here to help explain why the fire's moving the way it is, the fire dynamics, helping people understand. And when there's questions, as you know, about the response or about the water, to help people understand that it's not over if there's not water in the hydrants. We have tenders, we have tankers, they're doing rescue. So there's a lot of work to be done, and controlling these perimeters. There's so much work that these firefighters are doing beyond the direct suppression on these fires. And so that's why we're here, and to continue to learn, because every one of these tragedies, unfortunately, is a lesson to how to prevent the next. And so it's important that we do that as well. And so we're going to remain on the ground here, sir, on your behalf for a couple other days to make sure that we are part of this conversation.
Well, you are part of the conversation. That's why I went out to California yesterday and met with those firefighters and met with those police officers, because there's also worry about looting and a number of other things. So they are really incredible people. They're making such sacrifice. But I think you're right, that we have to provide them all that is humanly possible for them to be able to do their job. And there's going to be a need. I want to say it again, and we all know it around this table, there's a need for some help in terms of the psyche of these folks. There's going to be real problems regarding to the mental health issues, and we got to make sure we're prepared to deal with it. All right, now Deputy Secretary of Defense Kate Hicks. Secretary, why don't you tell us what you and I and others have been talking about the Defense Department doing and what they're prepared to do now.
Thank you, Mr. President, Madam Vice President. I'm right here. No worries. Yeah, I surprised you.
Yeah.
We are very much leaning in here at the Defense Department. We, of course, are always looking for how we can support state and local partners, and of course our interagency partners in the federal sector that you've already heard from. And that includes every tool that we believe we can leverage that causes us to always lean forward to make sure our partners understand what we could bring and be responsive to requests that they're coming forward with. And we have been in receipt of some requests. I will turn, with your permission in a moment, to Chairman Brown, and then we also have on the screen with us the NORTHCOM Commander, General Guillot, who is our focal point for responses here in the United States homeland. Secretary Austin this morning out in Germany already in his opening remarks for the final Ukraine Defense Contact Group spoke explicitly to our intent and efforts underway now to provide surge support. And so I just want to emphasize it's so important to us that he's put that front and center even while he's concluding this important work overseas. You had mentioned some of the efforts we already have underway. We are ready, as I said, to engage with our partners on further efforts. With your permission, I'll turn to Chairman Brown.
Please. Chairman.
Mr. President, Madam Vice President, as you highlighted, we do have 500 personnel already identified to be able to support not so much in firefighting, because it takes some 10 days of training that would be required, and we don't want to pull firefighters away from that, but they can also support with rock clearance capabilities, commodity distribution. We talked about the airlift with their helicopters. There's 10 U.S. Navy helicopters as well as 10 Guard helicopters. The winds have been challenging to get them airborne. They can also help with the ground search and rescue, incident response, awareness, and then medical support. Those Marines will be in place in the next 24 to 48 hours. The California National Guard also has, by tomorrow, they'll have about 1,000 service members that will be available to be able to support as well. About 250 of those actually have some firefighting capability, and they can be trained in the next 24 to 48 hours to also support firefighting. As was mentioned, the C-130s with the modular aerial firefighting system, 2 of those are already at Channel
Explain what that means to the average listener.
Yeah, so what it is, it's a C-130 that's modified. It has a system that's put in a modular system that's put into the back of the C-130, and so it's able to push out either water or the slurry retardant associated with. And as was highlighted, they are usually prepared to do this during the firefighting season. This is several months prior to when they would typically do this. And so there's 2 C-130s that are already at Channel Island. They're in just northwest of Los Angeles. The other 6 will be there within the next 24 hours or so. The first flight will start tomorrow, and then they will continue to be prepared to be able to support. We're also looking at surrounding bases that may have ability to bed down any displaced personnel or families. We've got about 1,000 beds that have been identified at either Edwards, March, or Fort Irwin there in California. In addition, we're using March Reserve Base as a incident response area and getting that set up. Mr. President, last thing I would say is what before I turn to General Guillo, what we really try to do is identify things that we know we could lean forward on before there's even an ask. We want to make sure we cut down the timeline to get provided capability. And we also want to make sure, and I know that General Guillo is communicating that with Ms. Griswold from FEMA, so that we want to make sure we, as I say, provide an a la carte menu of all the things we have available. So even if they don't have time to think about it, we're already looking ahead. Last thing I would say is when I met this afternoon with my staff, the thing we also talked about is there's an immediate response, but there's also, as was highlighted, the longer term response of things that we'd have to be able to look at in recovery. And so we're already thinking ahead of what options DOD may be able to provide to support. Any of your questions, and now I can turn
you
it to you.
guys have been immediately responsive. Thank you. I mean, you're right on top of things. But let's turn to General.
Good afternoon, Mr. President, and thank you, Chairman. Northcom, on behalf of the Department of Defense, is aggressively taking action to deliver capabilities to California as soon as they are requested. So in addition to the aircraft and ground forces and the installation support that President Biden and Chairman Brown mentioned, we've identified other capabilities such as helicopter support, search and rescue, both from the ground or from the air, commodity distribution, route clearance, and medical capabilities that we've postured and have leaned forward to make sure that they're able to deploy to California and operate just as quickly as they are requested. And to do that, we're cooperating very closely with FEMA, with the state of California, and the National Guard Bureau to deliver the right capabilities at the right time for the women and men of California.
Well, the Defense Department, I got to say, stepped up immediately. I didn't even, matter of fact, I got a call what you need before I even asked. So thank you all. And you have incredible capacity and capabilities. It's just getting them in place as quickly as possible is the most important thing. You're doing that right now. So I think you're going to see an awful lot of help coming based on what you want to do, what you can do, and the entire department is surging capacities, in my understanding, including the aerial equipment to fight these fires. So thank you very much. Now I'd like to speak to our Department of Energy Secretary Jennifer Granholm. She will brief us on power outages and initial assessments of impacts on the power grid in Los Angeles area. And Madam Secretary, it's all yours, wherever you are.
We're looking to see if she's still on the screen. She had to board a plane, so if she has had to board, the Deputy Secretary, Dave Turk, is sitting at the end of the table.
It looks like she is on her plane, so
It's all you, pal. Fire away.
I'll give the update, Mr. President. And she's on the way, Mr. President, to Puerto Rico again on official visit, given the island-wide blackout there, and doing everything we can to help on that front per your guidance and the Vice President's direction as well. And of course, again, per your guidance, we're doing everything we can to help, working with partners, including our utility partners, but also other federal partners as well. As of just coming into this meeting, there's about a little over 400,000 customer outages in California. Important to note that these are both actual outages, power that's actually been disrupted because of the fire, but also proactive shut-offs, just as you mentioned as well, to prevent fire ignition and the spread of fire. We've got two main utilities out there, Southern Cal Edison and the Los Angeles Department of Water and Power, and we're in close and continuing contact, including with their CEOs, Pedro and Janice as well, including calls with them just a few hours ago, just to make sure we're doing everything we can to help. We're coordinating with those utilities and with utilities literally across the country to make sure that we've got all the capabilities that we have in the federal government, but our utility partners to provide that. I want to thank you, Mr. President. You joined a call just a couple months ago with Liz and our secretary to thank all of these utility CEOs. We've got this phenomenal partnership with utilities all across the country. It's called mutual assistance. And if any utility in any one region needs help, all the other utilities, and we last unleashed this phenomenal partnership to bring 40,000 utility workers to Florida, North Carolina, South Carolina, the affected regions with the two hurricanes back to back. And everybody
Continue to talk to me. I've been deployed so many places.
Well, having been with the utilities out, we were all in Colorado for this meeting. They just appreciated you taking the time to thank them for their personal leadership. And it's the utility CEOs themselves who make the time for these calls going forward. We're working closely with all the utilities. We're also in continuing contact with the transmission operators. The disruption has really been at the distribution level, at the local level, but we want to make sure there's not broader outages and broader concerns. As of now, we're not seeing any issues with stability of the broader transmission system, either in the region or across California or more broadly. So that's a good news part of where we're at now, of course. We're working with the utilities trying to restore power to customers as quickly as we're able, but full restoration, of course, is going to take some time here. In particular, the comprehensive damage assessment will take time and can't begin until it's safe for crews to get in there and actually do the assessments and do the work. So we're working, Madam Vice President, as you said at the outset, with a real sense of urgency here, but also with a sense of we'll do whatever we can over the long haul to do right by our responsibilities.
David, one of the things that everybody's mentioned so far is the mental stress it's going to cause for average Americans who are caught in the middle of all this. And one of the things that, it's not, these aren't everyday, no matter how well educated one is, they're not always certain how power is transmitted, why it's transmitted the way it is, and so on. Could you explain to the folks here, the public is listening, what the impact on some of the utilities have had on the ability to generate the pumping of water? Because there's a lot of accusations going around that it's because that the local leadership didn't care. I mean, explain how this works and why it makes sense what's happening.
So this is an issue, actually. Secretary Granholm was on the phone with the CEO of Southern Cal Edison to talk exactly about this and make sure we were doing everything we can on that front. And it's both the power issue, and you mentioned generators and other ways that we can try to help solve the problem there, but it's also the pressure and making sure that we're thinking of these things holistically. And certainly my experience over the last 4 years under your leadership is it's not one department, it's not one slice of your federal government that is responsible. Energy and water issues overlap in a lot of different ways. So we work with our EPA colleagues and others to make sure that we're bringing all of our expertise and explaining it to our fellow Americans. It's important that we give transparent information and information they can rely upon.
Well, I think it's just people don't know how.
All right, we've been listening to a meeting at the White House with President Biden and his staff
Vice President Kamala Harris, obviously a resident here in Southern California, she described what we've witnessed in the last 4 days as apocalyptic. She also brought up the issue of the insurance companies and the fact that a lot of people's fire insurance has been canceled leading up to what we've seen in the last 4 days. The president, a lot of the conversation here about the infrastructure and trying to get that rebuilt. President talked about a declaration he signed to help rebuild churches and schools. And of course, as we've talked about with David Lazarus, you know, the water lines, the power lines, all of that's going to have to be rebuilt. And you're going to have to do this before you even start trying to rebuild homes.
And he talked about assets, fixed-wing aircraft, more strike forces, more firefighters.
Federal firefighters.
Yeah, coming to Southern California, which we need desperately.
Our firefighters, imagine how tired they are.
Wow.
County and city and Santa Monica and everyone who's just been working,
Altadena.
They've been working around the clock. So bringing in those strike teams from all around the country, including Arizona, and now President Biden issuing where federal firefighters can now come in and help out. It'll really be an amazing asset for us. Another thing that President Biden mentioned that Kai and Glenn and all of us were talking about here on the set, I would say during commercial breaks, but we haven't been doing commercial breaks, but is our mental health and how important mental health is for all of us. If you've lost your home or not lost your home, chances are you know someone who has, or just watching the news and seeing the plight of people, complete strangers. And we just want to and ask you to keep your mind healthy and really focus on your mental health and also the mental health of your friends and family. You know, a lot of times people, including myself, I'm okay, I'm good, you know, but not everyone's always okay. And it's good to communicate.
It is, and it's hard to watch your fellow man, your citizens in your city, your family, people that you don't know go through such a historic crisis and utter devastation that has happened here in Southern California at historic proportions. So because of that, you can see on your screen, this is a 24/7 hotline for the Los Angeles County Department of Mental Health. It's a helpline, and you can see it's at 1-800-854-7771. Also the suicide and crisis hotline. You can call or text at 988, and then Cal Hope is the line for support. And these are trained coordinators. These are people who are experts who can really help you if you're depressed, if you're having issues, if you're sad. There's nothing wrong with talking to someone, and you can do it anonymously.
Yes, that's the beautiful thing. These numbers are here on the screen. I've also posted them on one of my stories on Instagram. If you don't get these numbers or if you want to share them later, you know, it's going to be a tough few months moving forward. And on that note, Kai, you know, the winds seem to have died down a little bit, but not totally.
No, as a matter of fact, unfortunately, we're going to talk about the fact that the high wind warning will continue on, Glenn and Lou, not just today, but for tomorrow on Friday as well. And with this shot, we've been remarking at how beautiful it is there in Huntington Beach, and it's really difficult to remember when you look at a shot like this, how sad everybody is, and the treacherous conditions that are taking place across Southern California, and light winds at the coast, just a little bit of a sea breeze at the very most, and it's an offshore flow, so glassy conditions on the water surface. But look at what's continuing to take place through the Palisades area. They're seeing little bursts, little hits of winds gusting up to 15, 20 miles per hour. You could see Camarillo, Oxnard, 29 mile per hour, sustained wind speeds. And also Orange County, the Inland Empire, they too are seeing some stronger gusty winds this afternoon. A lot of that energy switching to the southeast here in Southern California. And once again, here's what I was just telling you. The high wind warning now extended into tomorrow morning at about 8 a.m. We're still in, especially the mountain communities, picking up gusts of up to 65, 70 miles per hour. Yes, indeed. And of course, the air quality is very poor for much of Southern California, especially the LA basin, also the Arcadia area, much of the San Gabriel Valley, extremely unhealthy and hazardous air quality in some of those fire-prone communities right now. And here is the all-important red flag warning, which will continue for the rest of the day, much of tomorrow on Friday afternoon, and hopefully we can get that to expire by tomorrow evening. The exceptions being the LA Orange County coastlines, those areas not experiencing that severe fire weather danger, but inland we certainly are, and this is playing a huge part. It's the dry air, and today is just extremely hazardous. Look at Van Nuys. There's just no moisture in the atmosphere at all, and that's why the fires are able to ignite so rapidly. Van Nuys, 5% relative humidity value, Chino at about 6%. And again, here's a good look at that air quality alert, which stretches into Orange County, as well as much as the Inland Empire. These funnels, these areas where we see the targeted Santa Ana winds being out of the Antelope Valley into the Santa Clarita, San Fernando, Simi valleys, they're still picking up wind gusts this afternoon. Also the Cajon Pass into much of the Inland Empire, Orange County. And you can see by early tomorrow morning, well, we're going to continue to see gusts of up to 30, 35, 40 miles per hour. Here's a little bit of good news. Tomorrow afternoon, we take a bit of a break in the action, but once we make our way into Saturday morning, well, we start to see a little bit of some southeasterly winds coming into Southern California. Those are not perfect Santa Ana winds, fortunately, but by the time we head into Sunday night, early Sunday morning rather, and late Saturday night, well, here comes another little burst of Santa Ana winds, and those continue to make their way through those funneled corridors. Now, Sunday's a little bit of a different story. Once we make our way into the lunch hour on Sunday, we've got a little hit of an onshore flow, especially out along the coastal sections. That's very good for the Palisades area. However, once we make our way into Monday afternoon, here we go. Another Santa Ana wind event begins to move into Southern California by Monday evening during the 8, 9 o'clock hours. Look at the Santa Clarita Valley, the Antelope Valley, all the way up along the Grapevine. We can see some of the inland areas of Orange County, the Chino Hills area, Temecula, Hemet Lake, Elsinore. They too will start to pick up some strong gusty winds by the lunch hour on Tuesday. This takes us into Tuesday night, and this time, rather than a widespread Santa Ana wind event, it looks a little bit more isolated to strictly the mountains, valleys, passes, canyons, as well as some of the high desert and low desert regions as well. On the left-hand side of your screen is the Santa Monica Mountain Range. The results of the Palisades fire now continuing to eat up a lot of that beautiful Santa Monica Mountain Range area headed towards the Topanga Canyon area. They continue to see dangerous conditions in Topanga Canyon as well. Fire weather continues as we look at your weather headlines on the right side of your screen through Friday. Once again, we'll continue to see Santa Anas, bursts of Santa Anas all the way through Saturday evening. Then we'll take a break Sunday. The next Santa Ana wind event comes Monday and Tuesday. Not nearly as strong, fortunately, as what we have been going through over the last few days, but nonetheless a Santa Ana wind event. And of course, we continue to urge you to take steps to prepare yourselves, your families from these dangerous conditions here in Southern California. Continue to have that go bag ready. Continue to keep your documents, your paperwork, your prescriptions at the ready in case you have to leave. And as we look at the weather setup, the ridge off of the California shoreline combined with the area of low pressure continues to give us that compressed air until we get into tomorrow evening. And once again, ridging just continues to take over through the weekend, and we won't see a great deal of strong gusty winds. But late Sunday into Monday, well, we'll have another cold core low that brings that cold air into much of Southern California and gives us another round of those Santa Ana winds, which again will not be as strong, but we still have to always be ready for the Santa Anas when they come to Southern California, no matter how strong or weak they may be. Downtown LA on the 7-day, we will see breezy conditions as we make our way through downtown tomorrow. It will also be quite a smoky environment, and that will continue all the way into at least Saturday. Also breezy conditions, and then Sunday we'll see some windy conditions picking up for the LA Basin into Monday. And for the San Fernando Valley, windier conditions once we head into next Monday and Tuesday with that next Santa Ana wind event. Again, these gusts pretty strong, but nothing like 80, 90 mile per hour wind gusts, but 35 to 40 and 45 mile per hour wind gusts will be in the offering for next Monday and Tuesday. Of course, the Inland Empire also, that's in the cards for you folks as well. Once we head into next Monday and Tuesday, that next Santa Ana wind event is coming your way. Temperature-wise, well, you see much of Southern California, upper 60s, low and mid 70s. So we've got a rather mild forecast for the region for the next 7 days. Of course, up in the mountains, a little bit cooler. And next Monday and Tuesday, once again, the mountains will see those Santa Ana winds roaring through the higher elevations. The San Gabriel Valley, breezy once again today, tomorrow. Boy, that's a good news for Altadena, Pasadena. They take a good and a well-needed break for Saturday, Sunday, but they will see some lighter wind gusts moving through the San Gabriel Valley. That'll happen once again As we make our way into Monday and Tuesday, gusts between about 20 to 25 miles per hour. So again, nothing too significant, which is good news there. And for the beaches, mid-60s breezy conditions tomorrow, a beautiful weekend, 62 Saturday, 66 Sunday. And by Monday and Tuesday, the beaches will start to see some of those Santa Ana winds invading some of the coastal regions as well, but gusts of up to 15, 18 miles per hour, nothing damaging, which once again, Glenn and Lou, is some good news there.
All right, Kai, thank you for that. Well, it's feels like we're just beginning again, you know? It's like it's never ending.
Yeah.
All right, joining us via Zoom now is Dr. El Hassan with Kaiser Permanente. He is a leading asthma and lung expert here in Southern California and somebody we need to talk to today.
Yeah, of course. Thank you for joining us. We're talking about the smoke blanketing Southern California from the wildfires. It's obviously creating unhealthy air for people across our region and beyond. Can we talk about the health effects that the smoke and poor air quality can have on our health at any age?
Absolutely. And you're absolutely right. The smoke that we're seeing and all the ash can affect anyone of any age, and whether they're healthy or if they have heart or lung problems. So it can affect the upper airways, the nose, the back of the throat, can cause coughing and runny nose and can cause difficulty breathing when those particles, when the ash goes down into the lungs.
So what are the long as well as the short-term health effects this wildfire smoke can have on your respiratory system?
The short-term effects, everyone's already feeling it who's in that area, is the runny nose, cough, the irritation, and sometimes difficulty breathing. And if you have lung disease or heart disease, you may be feeling short of breath. You might have asthma that may flare. Or you may have difficulty breathing from other health conditions as well. Long term, we are concerned the more and more people are exposed to this kind of pollution, it can cause long-term inflammation and long-term issues. And once again, not just for people who have lung disease or heart disease currently, but also healthy people as well. And I also worry about the elderly and the very young.
Yes. I know we were talking about encouraging elderly people to, no matter what, wear those masks, but maybe we all should until a lot of this clears up. We've seen ash, doctor, in the air. Like I saw one that was like a fourth of a dime size land on my windshield this morning, and just wondering, like, how does it really affect our respiratory system if in fact it does go in there? Is it eventually flushed out with exercise, or does it stay in there? How does that work?
Over time, the body will hopefully naturally get rid of these particles. So we're dealing with the ash, like you mentioned. Some of it can affect the upper airways. Some of the smaller particles can actually get down into the lungs and even the lower lungs. Now, there's another problem that we have to deal with because man-made objects are also getting burned as well. So it's not just vegetation causing ash and the chemicals from that. These fires are also burning plastics and metals that are found in houses. So people are also inhaling chemicals as well. And those can go down further into the lungs and even into the bloodstream. So there are effects from the ash, the irritation, and from the chemicals that we are inhaling as well.
How much more vulnerable are children compared to adults to the effects of this wildfire smoke?
Children breathe more air per cubic foot of their body. So they actually are breathing more overall compared to adults if you take their size into account. They are also subject to other issues because their lungs are developing. They also are very likely to have colds, runny noses. They're at school all day and are more susceptible to viruses as well. Children who grow up in areas where there's a lot of pollution and they're constantly exposed to it will have lungs that are less developed when they become adults than children who are growing up in healthy air. So that's a concern of ours as well.
So what can we do to protect ourselves, also our family, from this? A mask?
You'd mentioned the mask. It's a great idea. The ones that have a little valve so you can breathe out easily are great. The N95 masks. Stay indoors when you can. exercise when you can, and I'm a big fan of air filters in the house. I think those help quite a bit, especially in these fires, to keep the air inside the house clean. I also want to emphasize to everyone, if you have lung disease or heart disease, if you need an inhaler or other type of medication to control your illness, please make sure you have it on hand, make sure it's not expired, make sure your inhalers are working properly. That way, if you need them, you don't find that it's not working and you have to rush out and get that medication.
All right, Doctor, thank you so much. Dr. El Hassan with Kaiser Permanente, we really appreciate your time. I'm sure you're just as busy as all of us. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you.
All right, let's get an update now on the Eaton fire. I believe, though, what we're looking at here is the Palisades fire, but Chip Yost is in covering the Eaton fire on the ground in the last couple of days. Chip, what do you have for us, and where are you?
Yeah, hey there, Glenn. We're on Altadena Drive. This is a small little section of street we're on right now. There are around a dozen homes, and from my count, from what we've seen, every one of the homes on this section of street, except for one that's going to be right over here as he pans around. There's one we can see still standing on the corner, but on both sides of the street, there's this one still standing, but on both sides of the street, all the rest of them look like this. And unfortunately, we also learned of a death on this street. Remember, we heard that there were at least 5 deaths yesterday from officials. Today, they wouldn't talk about numbers. They said they're still trying to confirm and get some better data on how many people may have passed away in this fire. But we know of one victim now. He actually lived in this house. We just talked to his daughter a little bit ago. Let's show you a picture of the man who passed away here. He was 82-year-old Rodney Nickerson, lived here for decades, according to his daughter. He was here with his grandson when the fire started, knew about the evacuations, but was convinced that he'd be okay here, did not think that the fire would reach where his home is. Unfortunately, it wasn't the case. She said she hadn't heard from him, wasn't able to get in touch with him, so had her boyfriend come over yesterday morning to check on him. He went to his bedroom, or where his bedroom used to be, and her boyfriend told her that he had found him in his bed, so it appears he may have died in his sleep during the fire. Here is more from his daughter.
He was gathering some things, packing up his car a bit, and he said that he was going to gather up his stuff, but he said he was going to stay here too. He said that he felt this was going to pass over and that he would be here, and he did position himself, but he didn't want to leave.
He's 82 years old. Tell us a little bit about him.
82 years old. He bought this house in 1968, and he put $5 down on the house, is what he told me. And he came right back with his paperwork from Lockheed Martin, which is where he retired from in Palmdale. He'd been there for 45 plus years. And he's been an Altadenian as long as I've been living. My whole life. I came here home as a child. I was born at Kaiser Permanente in Sunset, and they brought me here to this house, and I've been here my whole life with him.
So Rodney Nickerson was 82 years old. Here's a look at some more homes here on this street that were lost during this fire. As far as number of homes lost, number of businesses lost, we expect updates on that. They've been able to but everywhere you go around Altadena, streets like this, homes on both sides of the street gone, and even on Lake Avenue, one of the main thoroughfares where all the businesses are, businesses on both sides of the street gone, including the U.S. Post Office here. So a lot to rebuild here in Altadena. For now, reporting live in Altadena, I'm Chip Yost, KTLA 5 News.
All right, Chip, thank you so much for some of that information. We do have a couple of updates. Gil is over a new fire here. Gil, where are you?
Well, Lou and Glenn, you're looking at this brush fire. It's actually a grass fire that just broke out. This is close to Victory Boulevard and Valley Circle, just west of that area. As I come out wide, you saw one helicopter dropping. They have a couple of water-dropping helicopters out here. You see the homes there on the edge of the hillside there. And as I come out wide, you can see the area it's burning in right now. Mostly light grasses, maybe a little bit of a heavy grass, but the smoke is blowing into this area here. As I zoom in, I'll give you a couple of streets here. In fact, I'll bring in our map system so you can see that Shady Grove Place would be one of the first streets that may encounter some of that fire, but it is pushing that direction right now. This is happening north of the 101 freeway. This is close to Bell Canyon, if not in it, but let me come back in and zoom in to show you the flame lengths. It is, like I said, mostly a grass fire, but wind-driven through this area. It's unclear how it broke out. It just started, though. My pilot, Anton, spotted it, and we flew over here real quick to see what's going on. But you can see several acres, at least for now, on fire and continuing to spread out of control. And at this point, it's an aerial attack only. They have units that are responding to it as we speak, but at this point, the fire is burning unchecked, other than those aircraft that are dropping water on it.
Well, the great thing is there is water being dropped on it, because in the last few days we have not been able to see that, and I think that's why a lot of these fires were out of control, because the gusts were so strong. The helicopters and air operations weren't able to fly it, but hopefully they'll be able to get over there and drop some phos-check and prevent this fire from spreading.
Yeah, also, Gail, is this that one of those areas where when you get the Santa Ana winds, it will actually, we've seen fires in the past that have gone through here into Calabasas and all the way down to the ocean?
Yes, in fact, Glenn and Lou, this was the area that burned in that fire. I'm trying to remember the name of it. Started up near Sylmar, I believe. It made its way across Ode Mountain and then burned down the hills here all the way into Malibu. But that explains some of the terrain here and some of the light grasses. It's been a while since that fire, but at this point it looks like mostly grass that's burning here. As I zoom in, you can get a better look. I did see a tanker just out of our shot. It should be coming in to drop some fire retardant as you speak. There goes the lead plane dropping a line of smoke. That's for the tanker to hone in on that line of smoke, and it should be coming right behind that lead plane here. There's the tanker. So it took a look at that smoke line. It's going to come back around and be targeting that side of the fire when it makes its orbit back around. But at this point, you see all the homes there on the top of the screen. That is east of the fire, and in the hills here as it continues to grow. Several acres and growing at this point.
Yeah, Gil, looking across the San Fernando Valley, can you see anything else going on? Because I'm getting messages from people, maybe some other smaller fires or spot fires, and I'm specifically looking not to the north, but to the east, like maybe along Ventura Boulevard or around.
Yeah, this is. Oh, okay. Yeah, this is up near Big Tongue Canyon. We heard of a possible fire breaking out there. Here's a look towards the 101 freeway and Ventura Boulevard. Whereabouts did you say it was? In Encino?
Maybe Encino area, possibly. Maybe at the top where the mountains.
Yeah, that's. Okay. Yeah, that's the Encino Reservoir there. Don't see any smoke there, although if I pan to the right, that's the Palisades fire that's burning up there. Maybe that's what people are seeing. Again, it's not really, it's making a slow approach to the valley. We looked at it yesterday, and it looks like it's burning basically in the same area. They have fire retardant drops going on that northern flank of the fire. So that's probably what people are seeing in the valley near Encino. In the meantime, back to this fire, I did see the tanker coming around. We should see that drop soon if it hasn't dropped already coming in through this area. But that's a look to the south and up. If I tilt up here, that's looking out towards, I believe that's Las Virgenes there that goes through the mountains there. But again, at this point, several acres of grass burning here, and the wind is definitely driving that fire.
Yeah.
You see the tanker?
And Gil, hi, this is Kai. You know, you talked a lot about Topanga Canyon, and we know that they're seeing some flames down there in some of the residential areas near Fernwood. But as you put up the map, you showed, and of course, let's take a look at the tanker drop before we talk about that any further. But here we go. Gil, I'll let you describe this.
Yeah, he's coming in for his approach. This time it looks like he's going to drop. He followed that lead plane. He's got a good eye on the line of fire and should be hitting the button any second here to drop that. There it goes. Drop that fire retardant right along that line. It's a great drop. Again, the fire retardant doesn't necessarily put out the fire, but it will slow the fire enough for the helicopters to come in and drop water on the line of fire there. So it does suppress it. It does slow the rate of spread down, but it doesn't necessarily put the fire out. What we'll see next, once the tankers are done, we'll see those helicopters come back in and start hitting those lines of fire and dousing it. So it's a great 1-2 punch on the fire itself, hitting that fire retardant, and then the water dropping helicopters to come in and douse the flames.
And Gil, if you wouldn't mind, if you could pan back up towards the Malibu Canyon, Los Virgenes Road area. At the top of the mountain, there's some smoke there, right there. Some smoke coming up over that mountaintop right there.
Yeah.
Could you talk about how close that might be towards the Malibu Canyon area?
Yeah, it's fairly close, although I think one of the areas that we are really concerned about is over here. If I'm going to pan the camera over to this area here, and that's Topanga State Park, and there's homes right in this area. We were just looking at that when we saw the fire break out over here north of the 101 freeway. So you can see all the homes kind of peppered there in the hillside, a lot of brush around those homes. It doesn't look like there's a lot of brush clearance around those properties, but quite a few there. This is off of the Topanga Canyon Boulevard, and one of the streets is Green Bluff. So they're definitely, Kai, there's definitely an urgency there to protect those homes.
Yeah, and that Topanga Canyon Park area is beautiful. You've got Eagle Rock up there, Gil, and then you make your way down the other side and towards the Pacific Palisades. But Gil, describe to folks, that's a difficult area for fixed-wing aircraft to fight a fire like that, isn't it? It's just rugged.
It's very rugged. You're not going to see a lot of camp crews up there, although in those homes they're going to send some strike teams definitely, and they'll definitely have structure protection, fire trucks up there in those neighborhoods to protect. But the concern, as I was saying, the brush clearance in that neighborhood is not very good. There's a lot of brush there around those homes. As I zoom in here, you can see those homes right there on the line of fire, and hopefully they're able to protect them. Doesn't look like we've seen any fire retardant drops there yet, but we might in the coming moments.
All right, just to reiterate, where exactly is this? Because you zoom from what was going on in the West Hills, and it's, you know, are we looking at the hills above the south end of the San Fernando Valley, or beyond that?
So this is going to be the Topanga State Park area. This is south of the 101 freeway. It's going to be, it's basically south of Calabasas, and very close to Topanga Canyon. Yeah, so it's, in fact, I'll pull out wide and bring it back in the map here to show you. There's Topanga Canyon there on the right-hand side of the smoke. We pulled away from the other fire north of the 101 freeway to show you this, but a lot of fire, active fire up here in the hills. And if I may swing back to the other fire, Anton, make a right turn, please. All the way across, you see the fire line out into Malibu, onto Palisades, and then the new fire breaking out here, just just west of Valley Boulevard and, Victory Boulevard and Valley Circle.
Yeah, and Gil, talk to our viewers at home watching, and Glenn alluded to this. This is an area where, of course, and you know it well, it's more like a funnel for these northeasterly rather, these Santa Ana winds to come out of the high deserts. They go up over the Santa Clarita Valley, they hit this area, and then they just sort of take off.
Yes, absolutely. In fact, the Newhall Pass is nearby, and that's always a funnel. You have a heavy wind events through there all the time when we get the Santa Ana winds, and this is part of it. The winds just carry this direction and hit the west end of the valley here, the San Fernando Valley. And so that's where we're getting, you can see the smoke just laying down across the ground there. So that's a sign of some heavier winds, at least in this area for now. For us, we're up higher. We're about 7,400 feet. And it's not too bumpy up here at this altitude, but down low it looks like it's pretty windy.
Yeah, at the surface, and we talk about this a lot, Glenn Lou Gilden, you know, the winds are a little stronger, and he's up there at about 7,500 feet. They're getting some gusts up there in the helicopter. However, the gusts are stronger on the ground.
And Kai, as the evening comes, do the winds get stronger tonight? Are the gusts sustained? How does that work?
Well, what we're going to see, we call them sundowner winds. So as day changes to night, the winds will get stronger. They will pick up. We'll continue to see sporadic wind gusts through the rest of the day today. In this area in particular, like I'm looking at the sustained winds in that area right now, probably at about 21 to 23, 25 miles per hour. So that puts the gusts anywhere between 26 up to 30 miles per hour. There could be a few gusts, but this is not that consistent and widespread wind event like we saw taking place from late Monday into Tuesday and Wednesday. This is a little bit more isolated to strictly these funnel areas and not just coming out of the Newhall Pass, as Gil just mentioned, but also out into the Cajon Pass as you head into San Bernardino, Riverside County. And the high wind warning, Lou, to answer your question, yeah, it's going to continue in these areas through the night tonight, should expire by tomorrow morning during the 8 o'clock hour. But I say should because we're still looking at the dangerous conditions and the Santa Anas. There will be bursts here and there. And as you look at that smoke, well, that's what's giving us, of course, this hazardous air quality here in Southern California. And again, the high wind warning until 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. The red flag warning continues until tomorrow evening at 6 o'clock, and that's because of the extremely dry air that's all over Southern California. What we're seeing is that quick ignition, and even this is a little bit of a low grass fire. It's so dry out there, and Gil, I'll let him actually describe this a little bit more in a moment, but that's how the fire spreads so rapidly. And Gil, if you could talk to that, talk about just how dry this grass is, talk about how dry the air is.
Yeah, it's very dry out here. It's been that way for quite a while. You can see the rolling hills here, the trails that lead up in through this area, and just absolutely dry. Of course, the Chatsworth Reservoir, nothing in it right now. So locally, any kind of reservoir, it's lacking water in this area. It's unknown where the LA City Fire is getting their water for their helicopters. They likely set up a helibase in the foothills here close by, and that's where they're going to get water from a water tender that will fill up the aircraft, and then they'll take off again. So we're just trying to get the lay of the land out here for the people that live in this area. With the map in, you can see the different streets. Dry grass out here, and a lot of it.
Right. And then Gil, also, if you could talk to the viewers at home about the ember spread. I know that we've seen a lot of these fires popping off from embers that fly up to 2, 3, and 5 miles in distance. Can you kind of talk to that subject?
Yeah, absolutely, Kai. There's the 101 freeway there. It's
He's going to come back in a second, but I'm certain what he's going to say is you're looking at the topography out there, Glenn and Lou, and yes, some of the fires that we are looking at and what Gil is describing, when you go from the Pacific Palisades all the way to Topanga Canyon, the fire just didn't race that far. This is amber spread.
Yes.
Yeah, and the thing is, the direction this fire is going, there's a neighborhood, so it means the embers are blowing toward that neighborhood on that side of the 101. But as we've seen before, these could jump the 101. It can actually end up connecting to the Palisades fire down the road here.
Yeah, and of course not even jumping the 101, but look at the neighborhood right there at the bottom of your screen. It's getting closer and closer to that neighborhood. So if you're here in this area near the Valley Circle, just to the north of the 101, you want to be prepared. Again, we talk about this. Have a plan. Be ready. Have your prescriptions, your clothing. Do it now while you have a calm, cool, and collected mind before you get anxious, stressed, and desperate. And this is a good time, and again, not just the folks in this particular neighborhood, but for the time being, all across Southern California, this can happen anywhere. And you can see the smoke, it is laying down. So that means that we are still looking at gusts of up to 35 and 40 miles per hour.
Well, and that's a great point, Kai. I love to see the air operations coming in. But you never know where this is going to pop. It hasn't been in the Valley, right? It's only been in the Palisades and moving into Topanga. It was in Hollywood. But it can literally pop up anywhere, and that's why you've got to be prepared. So many people have been prepared, and this is the first time they've ever experienced something like this. And just...
Yeah, and then the other thing about that's scary is folks in Hollywood last night, they live in apartment buildings surrounded by concrete, and they're being evacuated. They never thought that would happen.
Exactly.
But it hit them hard, and they realized it could happen because we're watching communities like Altadena, the Pacific Palisades, surrounded by concrete going up in flames.
And by the way, we saw footage last night too, is when that happened, basically Okay, so we're going to leave this now. Officials are holding a press conference to update us on the Eaton fire. Let's listen in.
Town council members who have all expressed concerns over the criminal activity in the fire-impacted areas. The sheriff announced this morning that 20 people have been arrested by deputies for looting. We cannot, and let me make it clear, we will not allow this to continue to happen. Those who have evacuated have faced imaginable devastation, displacement, and loss. We must stand up against opportunists who want to prey on these victims. I will not stand by and allow an already traumatic experience to be further compounded. I stand here today with the sheriff as he makes an important announcement that will amplify our ability to protect our vulnerable communities in their time of need. My deepest thanks to our first responders who have been battling this blaze, and to the law enforcement officers who have been standing up against criminal activity to the best of their ability. I am confident that these steps we are taking today will give us extra leverage and support needed to really crack down on this important issue. To our residents, we stand with you and will continue to stand up for you. It's frustrating to me when we ask people to evacuate. Their greatest fear is, am I going to come back not only to a home that's standing, but if it is standing, have people come in and burglarize my home? They shouldn't have to make that choice. So with that, I would like to introduce our Los Angeles County Sheriff, Robert Luna.
Thank you, Supervisor. Just so all of you know, her leadership's amazing. And we've been on the phone consistently with a lot of the challenges that we're facing, but we remind each other we're facing them together, and we have a lot of good things going on. So as we're working through this, I want everyone to know that the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department has officially requested the support of the California National Guard for both fires, at least in LA County, both the Palisades and Eaton fire. We are in the process and will coordinate deployments for any additional requests through the county. And just so everybody's aware, in order to request mutual aid, at least for law enforcement, in Los Angeles County, I'm the primary regional coordinator for that. So the request was made through our department, but we are working in collaboration with the Los Angeles Police Department, Chief Jim McDonald, Chief Gene Harris, who joined here to the left, and then the Chief Ramon Bautista from the Santa Monica Police Department, and then any other chiefs of police who may need additional resources as a result of these fires. We'll make sure that we do that. So for the last 24 hours or so, we have had approximately 400 National Guard members throughout the state ready to support us, and as I just stated, they will be coming in. We expect that they may be on site as soon as tonight. That may change a little bit, but they will be assisting us with traffic control and critical infrastructure protection. They will be staged throughout the Los Angeles region, and our Emergency Operations Bureau is currently working on specific missions that they will fulfill both in these affected county fire areas, the city of Pasadena, the city of Santa Monica, and the city of Los Angeles. This wouldn't be possible without the assistance of Governor Newsom, who approved this request. He's been consistently on the phone with our leadership asking what that we need, and we're very grateful for that. This effort will allow law enforcement to free up our resources and move personnel to other critical areas throughout the county, in a sense becoming a force multiplier. I'm going to switch gears a little bit now. Earlier there was a lot of questions, as there should be, about the death toll here in Los Angeles County as it specifically relates to the fire. Anytime I talk about numbers, whether they are fatalities or we're talking about potential looting arrest, I'm going to tell you something. The number just continuously fluctuates, and it's because we're still in a very chaotic scenario. And just to give you an idea, and I'm surrounded by a lot of firefighters,
and the fire chief will come up and talk next. We're still working in a very fluid and active environment, meaning that there are still spot fires going on in areas, there's gas leaks. So when people are asking us for numbers of fatalities, we want to give them to you, but we have to wait until it's safe for our personnel to be able to go in there and do this right, because to some people, the death toll may just be a number. To us, on our side of the fence and public safety, each one of those numbers is a family member. We're going to have to make notifications with our partners at the coroner's office to let them know that they're not going to see their family members anymore. So just again, it's preliminary and it's absolutely going to change. But as of right now, and we stated this yesterday, we do have confirmed 5 deaths between Palisades and the Eaton fire. But that number, again, is going to change as more information comes in and when we start to get into the damaged area. The homicide detectives for the LA County Sheriff's Department are trying to get into the locations to process the scenes, but they've been delayed for the dangerous conditions that I just spoke about. But once homicide is able to get in there, they'll do the death investigations, and then we'll have more complete information that a lot of people are asking us for. I also want to mention that our team has been working on a curfew. Our goal is to attempt to implement a curfew within the specific impacted areas around the 2 fire areas, both for Palisades and Eaton. As we work through the legal process to get that done, the goal is to try and implement it tonight. If we're not able to do that, that may happen maybe by tomorrow night. That curfew looks like it'll be from 6 p.m. To 6 a.m. Again, 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. That will be the goal. We will be enforcing that. I think if most of you heard our press conference earlier today, we had a number of looting arrests throughout the entire county region. That is unacceptable behavior. Having additional resources, having the National Guard with us, which will augment those resources, will help send a stronger message, keep people out of the impacted areas so we don't continuously victimize the people who have already been victimized, who have lost their homes. So we'll continue to work on the evacuation orders as soon as we can. We'll give you more specific information, because a big legal part of that is that we have to notify our community of what it is and how that works. And just to wrap up for us, we have increased resources for our burglary and looting suppression. Unfortunately, there have been crimes out there that have been reported to us by residents who have evacuated their homes. Our deputies continue to do an amazing job of conducting humanitarian missions, and they've had many, many rescues. And I do want to stress that the majority of the people they are having to rescue out of homes and vehicles are individuals that chose not to evacuate, not only putting themselves in danger, but putting the first responders in more significant danger. So please, you hear this over and over, when somebody tells you to mandatory evacuate, please evacuate. Preliminarily, I know we're talking about 20 arrests. Preliminarily, we have about 12 arrests related to looting. And again, that number hasn't been confirmed. We're checking that. We're also getting the number of about 16, and that's at the multiple impacted areas throughout the county of Los Angeles. But we'll continue to collaborate. And as I stated earlier, I'm in constant contact with the California Office of Emergency Services. That's where we made the official request for the California National Guard. I've been in communication with the Commissioner of the California Highway Patrol. He's offered his assistance, and we've deployed with his partnership or collaboration multiple CHP officers for traffic control around the area. My last item is this. If you have any questions about current evacuation orders or warnings, or the many street closures that we have here in Los Angeles County, please visit lacounty.gov/emergency for updated information. And with that, I am going to now introduce the Fire Chief for Los Angeles County, best looking Fire Chief, Tony Maroney.
Thank you, Sheriff Luna and Supervisor Barger, Chair of the Board. So I'm going to limit my comments to an update for the Eaton fire here in Los Angeles County that's affecting the unincorporated community of Altadena, in addition to the cities of Pasadena, Arcadia, and Sierra Madre. We remain in unified command. However, we have added one unified command partner. CAL FIRE Incident Management Team 3 has been assigned to the incident to assist with recovery operations. Recovery operations consists of trying to coordinate all of our human remain detection teams that will be going house to house to make sure that we can account for anybody who's been killed in the fire. Also setting up community recovery centers. They're also going to be doing damage inspection coordination for us. So the Eaton fire is now estimated to be 13,690 acres. It's grown since our morning press conference because the fire is making a run towards the historic Mount Wilson area. We are still at 0% containment, but we now have a better estimation of the number of fire personnel assigned to the incident. We're now at 1,527 personnel assigned, and like this morning, additional mutual aid resources to continue to arrive to assist in the firefight. This morning we did have a firefighter suffer a significant injury in a fall. That firefighter is resting comfortably at an area hospital. He's in stable condition and he is expected to make a full recovery. We now have a confirmation that we have a potential for over 4,000 to 5,000 structures damaged or destroyed. The definition of a structure could be a single-family residence, a multifamily residence, a commercial occupancy, an outbuilding, or a vehicle. So this morning I reported 1,000. We are now reporting 4,000 to 5,000 of those types of structures. The cause of the fire remains unknown and under investigation by the Sheriff's Department along with the LA County Fire Department and the U.S. Forest Service. The reason that the sheriff is going to be reporting fatality information, because the cause of the fire is unknown at this time, if it turns out that this was an arson fire, any death that relates from an arson fire is considered a murder, and the LASD investigates those types of crimes. The number of resources assigned to this fire siege has increased significantly, and we are in a much better posture than we were on Tuesday and Wednesday. Out-of-state resources continue to arrive in LA County, and we're appreciative of to all of our firefighters from throughout the western United States for providing assistance to Los Angeles County in our time of need. Regarding the current red flag warning condition, as I stated this morning, it's going to continue for Los Angeles County and much of Ventura County through Friday, but I think we all realize that the winds have significantly diminished after the PDS was canceled 4 p.m. yesterday. So we're hoping that the weather is going to continue to cooperate so we can get some perimeter line in on the fire. I would now like to invite up the Operations Section Chief for California Interagency Incident Management Team 5, Don Fraguglia.
Okay, good day, everybody. Like Chief said, my name is Don Fraguglia. I represent California Team 5. I'm going to give you an operational update on what's going on the fire right now as we speak. And I'm going to talk a little bit to the map behind me, just so you know, and I'm going to use a pointer since it's kind of a small map. Okay, we're going to start over here on the right flank of the fire. This is Santa Anita Canyon. We're currently actively engaged there with several hotshot crews along the road and along the canyon bottom, and we're being successful. Throughout the day today, we've had rotor wing, the opportunity to fly rotor wing and fixed wing aircraft. The winds are still pretty high up there, so it's kind of a hit or miss deal. We get the aircraft up and we get them flying, and then it's just too dangerous for the pilots and they have to come back down. So it's a constantly evaluation, constant use of that aircraft, and we're being successful when we're able to fly them. As we come along the north end of the fire there, Mount Wilson was mentioned recently in this press conference. I want everybody to know the fire has made it to Mount Wilson. We're actively engaged there, and so far no loss to any values at risk at Mount Wilson, and we're feeling good about what we have to do up there tonight to keep that site secure. As we come across the top of this fire over here towards the Jet Propulsion Laboratory, we're making good progress here as well. Values at risk obviously include the JPL among other things out there, so priority for me as an operations is this side of the fire over here is a high priority. We're concerned about the winds that are potentially coming to outflank us in the coming days. So all hands on deck. We're going to work day and night, and we expect to continue. You'll see some containment in the coming days. Thank you.
Thank you from the Operations Section Chief. So next up we'll have the Arcadia Fire Chief, Chen Swin.
Hello, my remarks will be brief. My name is Chen Swen, Fire Chief for the City of Arcadia. I just wanted to express my deepest gratitude and our deepest gratitude to our community, to our public safety partners up here, many who are standing up here just for their work on the East End. I wanted to provide an update, a website for our Arcadia residents and businesses. You can visit www.arcadiaca.gov/2025 windstorm, or visit any of our social media platforms. Thank you.
Now we'll have Pasadena Fire Chief Chad Augustin. Chad?
Good afternoon, Chad Augustine, Pasadena Fire Chief. Thank you so much for being here today. I had the opportunity to fly this fire this morning, and the level of devastation is staggering. We're extremely thankful for all of our partner agencies here, local, state, and federal. We could not get a handle on this fire without them. And for my residents, we're committed to get back to full restoration as long as that takes. And you'll have the continued support of everybody here in order to do that. Thank you.
All right, let's do a news conference and update on the Eaton fire, which is now up to 13,690 acres. About 4,000 to 5,000 structures have been destroyed or damaged. And more importantly, because of some looting going on, Sheriff Robert Luna says that there is now curfew, Altadena area, from 6 p.m. to 6 a.m.
Yes.
But we do have developing news here in the West Hills area.
Let's get straight to Gil Levis. He's up in Sky 5 over West Hills. Hi.
Hi, Lou and Glenn. You're looking at the starting point of this fire near Victory Boulevard and Valley Circle. This started, according to the fire department, LA City Fire got the call just after 2:30 this afternoon of the brush fire breaking out in the hills here. It made rapid growth here, a really quick moving fire in those grasses. It's already pushed into these homes here. This is going to be off of Mountain Gate Road and the 101 freeway. The backyards of these homes. As I zoom in here, you'll see how close the fire is. They didn't have much time to evacuate here to try to get out of harm's way, but you can see how it is wrapped around this community to the north and west side of it, and the fire continues to march towards the 101 freeway at Las Virgenes. There's another little pocket of homes here that are in the path of the fire right here. This is, I believe it's called Hidden Valley area, right off the close to what they're calling Malibu Canyon. But again, as I come out to a wider shot here, you can see the extent of the smoke and the embers being cast in that direction. And the concern is for these homes really close here to. Let me bring in my map and show you the names of the streets here that are impacted. The homes here off of Mountain Gate Road, just north of the 101 freeway, very close to Hidden Hills. So at this point, they're doing all they can. They're sending additional resources from LA City Fire and Ventura County Fire, as well as LA County Fire, talking about the fire itself. But so far, it does not look like any homes have been burned or damaged at this point. It is just burning around the perimeter, and hopefully there's enough brush clearance or that grass clearance around this community to save it. But it is continuing to march towards the 101 freeway at this point, and for the most part, other than some tankers and some helicopters, it is unchecked, and they're getting those fire structure protection groups inside these communities to do what they can to protect the homes.
Yeah, Glenn and Lou, that is the Mountain Gate community. It is a gated community. I'm certain, though, there are a few different ways you can exit that community, but again, you make your way into that community right off of the 101, and again, Gil's right, it's just to the east of Malibu Canyon in the Las Virgenes area, and the houses in here, they're all in cul-de-sacs. They're sort of very tightly put together, as you can see, but you can also see as we look live, these folks are getting ready. You can see that truck was just backing into his driveway. They know from the smoke and flame that they've got to start to prepare to make their way out of this neighborhood because things are getting very dangerous right now. We still have winds gusting up to about 20, 25 miles per hour in this area. And as Gil mentioned, it's making its way towards the 101.
It actually looks really quiet. There's not a lot of movement in the neighborhood.
Well, you look at the time right now. School's getting out, kids aren't home. Maybe people are at work. Yeah, they're at work. They're going about their normal day, and they might not be at home right now. But again, this fire is moving pretty quickly, and this is that grass. That grass burns so quickly. It burns really fast, and that's why it went all the way from Victory in the Valley Circle area to this particular neighborhood in no time at all, in about 15 to 20 minutes. And there's a helicopter. Hopefully they're looking towards making a water drop in. But again, there's a lot of homes packed in this little area there in the Mountain Gate community.
Yeah, I don't know why it keeps popping up as Mountain Gate on our map, but it's actually called Mountain View.
Mountain View. Yeah, because Mountain Gate is over
Mountain
by
Gate
the
is
Getty.
off this,
And there's a Mountain Gate Street in there. I know that.
Mountain
I
View.
looked that up too.
Yeah.
But it's Mountain View. But again, there's a good drop.
And the entrance to get in there is on Moreau Road, which kind of runs parallel to the 101.
Yes.
And the concern is if they've had problems in this neighborhood before.
Yep.
And if it goes through this Mountain View community, like I said, Moreau Road runs right just north of the parallel to the 101.
Yeah.
And if it jumps the 101, then we've got this fire down in the Calabasas. Well, this is actually Calabasas.
Yeah, but Agoura.
But you're going to get on the other side, and you've got all kinds of problems.
Right. And that street you're talking about, Moreau, that runs right there along the 101. A lot of people take that when they go east and there's traffic on the 101 off of Malibu Canyon. They'll use that as sort of a frontage road, if you will, to get back on the freeway over there by Valley Circle and then head into Woodland Hills. But you could see the freeway open right now. That is a look at the 101 at the bottom of your screen, and it's open going both east as well as west, so there haven't been any closures yet. But I wouldn't be shocked if the CHP isn't talking about that very shortly, at least going in the westerly direction, a little bit closer to that fire.
And, and this is going to be, like I said, sort of a situation, not as many people, but, like the Palisades Highlands, and Palisades Road, one way in, one way out.
Yeah.
And it's a great example, you can see those flames right there. Hopefully they're going to jump in there with the air ops and be able to drop some phos-check or water on that. But example for the last few days, on Tuesday morning, we saw on Palisades Drive people trying to get out. It was a mad rush, a traffic jam, and then we saw it again last night in Hollywood when they sent out that evacuation, mad rush for people to leave. Again, it's just, this can pop up anywhere. And for example, like today, because we almost had to evacuate, I told my neighbors I'm going to leave my back door, which is probably not the greatest idea, but I'm going to leave my back door unlocked in case I'm at work. And so communicate with your neighbors in other neighborhoods, right?
Yeah.
Because this can pop up anywhere. We are not out of the woods with this wind event.
And also, it's not just this Mountain View community. There's at the very end up there in East Las Virgenes Road, there's a big community there too. There's lots of homes. There's businesses in that particular area. This is to the north of the 101. A lot of people go south. They go into Malibu, so they're not familiar with this area. But yeah, there's a lot of homes and businesses up in that particular area as well. And the smoke continuing to travel a little bit further towards Canaan. That you can see that at the top of your screen, Canaan Doom Road. So if you're living in those areas, that smoke is definitely headed your way. and that's a scary thing to see. So if you do live near Canaan, if you live up there in the Reyes Adobe community up that street, many of those areas that you're seeing up on our map, this is the time for you to make a plan, get prepared. The winds are still strong, these Santa Ana winds, and this wind event is continuing to stick around. We've got a high wind warning until tomorrow, Friday morning at 6 a.m. So these winds are not laying down. It is 326. We will continue to see these winds staying strong. The sun will go down by about 4 or 5 o'clock. I'll look at the exact time, but as that happens, as we start to go from day to night, the winds will most likely begin to pick up a little bit more. And of course, this is a very dangerous area. This is a red flag area, and there's no need to explain that because it's just super bone dry in this area, guys.
All right, let's check in with Samantha Cortese. She's in our newsroom right now. Samantha, do you have information on evacuations?
I do, yes. I have information on mandatory immediate evacuations. Sorry, let me grab my mic here. I've just been sitting up here for a while watching this fire, and LAFD has now ordered the area of Van Owen, Burbank, Valley Circle to evacuate now. That's Van Owen Street to Burbank, and then County Lane to the east to East Valley Circle have been ordered to evacuate immediately. They have just uploaded a map. I don't know if we have that on the tablet here, but you can see its proximity to the evacuation warnings and orders already in place for the Palisades fire. And once you jump over the 101, get into Hidden Hills, as you all have been talking about, that's where we're seeing this Kenneth fire really explode. We got word that it was about 20 acres at 2:45 this afternoon, quickly grew to 50 acres by 3 p.m. And I know there's been discussion of it growing to 1,000 acres. People watching Bell Canyon, we know they've been hit hard in the last 6 years when that city and area, I guess, had to rebuild because of a fire. So now we're hearing Van Owen, Burbank, Valley Circle area needs to evacuate now. That alert should have just gone out on everyone's phone and all the location alerts. Maybe you heard that in a grocery store nearby, if you're in that area getting supplies ready to go. I know somebody mentioned somebody was turning their car around to face outward. That's the advice we've been hearing over the last 48 hours. If you're in this area, if you see smoke going over your house, I know retired fire captain Bob had talked to us about that, saying get out. If you see the smoke over your house, be prepared to leave. And right now, again, that is in the area of Van Owen, Burbank, and Valley Circle for the Kenneth fire.
Yeah, you are right. That was Bob Goldman, a former firefighter, I think a captain, and he said if you see the smoke and if it's near your house, you need to evacuate. And he was a firefighter for 3 decades, so he knows what he's talking about. And as we've seen since Tuesday morning, these fires move extremely fast, and then if everyone decides to leave at the same time, you're going to get into a traffic jam, and then we're going to see what happened on Palisades Drive, and you just do not want to be put in a situation like that.
I'm going to zoom in here just to show you where this is on the map. They're still updating this as the evacuation orders and warnings will be built out. We've seen over the last couple of days it happened in real time on our surface here. The Kenneth fire is right next to Valley, let's see, Victory. It looks like it started in a residential neighborhood on what looks like Gilmore Street, if I zoom in that closely. But it looks like there are a couple other spots where this may have started as preliminary information comes in. Valley Circle and Victory is what we initially heard. Yeah. And just to zoom out a little bit to show you where this is. And Kai, you were talking about the neighborhood itself.
Yeah, right off of there, Sam, is that I believe it's a Kenneth Hahn recreational area.
Good hiking trails.
Yeah, great hiking trails, great wilderness, and it started right in that area. And you know, Sam, you're doing a great job, by the way. Thank you for giving us all of this.
So maybe this is what you were discussing, if it's closer to the wilderness area?
Yeah, just a little bit to the left of where you are, right in that.
It's like
area.
A little parking area right there.
That parking area.
And then people usually hike through those trails, which is not very hilly.
No, it's beautiful. It is. Yeah. It's not a hard hike. It's a very lovely hike. But these winds, anything happens. And again, this is how fast, a great example, these fires just spark off and they take off. And since Gil showed us the beginning of this fire, we were, I believe, the first to show the viewers at home the beginnings of this fire, the origin. It took about, I'd say, 15 to 18 minutes until it got into that Mountain View area. So it was very quick.
And historically, this is that, like with this, almost like a wind tunnel, a corridor where the Santa Ana winds come. This is, you know, it will start up in the north and they'll come ripping through here, and they'll jump the 101 and it could go all the way to the ocean, as we've seen before.
Yeah.
So there's a good chance that, you know, by sometime tomorrow, these two fires, this fire and the Palisades fire, could meet up.
Unfortunately, let's look on the left-hand side of your screen. We're seeing these structures now being compromised. I believe we're seeing some of these backyards.
Initially, the report was that this fire could spread to Bell Canyon. I know that was a big concern, but in this mandatory evacuation update, they did clarify that this Kenneth fire is burning south. So just to reiterate and validate what you all were saying, it is burning toward the 101.
We'll make a right turn in a second.
We will check in with Gil in a moment. It's obviously they're trying to get their bearings here as well up in the sky. Gil, by the way, at about that 7,000 foot level, folks at home watching us. So the winds he has mentioned have been pretty strong in the helicopter, and that's in the mid levels of the atmosphere, but they're stronger into the lower elevations of the atmosphere at the surface. But take a look at the Los Virgenes Road area again, along Parkmore Road, Vera Way, Thousand Oaks Road. Those are communities. Those are other homes that we are unfortunately unable to see. They're obscured by a lot of that smoke right now. But fortunately, in this particular area, this Mountain View neighborhood, we're not seeing any homes that have caught fire as of yet, but certainly there's a great deal of smoke, and that's obscuring that view. Sam?
I just wanted to mention they're updating this map. It looks like there is an evacuation warning for the Oak Park neighborhood that would travel well over the hillside and into Oak Park, but they are preparing now, as you see the yellow on the left side of the right side of your screen, showing Oak Park is now under evacuation warning. So we're just monitoring this with everybody. It's on the other side of Oak Park High School. So if I'm going to zoom in here just to look at that main thoroughfare, it's all the homes on the other side of Canaan Road. It looks like, yes, Canaan Road along the hillside there are under evacuation warning now. That just coming in the last few seconds. And just to show you how far that is from the fire where it is now, they're taking precaution and telling people get ready to go.
Yeah.
Samantha, thank you. You mentioned Bob. We sort of know him by first name now, but Bob Goldman, former captain of the LA County Fire Department. Bob, thank you for joining us again. Unfortunately, we're still talking fires.
Yeah, good afternoon, you folks. You're doing a great job of showing what's going on. Samantha is really killing it with the rap. She's got it going on. I wanted to mention that this is an area that's had a number of fires in the past, and is following the exact same path it always does. Very predictable. As I mentioned before, this is called a historical fire corridor. And the difference between now and the fires I fought there in that area back in 1982 is there's probably 3 times the amount of homes there now. The terrain is the same. The fuel load is still around those homes, but there's way, way more houses. Look at the smoke. It's kind of being laid out. So, like I said before, if you're at your home and you see the smoke coming over the top of your house, this is no time for ready, set. This is time for go. You don't have time to prepare other than grab the most important thing that you have, which is your children, your pets, your medication, your glasses, some documentation, and get out.
Now, Bob, this is Kai Goldberg. Though the winds, obviously, they're not nearly as strong as what we saw earlier in the week, those 80, 90 mile per hour wind gusts, and not as widespread. However, you just mentioned that this is a funnel area. So even though we're seeing gusts between 20 to 22 miles per hour, maybe 30 at the most, that's still significant. That's still dangerous, isn't it?
Oh, absolutely. Looks like Gil just kind of zoomed in there on Colette Way, or Sloan Place rather, and you can see the palm trees bending. Everything's whipping around down there. There is more than adequate wind velocity right now to move embers a great distance and start igniting these homes. They look to be fairly fire resistant, and I caution that word resistant is not the same as fireproof. So there's a good chance that these people will dodge the bullet. But we have also seen many homes that are built exactly the same way architecturally, same materials, non-combustible roofs, that are being lost to this fire. And that's because of the embers under wind conditions being blown into the attic of these houses and burning these homes down from the inside out.
And you see the fire engine there on the far left side of the screen, parked inside that cul-de-sac, which is
and
great.
also a firefighter. Is he actually going door to door trying to get people out?
Yeah, that's going to be their process. These guys are going to position themselves ideally, as you see pointing out, so they can get out, secure a water source, and they're going to start going to door on the homes that they've been charged with protecting. Make sure people are out, and then they're going to quickly do a structure triage, run around the house and see what they can do. Pull plastic chairs away from windows and sliders, move things out of the way that they potentially ignite and be undetected, and then just be vigilant to any spots or embers that drop in. Yeah, that was bumping right up against them now. So this street now is of the greatest danger because the fire is approaching these tennis courts.
They're going to probably be able to sit on those tennis courts probably. Well, there they are right there, and be able to hopefully fight it from that angle right there. And hopefully some air support will be able to come in, Bob.
Yeah, this is going to be the most important thing. We know that between starting at 30 miles per hour to 35 up to 45, that's a restrictive speed on the aircraft. So haven't seen anything yet, but if Gil's up there able to fly, probably likely the coppers are going to do it also. Again, we've got several fires burning, so there's only so many aircraft. I believe my department has 8 or 9. I'm not sure how many LA City has, and there's other agencies there. But again, we've got a number of fires we're fighting still, and we're stretched out as far as aircraft go. I'll be glad to see something arrive, but yet, it looks like something's coming in there. Maybe it's LA City, but.
Yeah, LA City.
Fire. There we are. Yeah, there's a Hawk. So
good shot.
Yeah, that's also more powerful aircraft. So
that's a great drop right there. And Bob, talk about, and I'm guilty of this from the Altadena fire, but staying behind and watering down your house and all that, does that do anything? When the fire's that close? Watering down your house, that term, that's probably not really going to help. It's better to, if you're going to stand there and do something, is be vigilant to what's going on around the house. Don't waste the water just throwing water around, because when it's the low humidity and the wind's blowing, the water evaporates very quickly. Mm-hmm. What you want to do is be vigilant to an ember that drops someplace and lights off some ornamental vegetation. Mm. If you're present and you witness it, you can put a gallon or two of water onto it and put it out. Mm. I put out a fire to keep a house from burning down with like 3 cups of water. Mm. Wow. Wow.
Catch it when it's in a small little ember state. That prevents it from becoming a monster.
Right.
Throwing all that water around just a waste of time.
Right. But when do you say to yourself, and of course you as an expert, when do you say, okay, I got to go, this is getting too dangerous?
If the fire is igniting things around you in your ornamental vegetation and you can't keep up with what's happening, and again, I'm not condoning people to do that, but I understand why they do want to stay and fight. I get it. But if you start having things popping around you and you can't get to every one of them, that's time to put the hose down and get out, because you've been overwhelmed.
Right. Yeah. Thank you.
Well, that was a very strategic water drop we saw just a minute ago, which is certainly going to buy him some time. The problem is with the wind blowing, the fire's still burning, several feet away, and you got the concern about the embers, which are blowing directly over this neighborhood.
And those flames to the left there, he just panned over to the right, but to the left of the tennis courts, it's sneaking up that hill there. It has a lot of foliage to the far left over there. Yeah. It's going to get really close to that house. That terrain is so steep, they're not going to be able to hit that.
No. And, these neighborhoods, and Bob, if you could talk to this as well, we've seen mandatory evacuations being called and then folks trying to get out. It's important that people listen to these evacuation orders, because you need to get in.
That's right. The problem with people waiting to the last minute is that everybody is trying to get out at the same time, and we're trying to get in. And for every second that we're delayed getting there, that could potentially be another home and another life. So it's really important that people I understand that people have disaster fatigue. How many times we've told people to be vigilant, to get out. Many people say, oh, I've been down this road so many times, these guys are like Chicken Little. You know, the sky is falling and all that. When it's like this, heed what the orders and the advice of the officials. This is no small thing. And again, I'm looking at smoke that's being laid out flat. And you folks know from all the fire coverage you've done, when the column is going sideways and not vertical, that's a very ominous sign. So I would suggest that people, again, if they're at home right now watching this and they step outside and there's smoke over the top of their home, get out. Don't wait for us to tell them to get out. Get out now.
Oh, the flames have gotten even closer to the tennis
they're right
court.
up to the
But there
tennis
are
court.
people on the tennis court. Can we tell if those are?
Those are fire.
I think it was a firefighter.
Firefighters, yeah.
Keep
Yeah,
flying
they're
in this
just using it as
direction.
a vantage point to see what's going on and talk back to their division leader.
No, just keep, yeah.
So he's sort of, if you would, Bob, he's the spotter.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that guy's he's just keeping an eye, and he's talking to somebody in the chain of command to let him know what he's seeing, conditions and direction of spread and rate of spread.
All right, once again, if people are a little confused about where this is a housing development called Mountain View. It is in Calabasas. It is on the north side of the 101 freeway. The entrance to this neighborhood is off Moreau Road, which runs parallel with the 101.
Here comes it.
And firefighters, we just saw a water drop a second ago, and here comes hopefully another one. They are furiously trying to save this neighborhood. But again, this is that historical corridor where fires come raging through here and could go all the way to the Pacific Ocean.
Gil is up in Sky 5. Gil, can you give us a bird's eye view of what's going on here?
Yeah, those water dropping helicopters making quick work to turn around and get their water and come back and hit the flames here. The very tense situation here on Colette Way. The truck pulling into that driveway, as he said, backing in there and getting ready to protect those structures. We have the people on the tennis court here that are keeping an eye on the fire. It looks like that initial drop did a great job of suppressing some of that fire, but there's just even more to it. There's more fire coming. You can see that hot spot there, but another spot that has flared up here is right here, just southwest of Colette Way, in the grasses there, just beyond the community here. So that is a definite concern for the firefighters. You see the smoke pulling off away over the 101 freeway, and it's just unbelievable to see how quick this fire has spread. Let me come out to a wider shot and get that perspective for you. But all the way across, you're going to see the 101 freeway there, and then all the way out, heading out towards that Malibu area as well. So as I come back into this community, that's where the firefighters are really focusing their attention on these homes here to make sure that the fire does not get into any of those homes at this point. But still a lot of active flame and a lot of unburned grass and some brush in this area.
Yeah.
Thank goodness there's air ops able to fly today.
Yeah, and Gil, Samantha Cortese was talking about the neighborhood just to the west of Canaan Road. So if you were to pan towards the left and go over that little knoll there, there's another neighborhood over there, there on the other side. And there's Les Virginis coming up there, and you can see that smoke continuing to travel towards Canaan Road. And Sam, I'll let you handle this. Sam, why don't you talk to...
No, Kai, I appreciate that. They're updating the map as we speak. That little evacuation order for Oak Park, which was close to the Elgora Hills City Parkland. It looks like they cleared that evacuation warning. They're making different boundaries. This could just be the map that hasn't updated yet. But if you take a look at the evacuation order now and how far it has extended down to the 101, we are hearing the evacuation warning has added, let's see, Ingomar Street and Saticoy Street south to Burbank and Valley Circle Boulevard east to Woodlake Street. Those are the specific streets that have added to the existing mandatory evacuation order, which is reflected on the map there.
Great, thank you for that, Sam. And here comes another drop. Gil, what's going on here?
All right, as we continue to monitor this fire, let's bring in Margaret Stewart, LA Fire Department. Margaret, can you hear us okay?
Yes, I can.
What kind of update can you give us?
So we responded to this fire at about 2:30 this afternoon with our initial size up of 50 acres burning southerly direction. We have not only LAFD resources, we're in unified command with LA County and Ventura County Fire. We do not know the number of homes threatened at this time, but we have issued a mandatory evacuation. Our map is available at lfd.org/news. This is called the Kenneth Fire, but I can provide that verbally. So our mandatory is the northern border is Van Noen Street, south to Burbank Boulevard. On the west side is the County Lane Road, which is the LA City border, east to East Valley Circle Boulevard. And LA County is also issuing evacuation warnings in their land that is west and south in the Hidden Hills.
Can you do a quick verification and clarification, rather, on the name of the fire, Kenneth? We heard Kenneth, but we've also heard another word.
It initially came out as a Kenneth, but it's been updated to Kenneth IC.
Okay, great.
Okay.
Thank you.
So this fire is burning pretty much in a historical corridor where we've seen fires rip through here, jump the 101 freeway, and go all the way to the Pacific Ocean. There's got to be a big concern with this thing actually linking up, with a Palisades fire.
Obviously, our efforts right now are to hit it from the air as fast as we can and stop the progress. And we have 28 LAFD fire companies, and I don't know the number of LA County and Ventura County also. So we are bringing everything we have to it.
So basically, we've seen these helicopters coming in here. Do you happen to know how many air resources you're going to be able to bring to this fire? I know last night for the Sunset Fire, it was just an immediate hit.
Right. Well, just LAFD, we have 4 helicopters flying. You can see them right now. And LA County also has helicopters. I just don't know how many they have there right now.
Great.
Okay. Well, from what we can see, you're doing a pretty good job of hitting this thing pretty hard, because that neighborhood, Mountain View, looked like it was in big trouble, and you guys have done a good job of snuffing those flames out as it gets close to the back of that community, especially where that one particular tennis court is.
And any advice for residents?
Right now is follow our evacuation order, please. If you go to lafd.org/news and they click on Kenneth Fire, they can see a map, an interactive map that describes not only the evacuation zone that I gave, but the warning area that is in yellow on the map. And we ask, don't stay, have your go bag, and exit.
Can you give that address again, please?
The website address?
Yes.
LAFD, so as in Los Angeles Fire Department, lafd.org/news. And when you go to that site, you'll actually see 3 different pages, one for each fire we have. So scroll down to the Kenneth Fire.
All right, Margaret Stewart from LA Fire Department. We certainly appreciate the updated information. Again, a mandatory evacuation orders for this brush fire in West Hills are calling this the Kenneth Fire. The big concern here again is that immediate neighborhood where the smoke is blowing over, called Mountain View. Firefighters doing a good job of those water drops, very strategic. Done a great job there, keeping this fire from getting into this neighborhood, Mountain View, as well as possibly jumping the 101 freeway into the larger Calabasas area.
Yeah. And we're still again monitoring some strong gusty winds in that area. Some of those winds gusting up to about 25, 30 miles per hour. And you could see that in some of the live shots that we've shown you in terms of the palm trees moving back and forth pretty rapidly. So again, still some bursts of Santa Anas going through there. We do have that red flag warning. It's in place until tomorrow, Friday evening at 6 o'clock. The high wind warning, which includes this particular area here near West Hills, is also in place until tomorrow morning at about 6 o'clock. And as we take a look a little bit earlier on the right-hand side of your screen, that's a little closer to Los Virgenes Road there in Malibu Canyon, where the smoke is definitely moving through there, and that smoke, Glenn and Lou, all the way to Canaan Road.
Kai, what about the Palisades fire? What is the wind direction on that, at least, say, on the northern or western flank at this point?
It's going in a northwesterly direction as we look at that drop, that Phos-Check drop. That was, again, a little bit earlier. That's called painting that stripe, and they did that really well with that fixed-wing aircraft. But, yeah, it's coming out of the northeasterly direction. It's moving sort of in a southeasterly direction. But the problem with the Palisades fire, and we saw this happening with the Eaton fire as well, is the fire made its way from a west from the east to the west. So it sort of traversed the mountain, if you will. If you were in Pasadena looking up at the San Gabriel Mountains, the fire, the Eaton fire and the Eaton Canyon area is on the eastern side, and the fire just overnight and throughout the early morning hours traversed in a westerly direction, made its way into Altadena. And with the Palisades fire, we saw the same thing happen. It came out of the Palisades area, it began to traverse towards Malibu, went into all those beach houses along PCH, burned them down completely all the way to Malibu proper, and continued to make its way, and to this moment, it's doing so into Topanga Canyon, a lot of those areas up in the Santa Monica mountain range. So these winds are very erratic, and I continue to say this as well, they create their own weather as well. They create their own winds. So it's easy to say, hey, it's moving in this direction for now, but some of these areas, some of these pockets, and these canyons and passes, well, the smoke and the fire gets down in there and it creates its own weather pattern. And here's a live look into that Topanga Canyon area. And we've been watching this near Topanga Canyon State Park. And unfortunately, this, of course, is an area that it's difficult for residents to do any brush clearing. You just can't do that. You live in these communities, and yes, you can create a clearance around your house in terms of 100 feet or 150 feet, but it's a natural land, and there's so much oak, there's a lot of eucalyptus, there's many trees out there that once they heat up, they sometimes explode, especially those eucalyptus. There's a lot of oils inside of a lot of these trees, and of course at the surface the trees are bone dry. But
that's where you see a lot of the black smoke.
That's why we're seeing the black smoke. That's why we're seeing that. We're seeing a lot of those oils that are burning. And it is just magnificent to live in communities like this, but it's very dangerous, and we're seeing the results of that this afternoon.
And I feel like the resources are spread so thin, because I feel like the Topanga Canyon fire had started to break out, and they were able to start focusing on that, and now this West Hills Kenneth fire is breaking out. It's like cat and mouse. They're like chasing fires constantly.
Well, earlier in the show, we heard someone refer to it, and I love this description, as whack-a-mole.
Yeah.
So yeah, you're trying to hit that one, and then another one pops up. You're trying to hit that, another trying to hit that, and it's just awful. And firefighters, they're so stretched. They're stretched thin, and President Biden talked about providing more federal help, more assets, more fixed-wing aircraft, more helicopters, and we're seeing strike teams from Arizona. We saw a strike team in the Altadena area yesterday from Kern County. They came down. We're seeing folks from San Diego County coming up to help, San Francisco. So all the assets are trying to get into Southern California, but the fires are happening so quickly, so rapidly, that it's hard to catch up.
All right, let's get back up to Gil Levis at Sky 5. Gil, what do you have for us here?
Well, Glenn and Lou and Kai, we're between the two fires right now, just south of the one-way.
All right, we've lost our signal there with Gil. We will try to reestablish that.
Here he is.
Gil, you there?
A bit of a turn here, but yeah, the fire has definitely raced toward, and in the chopper here in the this is the Mountain View community that you were mentioning here. They continue to hit those flame lengths here. You see another fire helicopter here that looks like an LA City fire, going to make a drop on one of the lines of fire here. But we've seen LA City fire helicopters, we've seen LA County fire helicopters, Ventura County fire helicopters, and a Colson helicopter that was dropping water right behind that the home on Collette Way that we were looking at with the tennis courts. But it looks like at this point no structures are burning. That's good news. They're really hitting it hard. They're quick.
Yeah.
We are having a lot of technical issues with the helicopter right now. Let's check back in with Samantha Cortese. Hi, Samantha.
Hi, all three of you, and Gil above, looking at what I have on a map here from CAL FIRE. This includes that evacuation warning for Oak Park, as well as the evacuation orders now that extend down to the 101, and the evacuation order for the neighborhood that was immediately under fire that we saw next to the tennis court there. And how incredible to watch those water drops. And I mean, I've been talking with my family and friends today. If only we had had that help a couple nights ago, right? And we just saw how quickly that put out the flames. This is the evacuation order and warning map for the new Kenneth fire, which is 50 acres at last check. We imagine it has grown since then, mostly in the Mountain Gate community. This initially said potential for 1,000 acres, so I know that LA Sheriff's Department has now issued those mandatory evacuation orders. LA Fire Department, CAL FIRE, all working together, as we heard Margaret mention. This is unified to fight the Kenneth fire. And if I just go back to my emails here, this fire is moving quickly, and the evacuation orders include Van Owen south to Burbank, County Lane Road east to Valley Circle, and the warnings are Canaan and Agora, east of Canaan to Deer Hill. And that's the yellow area you're looking at on the left side of your screen. And one thing that Mark, head of our digital here, is mentioning is we're now seeing this merge with the outage or the evacuation orders and warnings from the Palisades fire. And that's concerning. It's concerning for a lot of people. The warnings are butting up against the orders. And basically, as we've heard from Bob, if you see smoke over the house, it's time to get ready to go.
Yeah. And Sam, you're right. It would have been nice to have some water drops over the last few days, but unfortunately, the winds have been so strong.
Brutal, yeah.
Yeah, it was so dangerous.
Oh, you can hear it going off in our newsroom now.
Yeah,
oh,
there it is.
Whoa,
there
I
it
just
is.
got it too.
So these are the warnings that we need to adhere to. We need to respect these warnings because, yes, these are very important, and folks all over this area here in the West Hills community are getting the exact warnings that we're getting here on our phones in the studio, so that's what you're hearing at home. But again, back to the fact that it's a lot safer now for pilots to be able to fly in these areas because the winds in the atmosphere, in the mid-levels of the atmosphere where the fixed wing and the helicopters do fly, it's not as dangerous. The wind's a lot stronger down on the surface. But nonetheless, Sam, as you show everybody at home, this area in the West Hills community, yeah, evacuation warnings. And as the good Captain Bob told us earlier, Glenn and Lou, if you see that smoke coming up over your neighborhood, that means you must get out. You have to leave.
And I'm trying to upload the map. You kind of saw it there for a moment. It's okay, we don't have to go back to it. But they're starting to upload the area where the fire is actively burning. And that is up in the hills there. And Kai, I'm just so worried because you keep saying these winds might pick up, but you're looking on the left-hand side of your screen at the 101 at Las Virgenes and Calabasas, already impacted by traffic because if you were trying to go to the west side, hopefully nobody's been trying to do that in the last couple days, but this is the thoroughfare to get over to Malibu or to travel through the hills. And now that's all on the 101. We've seen traffic impacted on the 101 and the 405, even the 10 over in Santa Monica for the last few days because of these fires. And now the worry is just growing.
Yeah, and it is typical for that area once you're coming out of Malibu, the Las Virgenes Canyon and Canaan areas to come towards the Woodland Hills area. It's typical sort of bottleneck in there as you're going up the hill towards Calabasas, but I'm certain it's going to be more difficult for commuters in that area because they too see the smoke, and you're going to, of course, raise that red flag in everyone's minds going, oh no, what's going on? So you tend to slow down. And of course, people are also, they've heard the warnings. They're probably trying to get to their residences right now as well to get out.
And more evacuation warnings are going off. So I think there might be a clarification coming from Los Angeles and Notify LA because a lot of us in the newsroom live nowhere near where any of these fires are happening now. So we'll see if that was maybe precaution, an accident, or maybe there's a fire near KTLA we're unaware of. But it seems like everyone in the newsroom, no matter where we live, got that alert right now.
Yeah, it's interesting because I have all these days, Tuesday, Wednesday, and today, have not gotten one alert, and randomly I got this alert, and I'm not really near there. So it's fascinating how that works.
Yeah, well, we are lucky though that we're getting the alerts, that the
Yes.
community, the public is getting these alerts. It's keeping everybody on their toes, and that is the name of the game. Everybody needs to have a plan and be alert.
And it's such a, just so sad because this fire that we're looking at here is not the only one. Again, you know, we've been covering all week the Eaton fire and Palisades, but there's a fire actively burning in the Topanga area as well right now, where it's super dense foliage in that area, and you know they need to be able to hit that with water as well. So I'm sure residents are frustrated and scared in that area as well. And again, as we talk about, it's going to be what, dark in an hour?
Yeah, probably around, if the sun is beginning to make its way down. And you know, the winds are strong. I've been talking about that, the wind warning, which includes the areas that we're discussing here in Southern California till tomorrow morning. Red flag warning until Friday evening at 6 o'clock. We will continue to see breezy and erratic winds all the way through Saturday morning. We'll take a break Saturday afternoon, Saturday night, much of Sunday, but then unfortunately, Glenn and Lou, another Santa Ana wind event that'll happen next Monday and Tuesday. I don't see it being as strong as the Santa Ana wind event that we have just experienced, that widespread event. Nonetheless, though, any Santa Ana wind event is cause for concern.
Yeah.
I'm getting texts from people in my family and friends, family in West Hollywood, saying, hey, me and my roommates just got an Amber Alert. I don't think that's what they meant to say.
Yeah.
But I would like a clarification from the city in some way.
All right, the time now is, we're approaching 4:02 in the afternoon. I want to welcome everybody to the KTLA 5 News at 4 o'clock. I'm Glenn Walker.
And I'm Lou Parker. We appreciate you spending your afternoon with us. It's been a very, very difficult 3 days, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. I think a lot of us have lost track of what day it is. You are currently looking at earlier some shots when this fire just broke out and a FOS check that was dropped. And now on the left-hand side of your screen, those are live images of the fire burning along that ridge there, and it's definitely threatening a huge neighborhood of homes.
Yeah, they're calling this the Kenneth Fire, starting in the West Hills area, in basically a reservation. It's like a little park, good hiking trails. But the smoke and the flames were heading in the direction of a development called Mountain View in Calabasas on the north side of the 101 freeway. And as we have seen, in the last 30, 40 minutes, firefighters from the sky have hit this one really hard because this is, again, one of those traditional corridors. It's like a wind tunnel. And we've seen in the past where fires come ripping through there and will jump the 101 freeway and go all the way to the Pacific Ocean, which of course is where the Palisades fire is burning. So it was important to try to get this one out because, as we were talking to somebody earlier, not a lot of people lived here 30 years ago, but it's become a pretty densely populated area because it used to be the valley ended in Woodland Hills, but Calabasas used to be a sleepy little town. It's gotten a lot bigger with a lot of high-end homes.
Yeah. And it looks great. I mean, the stuff on the right-hand side, obviously, that looks scary. That was a little bit earlier, but at least we're looking at the white smoke here on the left-hand side. That is a great sign that those water drops have helped. Not a lot of dark smoke, and as you know, we've been covering these for so many years. That's a really good sign.
Yeah, they've done an amazing job. I mean, such a rapid response for this fire. Last night, the Sunset Fire,
Incredible.
that was a very rapid response. And we have got to send out our huge thanks to firefighters who not only hit those two fires, the one today, Sunset Fire, but they continue to work on the Eaton Fire, which went into Altadena, and of course Pacific Palisades.
And everyone is so exhausted. I can't imagine first responders and firefighters and their families, because you have to expect that a lot of these firefighters who are trying to save our lives and our homes have their own homes and their own families that they're having to leave and go work.
Yeah.
Well, even us, we've been in contact with families ourselves. When during a news conference, we'll get a text message or call from a family member, knowing with another problem. All right, Bob Goldman, a retired firefighter, back on the phone with us. Bob, can you hear us okay? Bob, are you
Yes.
there?
I am.
Okay, so this Kenneth fire, from what we've seen, excellent work by firefighters. Boy.
Yeah, they're making quick work of it, and again, you're seeing the results of having air access available immediately. So I might mention in the picture you're showing, this fire is going to be burning up at the back door of Fire Station 125, which is right there at New and Las Vegas Road.
Bob,
And
we're
it's
having
done
a
that
little
before.
hard time hearing you. You're sounding a little muffled.
Is that better?
Yep.
Much better.
All right, no hands free for me.
Okay.
Yeah, this fire looks like it's going to bump right up against the back door at Fire Station 125. So, and you also mentioned the firefighters and their families. A great deal, a number of firefighters for a number of agencies live in Ventura County, Agoura, Thousand Oaks, these areas. I have many, many colleagues that live in these areas. So they're going to be directly impacted themselves and their families.
And we've seen it in the past where firefighters will be out fighting a fire and at the same time they've lost their own home.
Yeah, it's a sad reality. It's happened quite a few times. Along the lines of the alert that we all just got, I heard you talking about that, and I live in Valley Village. So the alert went off here, and I already had a couple of neighbors that stepped out and said, what's going on? And, you know, it's not a 100% system yet, I'm sure, so somebody may have pushed the wrong button. But it's good that you're letting people know. And I can tell you that if you live anywhere east of the Valley Circle and that part of the Santa Ana Valley, no, that should not be affecting you. Everything to the west of there, though, on its way all the way to Westlake Village, as far as I'm concerned, yeah, this would probably be a relevant warning for people to consider getting out.
Wow.
Yeah. Bob, talk about what you're seeing right now on the screen. You're looking at some of the air assets. They're sort of staking, looking around, hunting and pecking, if you will. Is that what we're seeing?
Yeah, they're looking for the best opportunity to limit the growth of this fire. Because of the potential for exposure of fires and structures, they're not really putting a lot of water on the head of the fire. Their biggest concern is going to be kind of painting the edges of it with water. I saw a fixed wing aircraft come in. I'm not sure if they're carrying retardant or water. Imagine it's retardant. But they'll just generally paint the sides of it to try to keep squeezing it, and then they'll go for the head of the fire. But when it's in these conditions, this close to structures, they're going to be putting their greatest efforts into the edges of it that are bumping up against these housing tracts. So they're kind of hunting and seeking the best opportunity to put a stop to something that's approaching homes very rapidly.
Gotcha. And what do you think about how this looks? We're seeing white smoke. We know that that means probably getting water on some of this fire. Is this something that concerns you, or you think, what's the posture down there right now?
Well, when you look at these pictures, the less open flame you see and long lines of open flame, meaning you have a long fire front, it looks pretty good. I'm actually only seeing a couple little spots that are orange, but before there was a lot more open flame. But the more white smoke, you can see it creeping along there. And people understand, too, that, you know, we type fuels, light, medium, heavy. This area, because it's been burned so many times, there's a tendency of the brush to not really grow back before another fire comes along. So what you have are light fuels. We call them light and flashy, and that's the grasses. And fire spreads extremely fast in those flashy fuels. It takes very little for it to ignite further downwind because it just lands in these patches of grass that rapidly burn.
And it's also patches of grass that is dead. It's brown. And
Exactly.
It's
At
good
this time of
fuel.
year, that's what you expect, is everything to be dried out. It's the cycle. That stuff won't be green again until May.
Well, it's also the total opposite of what's happening in Topanga Canyon. That is a heavy brush and foliage.
Yeah, the heavy fuels in there have always been a great concern. That's an area of the county where my department has been very aggressive over the years, the 10 years that I was in Malibu. We drilled and talked about it and prepared for it by creating these wildland pre-plans, evacuation plans, because as you know, Lou, the difficulties of access to Topanga, and all those people back there in Fernwood and Topanga proper, if something happens and we need to get people out and equipment in, it's only one lane on each side with a double yellow line going each way. That's it.
Yeah, extremely dangerous, but extremely beautiful at the same time. Oh.
So
yeah, in those areas too, in the plan that we've developed, we realize that the volume of people and cars is so great that we've established refuge areas, safety areas, where they're community gathering points, where instead of trying to get out of the canyon, based on where you're at and your situation, you're directed to go to your community gathering point, which is just an area that's been cleared out where people can park their cars and congregate together while the fire does its thing.
All right. Well, Bob, appreciate your insights. And again, it looks like the Kenneth fire, it looks like firefighters have don't want to say we're out of the woods yet, but they've certainly looks like they've got a good handle on this. And that was a textbook fight, if I've ever seen one.
Yeah, for sure.
And
yeah, it's not over yet, but it looks like they're getting a handle on it and putting the effort into it that may prevent this from jumping the 101 and heading to the beach.
Bob, thank you again. Hopefully we won't talk to you tomorrow.
Not that we don't love talking
Not
to
that
you.
we don't want to, but hopefully we won't have to talk to you tomorrow, but we appreciate your time and knowledge.
You bet. You guys are doing a great job. Really appreciate your coverage.
All right,
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, let's get an update on the Palisades fire. Alina Abovian, I believe. Are you in Malibu or the Palisades? She's in the Palisades. Got it. Alina?
Okay. We have a little delay with
8-second delay. 8-second delay.
Hi there, guys. Well, we are here in the Palisades, and this essentially is part of the Palisades fire, but it's a very different side of it. Now, take a look. You can see the hillside here is burning. We are along Topanga Canyon Boulevard, an old Topanga Canyon Boulevard. This is an area, there are homes up there. We were up there a few hours ago, and the fire, as you can see, it's in a little area, so it's pretty calm. The winds are calm, and fire crews are up there. They certainly are keeping an eye on the situation here. Now, I'd like to bring in Dodds. You're part of the Forest Service. You're also a resident. You've lived here for several years. What has it been like for you today?
Today's been a very interesting experience with no internet, no communication. We have to go to the top of the mountain to get any kind of phone service. Not having the communication is very, very frightening.
And we've seen them doing water drops throughout the day. Do you feel pretty good about firefighters having a handle on the situation here specifically today?
Yes, the big problem was we had massive winds, extreme winds for a few days, the 8th particularly, which was my birthday. And then now the winds have down. I think the aerial assault has been tremendous. I really commend the aerial assault that they're doing now. I feel very safe right now. I feel comfortable, and I'm going to stay in place. I'm on Hillside Drive over here, and I feel comfortable. I think it's good.
Were you told to evacuate?
They came by and 3 different times and told us to be prepared to evacuate. I did. I loaded the cars, got everything ready, and it's pointed in the right direction if we have to leave.
Yeah.
So
All
I
right,
feel
sir.
good.
Well, thank you so much for speaking with us. We hope
Thank
that
you.
you're okay, that you don't have to leave. It does look like they have a handle on the situation here. As I mentioned, they've been here for the last few hours. This fire has been burning this way pretty consistently. We've seen some black smoke every now and then, but for the most part, it is white. They are doing water drops out here. There is a presence, and as you can see, residents in this area, they are choosing to stay behind because they do feel confident that there is control of the situation. So for now, we are here. We are keeping an eye on things, so we'll send it back to you in the studio.
It's just amazing to see her, and behind it, those active flames right there on the hill.
Yeah, but fortunately, they're down in that sort of a gully, if you will, and the winds are pretty non-existent. I didn't see Alina's hair moving around or hear it on the microphone, so that means that's a good sign down there, and that's Old Topanga.
Yeah. All right, we're back here looking at the Kenneth fire. Again, firefighters doing a pretty good job of getting a handle on that, and still seeing a lot of smoke, but at least it's white smoke, which is a good sign.
You know, we also talked about, and we may hear in a little bit, a lot of us got that alert may have been a mistake in some areas. And like Bob mentioned, it's a new system, so maybe someone pushed the wrong button or what happened there, but we'll find out more information about that coming soon.
Yeah, Samantha Cortese in the newsroom has something on that. Samantha?
Hi there. Yes, Supervisor Janice Hahn said this was a mistake. It was a mistake. The evacuation warning that many of us just received on our phone, she said, was mistakenly issued county-wide due to a technical error. She says a correction will be issued shortly. It was meant for the impacted areas of the Kenneth Fire in Woodland Hills. So yes, major error. I've heard from people from Long Beach to Palmdale, Burbank. It was an error. It was meant for the people here as these evacuation warnings in the Kenneth Fire have expanded. You can see the yellow on your screen, that's the warning, and the order is the red on your screen. So now the evacuation warning has been extended to Bell Canyon. So there's the little block of expanded evacuation warnings now for the Kenneth Fire, which started just before about 2:45 this afternoon. The order here is initially where the fire started, and what we're looking at is continued evacuation orders down to the 101 and warnings continuing over into the area on Canaan. This is Canaan Road, expanding all the way down through Agora Hills City Parkland to the 101. So again, that notification was an error. It was an error that went out to the entire county with so many of us already anxious, nervous. It feels like every few hours we're getting alerts of another fire. Probably not a good thing that went out to all of LA County, but they acknowledge it. Supervisor Janice Hahn said a correction is coming soon, but it was intended for some people in the Kenneth Fire path, which is what you're seeing on the right-hand side of your screen there, new evacuation warnings and orders. Oh, and maybe there's the correction coming in now.
Okay, and with that said, Kai was mentioning this earlier as well, and I agree, better to get a mistake and it be a mistake as opposed to not getting the warning at all. Right. It is a new system. Thank God we have that system. It's technology and mistakes happen. No one's hurt. And they are going to correct that for us. So some of my friends in Westlake Village got that alert, and they do need to evacuate. We got it. We don't need to evacuate.
Yeah,
so,
it's like, wait a minute, we're here in Hollywood.
Yeah, so we're okay.
You know, was the football field across the street on fire? Because
yeah, a lot of people are tired and stretched thin right now.
Yeah. Well, again, Glenn and Lou, you know, we still need to be at the ready. The high wind warning until 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. Red flag warning for all of Southern California, with the exceptions of the deserts, until we get to tomorrow, Friday evening at 6 o'clock. So it's still extremely dangerous for a little bit more than 24 hours from now. We'll still see windy conditions into Saturday morning. We'll take a break Sunday, and we're going to begin to talk about another Santa Ana wind event that'll happen at the beginning of next week, next Monday and Tuesday.
With that said, though, Kai, you did mention last week that this current storm was one of the worst ones that was coming, and you nailed that 100%. This new one that's coming, at least as of right now, is not as powerful of a windstorm that you know of.
Right, yeah, and again, I'm glad you said the word windstorm. That is rare. It never happens.
Yes.
It rarely happens.
Yes.
It did happen Tuesday into Wednesday morning. I do not forecast a windstorm coming back to Southern California nonetheless. We still have dry conditions. We're not looking at a great deal of moisture in the atmosphere and more northeasterly winds by the beginning of next week.
All right, let's now get an update on the Eaton fire. I believe Carlos is out there, correct? Carlos Acedo.
No. Hey, Glenn, as we're getting another emergency alert out here, I could tell you we are on Beverly Way here in Altadena, where this entire street, this entire block has simply been decimated as a result of the Eaton fire. Now, shortly ago, we did get an update from fire officials, from county officials, upping the destruction here. They said between 4,000 to 5,000 structures have now been either damaged or destroyed. So, of course, that is up from this morning, where initially they reported about 1,600 structures at that point. Now, as you're seeing video here, just a lot of homes decimated, reduced to rubble. Earlier, I spoke with a resident, his name is Paul, whose home was somehow spared in all of this, all thanks to his neighbor who is a firefighter. Now, he stayed behind and jumped into action, dousing the flames after a shack in his backyard caught on fire. Thankfully, they had a fire hydrant right in front of the home, so of course they utilized that to their advantage. If it wasn't for that one firefighter, though, 4 more homes on that street, on that block, would have been completely lost. Listen.
We had a shed in the back that caught fire and went up, so he put it out. Otherwise, we would have lost the back house and probably the main house. We're lucky we have a fire hydrant in front of our house. That's what saved us. Our neighbor's a firefighter, so he patched in on Tuesday night, stayed here through the night. He said it was just fire was raining down. It looks like basically something sparked here, caught our neighbor's garage, and even though the house is saved, that garage burned the house next to it, burned the house across the street, and every single house on this street for 3 blocks is gone.
Shortly ago, officials again with the county announcing the arrest of 12 individuals accused of looting. We are seeing or hearing reports of that at least 12 people. Paul, again, who I spoke with, he's back home. He says he's going to stay behind with his son just to make sure to keep his property safe. But again, just the devastating images we're seeing behind me. Things are still smoldering out here. It is still somewhat of a ghost town here as officials are keeping everyone who shouldn't be here out. Coming into town, just we saw widespread devastation, homes, of course, businesses and schools just wiped out. So a very unfortunate situation that we've been seeing, and we're going to stay on top of it. Glenn and Lou, I'll send it back to you guys in the studio.
All right, Carlos Soseto, thank you. And again, there's a curfew, 6 p.m. tonight. It's a little more than an hour and a half from now till 6 a.m. tomorrow.
Ain't nobody want to see that bitch's face. How long was her face up there, Amy? I'll be right back, guys. I just wanted to switch the screen. I'll be right back. This looks like Mars.
Operations, Deputy Operations. Go ahead. Just need to confirm, you were only inquiring whether or not the high tension lines near Encino Dip, if they were energized, correct?
Air Attack was inquiring if they were energized or not.
I copy. You can let Air Attack know that they are, in fact, energized.
Copy, they're hot.
Affirmative.
Air Attack Operations, B1. For Air Attack. I don't know if you copied that traffic with Deputy Ops, but the question earlier regarding the high tension lines over by Encino, they are live. Copy, the high tension lines are live with electricity, thanks. Yeah, can you repeat that? I did copy your transmission, the wires are live. Affirmative.
Communications, branch 1.
Communications.
Yes, in reference to order number 10 for Division Alpha, can we solicit and find out if the tanks are in stock at the ICP? If so, we will send a runner to pick those. They're a priority need.
LA Palisades Air Attack V1.
Palisades Air Attack V1, go, sir.
Checking, is there an additional VLAT en route to the fire?
Branch 1.
Air Attack, that's negative.
Copy. Stand by.
Copy, thanks for checking.
Branch 10, 4110 Charlie in command.
Communications Division Foxtrot.
Division Foxtrot. Communications, go ahead.
We have a request for LA Streets to clear a tree. It's blocking Rivas Canyon Road. It's RIVAS Canyon Road. Tree across the road.
Division Foxtrot, you had low volume, heavy static. Repeat.
Yeah, I'm requesting Streets Department to clear a tree. It's across the road on Rivas Canyon Road. That's RIVAS Canyon Road. How do you copy?
Branch 10, 4110 Charlie, command. Branch 10. Yeah, just past Division Yankee Actual, back of his pickup, where I tied in with you. I copy. Can he wave him down and have him meet me at pavement? Affirmative.
Division Foxtrot. Communications.
Go ahead for Foxtrot.
Division Foxtrot. Communications copied. A tree across the roadway at RITAS Canyon Road. Do you have a cross?
That's RIVAS, and hold on for a cross. Communications from Foxtrot, that's across the sunset.
Division Foxtrot. Communications copies. Tree across the roadway, RIVAS Canyon Road, across the sunset. And can you advise the size of the tree so we can advise them?
It's about a 10 dBH or 25 feet tall.
Division Foxtrot. I copied 25 feet tall, confirming 10 in diameter.
20 in diameter.
Division Foxtrot, communications copies, will advise.
Welcome in for your 24-hour coverage of this fire, courtesy of J for Justice and her mods. New fire, the Kenneth fire, 50 acres burned.
Texting and emailing us with information, asking and wondering if your community is being evacuated. So they sent out a new emergency alert, basically saying they put it out in error. We have a tweet to show you, or an X to show you, basically
in
taking
error.
back. Here's the emergency alert saying disregard last evacuation warning. It was for Kenneth Fire only. So
are you kidding me?
If you're in that West Hills, Woodland Hills, Calabasas area, you should be concerned. But if you're all the outlying areas beyond that, in fact,
how
way
confusing
down in Santa
for
Monica
people.
and Manhattan Beach even got an alert warning, Culver City, etc. You are not being affected. But here is the map. If you could just tell what that is the community that we are talking about that is being evacuated. We'll try to get you the specific borders of that. It's a little bit complicated. It goes through multiple communities, but the 101 basically goes right through the center of that. So if you are used to traveling the 101 through the Calabasas, Woodland Hills area, this map basically takes you to north of that and south of that.
Yeah, yes. Well, there's a
agent
big,
got an
a
alert.
lot of people
Oh my
are
God.
evacuating this area. Danny Romero, you're looking at the traffic that's impacting people as they try to get out.
Yeah, I tell you what, the thing is, you had a great point that people are going in and out to go get people and move out. So that's going to cause traffic jams all over. Here's a great shot. There's the fire zone we're talking about right now. There's the 101 in purple, indicating traffic is virtually stopped in those spots. So when you see that going in both directions, that is an absolute log jam. So we can see pretty much the people are kind of coming on board there, right there, like right around this road right here. All the red indicates a very, very packed roadway, and then all the way through that 101 over to yet another on-ramp leading from here, from Valley Circle Boulevard, a very well-used on-ramp to that 101 freeway. So that's.
So is it by the Kardashians, Casablancas or whatever? Wherever it is they live, Casablanca.
Which it was adding probably a degree of anxiety, we can say, to people who are watching this with us, and we're trying to, be urgent with the information we share with you, do it in a manner that's calm. Errant alerts certainly not helping us in the mission of keeping level heads about this sort of thing, but hopefully you can take it with a grain of salt, a bit of humor. It's that kind of thing where we're all on edge. Every once in a while there's going to be a false alarm, and let's be happy that if in your case it was a false alarm, that we can underscore the word false, because some others in our vicinity, in our area, in LA County, and now increasingly in Ventura County, some of these alarms that they're hearing, not so false. We're looking there at the Kenneth Fire.
I don't know. Where are the newscasters? You mean like on the streets, right? Right here, I guess.
As police
Guys,
officers
I gotta
were
go let my
directing
dogs
traffic,
in. They're
unless you
barking at
lived up
someone.
in
I'll be
these
right
hill
back.
sections, they were getting people headed in the opposite direction. And one of the things I kept watching as we were coming into this area on the 101, every single car we saw was trying to snap a photo, and all I could imagine in the back of my mind were people trying to make some of those split-second decisions. Do I keep going? Do I try to make it back to my house? They couldn't probably tell from the 101 exactly where it was unless they were following along with the news as we've sort of progressed through these newscasts. I could only imagine sort of the fear in those moments, and you could almost feel it coming from some of the other cars as we were headed in the same direction as them. So luckily, police, when we got here, have been around. We've seen some structure prevention fire trucks working their way through here. And again, you just continue to hear chopper after chopper making their way through this area. So we'll continue to sort of work our way through the hills here, but for now, we'll send it back to you folks in the studio.
You know, Kevin, before you go, I know that Michael said he had a great relationship with firefighters there. He's learned how to fireproof his home to the best of his ability. Has he ever had to evacuate before? Did he talk to you about that at all?
He didn't mention any prior evacuations. Again, it was sort of that moment when it was close just on sort of the Ventura County line, just sort of on the other section of the Woodland Hills here. He said that was sort of the closest he's ever seen the fires get specifically to his home. He says he's done some voluntary evacuations and sort of getting out of the way of any of these fires, doing what he can, but he's never actually had to physically mandatory evacuate from some of these areas. So he says he's been lucky in that regard.
He certainly knows what to do, though, that's for sure. All right, Kevin, we appreciate it. We'll check back in with you here in just a bit. We want to get back up to NBC4's Eliana Moreno live on News Chopper 4. And Eliana, again, some progress has been made on this fire, perhaps. What can you tell us?
Michael, it is looking a lot better. What my pilot, James Pollard, did for us was he moved us from the east side of the fire over to the west side because the fire is advancing towards the west. So we wanted to see if it does continue to grow, what would be in its path. And the good news is that as I widen out the shot, you're going to see that there really isn't much in the way of homes over here. We do have power lines, which is never good, but we do also still have some homes, just not as many as we have on the east side of the fire. But overall, this aerial assault that has taken place over the Kenneth fire has been spectacular. They had fixed-wing aircraft as well as multiple water-dropping helicopters on it within minutes. And that's really showing a huge difference.
I promise that wasn't my frickin' face planting.
Yeah, stand by.
Next issue, they run out of gas. Now it's 500 acres. They're talking to the TMZ guy.
Happens when the next alert was we made a mistake, and now what's going to happen with the next alert? And seconds matter, so this was a huge screw up, as you said. But I have to tell you, you guys did an interview Tuesday night with Rick Caruso, and Rick Caruso was critical of leadership in the city and the state, and I know there were certain people who called Rick Caruso after that and said, boy, that was a mistake to say that. Well, that has really kind of taken sail, things that he said. And there are a lot of people in this town who are really now critical of the priorities that some of the leaders sent, from why are we, and it's not like people are anti-bird or anti-fish, but when you have these sanctuaries to protect animals and you're not focused on reservoirs and water and things like that, I think it's really brought things to a head. And there are just a lot of angry people in town, and I didn't know they'd get angry still in the middle of the fire, but I'm really hearing it.
Well, I'm not sure if you heard, but Rick Caruso, Harvey, joined us. Alex set up that interview during the 2 o'clock hour today, and he responded to that, basically saying, these are just all excuses at this point. This is still a disgrace. This shouldn't have happened. He did say that it wouldn't have prevented the widespread destruction, but it would have mitigated what we are reporting on, and what I know your team is reporting on too. So at TMZ, you've obviously talked a lot about the celebrity homes that have been lost, but this goes much deeper than that.
Oh, it's fundamental. And the other thing is, just as somebody who's been in this town most of his life, I'm just looking at some of the reactions, and look, I'm not trying to get political here because I'm really not in this sense. But man, when Karen Bass was asked the question about what she thinks, what she wants to say to the city of L.A., and she didn't say anything, it was breathtaking to watch something like that. And I really do think that people are focused on it. I mean, we've seen the way leaders are judged during crises, and I couldn't believe that. It was it was a softball question, and not to hear an answer to that, and then to see, Governor Newsom kind of on the defensive when that woman came up to him when he was getting into his SUV, and I just think that. I'm surprised that in the middle of the fire, you're starting to kind of feel this groundswell, but I'm really seeing it.
Yeah, and Harvey's referring to, there was a moment, if you hadn't seen it, where Mayor Bass was getting off her plane coming back from Ghana. A reporter came up to her who happened to be, I think, on the same plane or nearby, threw a camera in her face. I don't know if she knew who he was. He's from Ireland, and he was asking her questions, and instead of responding at all, she just stood there, and it went for several minutes. That clip went viral, promoted in part by Elon Musk. Our interview with Rick Caruso went viral, promoted in part by Elon Musk, Donald Trump talking about it, and it seems like especially a lot of the right-wing accounts are really pushing this, but it's going beyond even just some of the conservative media, and there's a lot of folks, and when you have incidents like what we just had, this alert going out, it raises questions about competence. It raises questions about who's in charge, can you do your job, and there's already so many people that are feeling concerned about that, and they don't see their leaders. I mean, I appreciate everybody's busy, but we've asked for days to talk to Governor Newsom, and they've said no every time. We've asked for days to talk to Mayor Bass. She has been doing a couple press conferences a day, but hasn't been doing one-on-one interviews. I mean, they have an opportunity to get in front of this and talk to people directly for whatever reason, and they're all busy, and I get that, and you got to balance everything. But we certainly would welcome the opportunity to talk to them, and we've had respectful conversations in the past, and would appreciate getting to hear their perspective, because in a vacuum, when you don't speak, other people fill the space, and you've certainly seen a lot of people referring to what Caruso has been talking about.
And that's a diplomatic way of saying, you run the city, and the city is watching local news because that's where we're getting our information. Right. So talk to us.
Right.
And
Newsom, instead of doing an interview with us, chose to do an interview with Anderson Cooper, and with respect to him, and the reach of CNN is great. But people that are really focused on the life-saving information right now are watching not only us, but all the local news stations looking for information from their leaders.
And Newsom's answer to Anderson Cooper, oh my goodness.
Oh, Lord. Disregard a last evacuation warning. It was for Kenneth fires. Now we got another warning of that.
Oh, my God.
It's another where we made a mistake one?
Yes.
Oh, my God.
Can I just say, I do think, one of the problems is I wish Elon Musk wouldn't push things like this out, because it shouldn't be hyper-political. This is about leadership. And to make it this kind, jump on it politically, I think almost diminishes the point. And, when you have disasters, and I mean, if this is as big a disaster as anything I've seen in this city in my lifetime, and I'm old, and, this is where you need somebody, to hear how we're pulling everything together and what we're doing. And, people are worried about rebuilding, where they're going to live, what they're going to do, how it affects everybody. And you want to hear from leaders, and you want to hear a plan. And I agree with you. I mean, it's like, don't go on. It's simply true. Great, you went on national television for a national platform. This is a local story. And there are, and people are consuming information, not watching CNN. They're watching Channel 11. They're watching Channel 5. They're watching Channel 4. And that's where the focus should be. I just don't get it.
All right, Harvey, thank you for sharing your perspective. We really appreciate it. And
one of the things I'm sure you'll push out on
800
TMZ
acres
is that
now.
the Monday night football game with the Rams and the Vikings at SoFi, NFL just announced that they will be moving that to Glendale, Arizona because of the wildfires.
Yeah.
Wow.
It's impacting so many different industries and walks of life. All right, Harvey, good to have you. Thank you.
I just want to say one other thing, because I've been watching you guys. You guys are really, really doing a great job.
Thank you.
Oh, that's very
Thank you,
kind.
Harvey. We appreciate
Thank you,
that.
Harvey.
And I hope you
Thank
and
you,
your
Harvey.
team
We're
are able to stay safe
validated
in
by
all of this.
Harvey.
Just some more information from the NFL. That game, the notice from the NFL saying that the decision was made in consultation with public officials, the participating clubs, and the NFL Players Association. So it will be televised on ESPN and ABC as scheduled. So the game's still going to go at 5 o'clock our time on Monday night. It just will not be in Los Angeles. Tickets will go on sale at 10 o'clock in the morning on Friday through SeatGeek.com. And noon Pacific
we're worried about
for
the
the
football game,
Rams season
y'all.
ticket holders, and noon
Money,
Pacific to the general
money.
public. So not clear what happens exactly if you had bought tickets already for Monday night's game. But again, the Rams-Cardinals wild card game, which the Rams were supposed to host, will now be played in Arizona instead.
Okay, so this is video from the other night, it looks like. Is this the Palisades fire that we're looking at?
They don't even know anymore. No one knows. Crickets.
I'm sorry. Really? This is the Studio City fire from last night? That was up in the hills. Okay.
This
doesn't look like that.
Oh
Hopefully
my
we
God.
can get some insight
Clarity,
into
yeah.
what exactly it is that we're looking at here.
But the big fire, here we go. This is a live picture of the Kenneth fire. Lots of white smoke. That's a good sign, but it's massive, I know. That broke out at 3:15. LAFD, the lead agency on this one. You can see those active flames below the plume there. All those flames along the ridge. We haven't heard any word of structure loss, which is a wonderful thing. We are happy to report that. We've seen a lot of this, which is a beautiful thing as well. That's a super scooper. And those puppies carry 1,600 gallons of water in one drop. So, and we saw that on the first day of the Palisades fire as we lost our signal there, that the super scooper was literally getting to just fly into the Pacific Ocean and pick up all of those gallons of water from the Pacific and then drop them initially on the Palisades.
I'm sorry, but 1,600 gallons is not that fucking much, lady, when you have this big ass forest fire.
And thanking you for sharing your personal experience having to deal with the Eaton fire in Pasadena. So as you were saying, Kai, the winds shifted a little bit and then the fire burned south rather than flipping and going toward Bell Canyon and moving north. So
by the way, we're thanking Kai for being here as well.
Oh no, this is
well, we live here, you know.
We live here. You got
We're all living this too.
But really remarkable just to look at how many people have been told to get out of their homes and how many people won't be returning. Just looking at this one map.
Yeah, I mean that's from basically the edge of the San Fernando Valley and Calabasas, all the way to the ocean.
Yeah, it's incredible.
All right, speaking of the ocean, let's go to Malibu. Chris Wolf standing by, and earlier today we saw all those beach houses along PCH completely gone.
There they are, right there.
Oh, these newscasters.
They are completely gone. Glenn, Lou, everybody. Just a horrible scene of destruction out here along PCH and Malibu. I put my mask on because the air quality is still so bad out here. And if you are going out and about, wear a mask, protect yourself, protect your lungs. There is ash in the air and particulates and smoke and chemicals. It smells putrid out here. It's just heartbreaking and devastating. Look around me. Firefighters are rolling up and down PCH. They're dousing hot spots and flare-ups. Much of the terrain still smoldering, as you can see. We just passed miles and miles of lavish and legendary beachfront property, now reduced to just ash and rubble and steel or concrete beams and posts. Mostly brick fireplaces and chimneys are the only structures still standing. The death toll from this continuing disaster will likely rise as family members of those missing and government officials and public safety personnel search the endless sea of burned property throughout Southern California. Sadly, we are learning authorities discovered human remains. Let's go to that location across the street now, Josh.
Oh.
Look over there across PCH against the hillside. We are learning that authorities discovered human remains at this location along PCH near Duke's Restaurant and Las Flores Canyon Road, apparently late last night. All that's left is the cinder block retaining wall and brick fireplace and chimney, as you can see, and a couple of burned out cars parked out front. According to reports, a missing persons report led authorities to search that location destroyed by the Palisades fire, and they discovered human remains. The coroner's office will be investigating and, of course, trying to identify the victim officially. Circumstances are anyone's guess right now. Was the victim trapped, incapacitated, unable to evacuate or call for help? Or did that individual simply decide not to leave until it was too late? Whatever the case, the outcome is heartbreaking and devastating for family members and loved ones, a story that sadly and likely will be repeated. The LA County Sheriff's Department released a statement earlier today in response to questions about reports of human remains found in both the Palisades and Eaton fires. The Sheriff's Department says, quote, information is still very preliminary, but there have been multiple deaths in the fire areas. Homicide investigators have not had the chance to process any of the scenes due to the dangerous conditions still at each location, such as spot fires, downed power lines, and leaking gas. Once homicide investigators can assess the scenes, more information will be provided, end quote.
He's reading his packet.
Down south along PCH, down this way. Fire crews are down there, as you can see, again, jumping out, dousing hot spots or flare-ups. Nothing is left of any of these beachfront homes as far as the eye can see. PCH is closed to general traffic, and this is still an evacuation zone. However, we have seen CHP officers allowing some residents access with proper identification.
What is she whispering?
To come in and check on their properties. And for many of these people, nothing is left. We did talk to some of them. We'll be hearing from them later on, but now we'll just, I mean, words, you don't need any more words. Just look at what's out here.
Yeah.
Chris, you know, you've lived here for a really long time.
Yeah.
We saw these aerial views earlier, about 2 hours ago. We saw a lot of this for the first time, and while we were doing an interview, and we were all just, our jaws dropped. As a reporter driving in, and you're right there, you smell the smoke. There's even a little hot spot there. You said you can't put it into words. It's numbing.
It's numbing. I was at home resting up from a brief illness the last couple days. That's why this is my first time out here seeing this in person. And it is, nothing can compare to being out here in person and seeing this destruction. It is heart-wrenching. It leaves you breathless. I was watching the Sky 5 aerials yesterday, the first time we got to see the scope of the destruction throughout the Palisades, right? Now, I think you guys were on air during that time. Maybe it was Cher and Micah, but they broke down. They broke down seeing this, as many people did for the first time, the scope of it. And it didn't even look like neighborhoods to me. It looked like rows of dirt on a farm, like in rows of crops that had just been planted, rows of dirt. You couldn't even make out homes. You couldn't make out neighborhoods. It did not look like Southern California. It did not look like the Palisades. It's mind-numbing. And the sad part is it's going to take years and years of rebuilding. And this is not going to happen overnight. Yeah.
And you know, those,
go ahead, Lou.
Those stretch of beach houses like the Hollywood sign, Santa Monica Pier, people the rest of the country, when they think of Los Angeles, those are certain things they think about. Yes. And one of them is this iconic row of beach houses on PCH that are right on the beach. And now they're gone.
Well, and that's the whole thing, is they're not our homes. You know, we don't have any connection to them, but we that live here in Los Angeles, we love our city, and we love Malibu, and we love Topanga, and we love the Palisades, and we love the ocean, and it's part of our life. It's our thread. So it's really weird.
I was thinking the same thing. This is our home. This is our community. We are all suffering. Just because we don't live here, just because we may not own beachfront property, doesn't mean this is not our Southern California.
Yep.
This is all of ours. This is our home. This is our community. We work here. We come out here. We eat here.
Misty, are cigarettes expensive there in Kentucky? Whoa, what's going on with our communications?
Palisades Air Attack, you're stepped on by a ground unit on your transfer. Go ahead and repeat.
01 and 02 released back to Fox. ETA back to Fox, empty 1715, 1715.
I'm
LA
okay.
now copies. Tanker 0102 released back to Fox, empty. ETE 1715.
I'm doing good, Amber. Thank you for asking. My mods, let me have a
Deputy
rest.
Operations V1. Go ahead. Confirming that Dual got the update on the text group.
875.
Affirmative.
That's not that much cheaper. Sorry, I gotta blow my nose. Sean style.
Operations, Palisades Communications.
Go for operations.
Operations, new report of a fire in a backyard threatening a resident. 1393 Marionette.
1393 Marionette.
Copy. 1393 Marionette.
From Will Rogers. Did you try to get a hold of me?
This is 1393 Marionette.
Operations Branch 5 copies the address.
Because I'm nosy. What a nice area. And look how close
Branch
they are.
5 Mike, route Marionette.
I copy. It's going to be, I believe, in Foxtrot. I can punch it to him, or you can grab it. Yeah, handle it. Thanks.
These old places are going to go up like matchboxes. Like matchboxes. Oh, Jammers, you made one for real? Look at these homes with the tennis courts and the pools. And look at the fire creeping right behind them. This brush fire has grown to over 800 acres now. Hey, Ish. Why do they burn in lines like that?
Branch 5 Foxtrot.
Misty, can't you just order one online? Thank you for subscribing, Scorpion.
Branch 5 Foxtrot.
Foxtrot Branch 5, go ahead.
Yeah, you guys were handling that 1393 Marionette, or it might be in mine. I don't have cell right now to look it up.
Foxtrot, go direct with Division Mike on TAC 29. He's right by you.
Yeah, I'm actually down in a hole off of Sunset, so TAC ain't gonna work. Break, Mike, Foxtrot, command.
I see a podium. Are we getting ready for another presser? Let's see.
Ilya, I wanted to ask you, what are you feeling in terms of the winds out there right now? We knew it was turbulent over a lot of the area
we're talking to the chopper
because of winds. I'm talking about the Eden fire, the Palisades area with that fire. What about the Kenneth fire in West Hills?
Thanks, Flo.
Fortunately, at the altitude that my pilot James Pollard has us here in News Chopper 4, where you can see we're kind of low level, which is actually lower than what you've seen in our coverage the last couple days. With this particular terrain, with this area, we're actually doing really well at a lower altitude, so things feel pretty smooth for us here. But when we first arrived to the Kenneth fire at about 2:45, the palm trees were almost bent sideways. The winds were pretty strong in the area, which is what caused it to grow as quickly as it did. At first reports, it was about 20 acres. It started as a grass fire, and grass fires, they burn very quickly.
Oh, here we go.
There's a fire retardant drop there.
Rick
That's the guy
Chambers.
we were watching before. We were waiting for him. There you go.
He's live in Calabasas.
I always love watching these because I love seeing how effective they are. And you'll see it won't necessarily knock out those flames, but the goal here was to lay the retardant ahead of those flames. So what should happen is that should be the very last line of flames. It shouldn't be able to go beyond that.
It's because of the retardant.
That area has now been wet down by that fire retardant. That won't stop embers, of course. Embers don't respect fire retardant lines, but fortunately at this point it seems like the winds are starting to calm down. In this area, so we're not really seeing too much of an ember cast, and hopefully, cross our fingers, the fire will hold to those 800 acres in this, what's almost like a gully.
Oh my God, excuse me.
All right, that was Eliana Moreno live for us in News Chopper 4 over the Kenneth fire. We want to get to NBC4's Lolita Lopez.
So that's why there's lines, because they put the retardant down and it like makes it wet or whatever. I'm sorry. I'm sneezing like a mofo over here. But that's why it caused those lines like that. Interesting. Thank you, Potato. Thank you. Thank you, Flo. Thank you. Thank you, Lee.
In this location and others, we saw a truck full of road closed signs that had come through. They are really ramping up the closures of this area with Sheriff Department and deputies here, making sure that no one that is not supposed to be up here does not get up here, including even residents who are trying to either come back to see their homes, trying to figure out where they are, and if they can come back. At this point, they want no one, even those who may be connected to this area,
curfew around the 2 fire areas. And of course, we're talking about the Eaton fire over.
Oh, Jesus. Was I a muted cooter? No, it's 0% contained. I was just saying all this. I'm not getting sick. I think I have a sinus thing. Did you guys hear me say that or no? I'm so confused. Can y'all hear me? I don't know when I muted and when I did it. Fuck's sake. I did say it. For God-ass sakes. All right, let's see what she's saying.
Also picking up smoke from the Palisades fire, but this is the latest one coming away, moving away from West Hills, from the north and west, all the way down to the south and east, all the way down to the beach. So the latest observation data showing you the winds are fairly light in that spot. We do have some gusts.
You know what?
Palo Camado Canyon, we've got gusts up to...
Look at this poor old guy, Jesus.
Tonight, but it was frightening as he saw what was unfolding Tuesday night.
Oh, it was awful. It was like unbelievably awful. See, this one started with the fire on the roof. That's where they start. The embers get down in there, and you can see. I was really happy because I saved my house.
Oh, wow.
Tonight, a big concern has been looters, the looting going on. Sheriff Robert Luna earlier announcing the arrest of at least 12 people accused of looting in the area. As a result, there will be a curfew in place.
My God, it looks like a cemetery.
That goes on in about an hour at 6 p.m. through
6 p.m. to 6 p.m. curfew. Shit looks like a cemetery. Let's take a look at X and see if there's any new video that we can watch. I'm kind of growing old of the same old, same old. Oh my gosh, look at Snoop Dogg offering clothing to those affected by fires at Snoop Dogg's Clothing, 905 South Prairie Boulevard, Suite A in Inglewood, California, July 9th and 10th, 11 a.m. to 7 p.m., adults and kids sizes at Snoopy's Clothing. Go Snoop. Go Snoop.
You can hear all of our phones are going off some type of alert. An evacuation warning, it looks like.
Yeah, my alert reads,
Yeah.
This is an emergency message from the LA County Fire Department. An evacuation warning has been issued in your area.
Yeah.
This is what this looks like.
Remain vigilant of any threats and be ready to evacuate. Gather loved ones, pets, and supplies. Continue to monitor local weather news and the webpage alertla.org for more information.
Yeah, so these alerts come, based on where you are.
It looks like on my phone.
Yeah, and here we are in West LA, and we're getting an alert. We'll have to look into why.
Yeah.
It would not be from what we're talking about right here up to the north. We're just mapping out here are under mandatory evacuations, and obviously you can hear.
That was fake.
Hey, Branch 7 operations.
Super scoopers from Quebec, Canada are picking up seawater from the Santa Monica Bay to drop on the Palisades fire. This is a vid from a Los Angeles reporter.
Branch 7 operations.
Go ahead for Branch 7.
Yeah, part of the conversation we didn't get to finish, I think, was we are going to get the UAS module out there so it's available to you.
Those are badass. Look at that.
I copy. Thanks. Yeah, Byron gave me a call, and we won't need it for any burning tonight, and the fire did that on its own, but we can definitely use the IR capabilities.
Perfect. Thank you.
That's pretty cool, guys. Look at the super scooper. That's why they call them that. Check it. That is really cool. I didn't know it was either. See how it's scooping up all the water and then it just takes off. That's pretty cool, huh? Yeah, those are from Quebec. Oh my God, a soldier collapsed during Jimmy Carter's thing? Did you guys see this?
Before collapsing, a soldier falls to the ground during President Jimmy Carter's funeral service. Another soldier drags him away as he seemed unresponsive. Before collapsing, the man appeared to wobble on his feet. It happened during the motorcade arrival at the National Cathedral in Washington, D.C.
Jeez.
The service for the 39th President of the United States caps off 6 days of remembrance for Carter. He died on December.
Communications, Branch 1.
Woman confronts the governor.
Go ahead.
Following up on the last communication, checking to see what of the stock of Order 10 for Division Alpha is in stock.
Okay, watch this. This lady's going to confront the new scum.
Governor, you got a second? Governor, I live here, Governor. That was my daughter's school, Governor. Please tell me what you're going to do. I'm not going to hurt him, I promise.
I'm literally talking to the president right now to specifically answer the question of what we can do for you and your daughter.
Can I hear it? Can I hear your call? Because I don't believe it.
I'm sorry. There's literally, I've tried 5 times. That's why I'm walking around to make the
Why
call.
is the president not taking your call?
Because it's not going through. So
Why?
I have to get cell service.
So let's get it. Let's get it. I want to be here when you call the president.
I appreciate it. I'm doing that right now. And it's to immediately get reimbursements, individual assistance, and to help you. I'm devastated for you. I'm so sorry, especially for your daughter.
This has got to
I
be
have 4
fucking
kids.
fake. Are you kidding me?
Who went to school there, they lost their homes. They lost 2 homes because they were living in one and building another. Governor, please tell me, what are you going to do with the president right now?
We're getting the resources to help rebuild.
Why was there no water in the hydrants, Governor?
That's all literally.
Is it going to be different next time?
It has to be. Has to be. Of course.
What are you going to do?
I'm doing
To
everything
fill the
I can.
hydrants. I would fill them up personally, you know that.
I literally have.
I would fill up the hydrants myself.
I understand.
But would you do that?
I would do whatever I can.
But you're not. I see do you know there's water dripping over there, Governor? There's water coming out there. You can use it.
I appreciate it. I'm going to make the call to address everything I can right now, including making sure people
I'd
are
like
safe.
to make sure you do. Can I have an opportunity to at least tell people you're doing what you're saying you're doing? Could somebody have a contact? Can I have your contact information?
Right there.
They would never let her. Let's watch that again. They would never let her stay that way because that's why it feels staged. I don't think she'd ever be able to bum rush the governor.
Governor, you got a second? Governor, I live here, Governor. That was my daughter's school, Governor. Please tell me what you're going to do. I'm not going to hurt him, I promise.
I'm literally talking to the president right now to specifically answer the question of what we can do for you and
I'm
your daughter.
talking to
Can
the.
I hear it? Can I hear your call? Because I
it
don't
doesn't-
believe it.
I'm sorry. There's literally, I've tried 5 times. That's why I'm walking around to make the
Why
call.
is the president not taking your call?
Because it's not going through. So
Why?
I have to get cell service.
So let's
There's
get
no
it.
cell service.
Let's get it. I want to be here when you call the president.
I appreciate it. I'm doing that right now. And it's to immediately get reimbursements, individual assistance, and to help you. I'm devastated for you. I'm so sorry, especially for your daughter. I have 4 kids, losing the school.
I don't know if I would be hanging out at my kid's school. Like, why is she at her kid's school? She's already mic'd up. Good point.
Is there no water in the hydrants, Governor?
That's all literally.
Is it going to be different next time?
It has to be. Has to be. Of course.
What are you going to do?
I'm doing
To
everything
fill the
I can.
hydrants. I would fill them up personally, you know that.
I literally have.
I would fill up the hydrants myself.
I understand.
But would you do that?
I would do whatever I can.
But you're not. I see do you know there's water dripping over there, Governor? There's water coming out there. You can use it.
I appreciate it. I'm going to make the call to address everything I can right now, including making sure people
I'd
are
like
safe.
to make sure you do. Can I have an opportunity to at least tell people you're doing what you're saying you're doing? Could somebody have a contact? Can I have your contact information?
Right there.
Huh.
Governor, you got a second? Governor, I live here, Governor. That was my daughter's school, Governor. Please tell me what you're going to do.
That was my daughter's school? I don't know about that. Oh, here's the pun, no pun intended.
As the president throws it to the
Madam Vice President, I know you're directly affected, so you fire away. No pun intended.
All right, as the president throws it to the vice president.
Madam Vice President, I know you're directly affected, so you fire away. No pun intended.
All right, as the president throws it to the...
Real funny, Biden. Oh my, really? Coughed that for an hour ago. It's almost game time. Go Notre Dame. Y'all, I can't. I can't with her. They're starting to use the emergency alert system as a text messaging system. Oh, this is the disregard text. Disregard last evacuation warning. It was for Kenneth Fire only.
Destruction. This is really dangerous. We're seeing again the flames at the bottom of your screen. It's tough to make out. A little obscure.
Oh, a mountain lion and two cubs are seen on Topanga Canyon Boulevard running away from where the Palisades fire ravaged hundreds of homes. Babies. Babies. This is horrible. God, how does he ever get elected? It's got to be fixed because that guy's a jerk. I mean, our governor, DeSantis, is like the opposite of that asshole. He's so respectable. He's always talking about the people, what the people need. Newsom can't even fake it, and he still gets elected in. Make it make sense. Poor babies. Just out in nature. I can't stand it. Heroic veterinarian takes in 41 animals. Saving the animals. Look at her. Bless her heart. Oh, that dog was rescued. I can't watch it. I can't. Look at how mad she is because Trump and Obama are talking. Watch Camilla, watch. Oh my God, look at the bushes. Holy. George Bush looks terrible. Look at Camilla. She's turning around. She's like, and look at Trump. That is a wild scene right there, isn't it? Look at the bushes. I haven't seen the bushes in a long time. Jesus, how old is he? God, and I used to like him. Oh, she's pissed. Barack's like, congratulations. I just don't feel like they even hate each other. Some of them, like, they say they do. Trump's wife doesn't even want to fucking be there. Who could blame her? Oh, the Clintons are next to the Bushes. Well, the Clintons are a lot younger than the Bushes, Ryan Apple Snapple. I mean, they're not the same age. The Bushes are older. Tom Hanks and Steven Spielberg's house spared by fire. Gives a fuck. Tom Hanks is a dick no. He looks like a thumb. I can't stand some of these actors. I'm sorry. I really can't, especially in times like this. Give a fuck who they are. Like, seriously. Homes are homes. People are people. Give a fuck if it's Tom Hanks. Tom Hanks can suck a you-know-what.
Dude, are you kidding me? Hell no. I mean, all the firefighters are right over there. I don't know what to do.
Snazzy, that's a really good point. People that tried to... Oh, wow. They're letting Morgan Geyser out, the Slender Man thing. Slender Man case. Morgan Geyser to be released. She was 12 when she stabbed her classmate to appease the fictional character Slender Man from the creepypastas. She is very classy, Jams. Alec Baldwin has filed a lawsuit against everyone in New Mexico. These are all old. Here is a time lapse of last night's fire. He does. He looks like a big thumb. Who's Isaac Cappy? Good Lord, Biden. He can't even move his, he doesn't bend his arms. He's so stiff. It's weird. Nope, not today. I haven't paid attention to any of that today. It's been nice not following that drama for a day.
And fire's going to start. And I talked to a fireman once. This is one of the reasons it freaked me out. And he was telling me, he goes, dude, one day, he goes, it's just going to be the right wind and fire's going to start in the right place and it's going to burn through LA all the way to the ocean. And there's not a fucking thing we can do about it. I go, really? He goes, yeah, we just get lucky. He goes, we get lucky with the wind. He goes, but if the wind hits the wrong way, it's just going to burn straight through LA, and there's not going to be a thing we can do about it. Because these fires are so big, dude. When they're talking about like thousands of acres that are burning simultaneously with like 40-mile-an-hour winds. And the wind's just blowing embers through the air, and those embers are landing on roofs, and those houses are going up, and they're landing on bushes, and those bushes are going up, and everything's dry. And once it happens in a way where it's so spread out that there's nothing they can do. There's nothing they can do.
You just have to evacuate, right?
Nothing they can do. I talked to a fireman once.
That's
this is one
weird.
of the reasons it freaked me out. And he was telling me,
That
he
is
goes,
eerie. These guys are casing the Sunset Fire houses looking for a score. I approached him and he said, I don't speak English. I live here. He doesn't live there. These are professional looting rings operated by an organized entity. Open your eyes to what is happening in California. I'm telling you, the looting is going to be bad. It's going to be bad. In a rental car. Melissa Rivers.
So I kind of have a mental checklist. I made sure that we got passport, that we got birth certificate, medication, clothing. You know, I just was out shopping for clothes. It started to hit me that we literally just have what's on our back. I grabbed, I think, dog food, cat food. Luckily, my office, which was in my home, everyone was there. And in my personal situation, that's it. That is the end of everything that belonged to my family and the history of it. So I honestly, to be 100% honest, I grabbed my mom's Emmy, a photo of my dad, and a drawing that my mother had done of me and my son and I can't even remember which is grammatically correct right now. And dog food, cat food, and that was it. But the most important thing is have your papers, have all your ID, have your passports, have that in one place ready to go. Thank goodness we are organized like that. And, have extra pet food. And just, it's amazing what you grab. It's amazing what you take. I went for a drawing of my mother's rather than a photo, because I know I can find the photos.
But it's
so true.
Yeah. Melissa.
I can't replace.
Yeah, it's so special.
My heart is so broken, not just for myself, but going through this. And obviously in our neighborhood, and like you mentioned, Cafe Vita and all of...
You can register for FEMA assistance.
This is new.
You can go to disasterassistance.gov. That's the best way to get into our system and start that process. You should also contact your insurance company, because we will need that information as well as we start to work with you on your claim. Some of the things that you're going to be eligible for: if you incurred costs for temporary lodging as you evacuated, if you're going to need longer term lodging because you're displaced from your home for a period of time. If you need repairs to your home, we have some financial assistance that can help there. If you lost other things like a vehicle, we have some financial assistance. We know that everybody's situation is going to be different for each person. It's going to be unique to them. We want to be able to work with each of you individually to help you on that road to recovery, help you get to the right resources, whether it's FEMA resources, complementing what your insurance company may provide, or bringing in our nonprofit partners to help make sure that we have a holistic recovery for everybody that's been impacted. But we'll also work with you, Mayor, for things like temporary schools, temporary road repair if you need that, all these temporary measures that are going to be needed to help stabilize the community as you start to rebuild, and especially with the debris removal. And as President Biden announced, we're going to cover that debris removal and all of your emergency protective measures at 100% for 180 days, because we know it's going to take a long time.
Oh, this is the FEMA lady. This is the FEMA director.
I think what I'll just say in closing here is we know that recovery is complicated, and for something as catastrophic as what I have seen so far here across Los Angeles, we know that this recovery is going to be complicated. But it is doable when we all come together with the city, the state, the federal government, our nonprofit partners. When we work together, as you can see behind us here, anything is possible, and we will help you rebuild in a way that makes you stronger, Mayor.
Let me introduce now, first of all, let me just say that the President Biden and Vice President Harris just could not have been more supportive, and various members of the cabinet. But let me introduce our Senator, Adam Schiff.
Madam Mayor, thank you. Thank you for bringing us all together, and thank you for your leadership. I want to begin also by acknowledging those that have lost their lives and lost their homes. I was on the phone much of the early part of the day talking to people that lost everything, and for so many, because of the nature of these fires, they not only lost their home, they lost their whole neighborhood, they lost their whole community. They lost their school and their place of worship. It's all gone. And I just want to express the heartbreak I know we're all feeling over those massive losses, unprecedented in our state's history. I also want to, as the mayor was alluding to, take this opportunity to thank the Biden administration for what they've done. Senator Padilla and I and the California House delegation, several of my colleagues here today have worked to try to get a quick declaration of a disaster, to try to get the most we could in terms of federal match, and we could not have asked for more from the administration. The declaration was almost immediate. And as the mayor was saying, you're lucky normally to get 75% of a federal match. We learned today from the president, we're getting 100% federal match here. That's extraordinary. I talked to the president and the vice president today about both these issues and more and the needs ahead, and they could not have been more committed to making sure that California and Southern California get the resources and help they need. And I thank our FEMA administrator also for her work on this. Finally, I just want to say candidly, we are not through this by any means. We keep seeing these fires pop up in different places. We may see more before this is over. If you're told to evacuate, then get the hell out. You might think you can outrun a fire. You are not going to outrun these fires. You're just not. The way they are moving, the unpredictability of how they're moving, the swiftness with how they're moving, you are not going to outrun these fires. If you stay, you're going to die in them, and it's not worth it. So if you're told to evacuate, get the hell out. Save yourselves. You can rebuild because we are going to rebuild. We also, I think, have to be mindful of the risks that will follow these fires, and that is when the rains come and the risk of mudslides. So I say that because we need to know what we're looking forward to ahead. But I want to underscore finally what the mayor was saying also. We're going to get through this. We're going to get through this. We're Californians. We will bounce back from this. We will rebuild from this. The rains come. Rebuild our neighborhoods and our schools and our places of worship. We will come back from this. And once again, I thank all of you that are on the front lines of this, all of the first responders who are out there every day putting their lives on the line, doing heroic work. I'm grateful to all the other jurisdictions that are providing personnel and materiel. Just going through some of the fire areas earlier today, you see one truck from this county, another from that county, from all over the state, the country, and indeed other countries as well. So thank you to the first responders. Thank you, Mayor.
Before I bring up our supervisor, let me just acknowledge City Councilman John Lee. He wanted to be here today, but because of the latest fire, he went to that situation. Supervisor Lindsay Horvath.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Our West Hills, Hidden Hills, Calabasas residents are under evacuation order and evacuation warning for the Kenneth Fire. As you heard, it just started over 2 hours ago, and at the rate of spread and the density of the communities in this area, it is serious. Please act swiftly, move quickly, evacuate now to protect your life, the lives of your community members, and the lives of our first responders. A shelter has been established at El Camino Real Charter School at 5440 Valley Circle in Woodland Hills. Continue to stay updated at emergency.lacounty.gov to ensure we can protect lives during this critical time. I've been in touch with most of the elected leaders in this area, and we are united in our commitment to keeping people safe. Our independent cities have lived through this before. They are resilient and they are strong, but they must stay informed. Your partnership is critical to our success in keeping you safe. To those impacted by these devastating fires, my heart is with you. The grief that we have witnessed out there is immense as we see homes and neighborhoods changed forever. And as the time goes on, it feels heavier. We are weary, but we will not break. The county is here for you, both in the crisis and on the road ahead. For my 3rd District communities impacted by Palisades, Sunset, and Hearst fires, the Pacific Palisades, due to the President's major disaster declaration, impacted community members can start applying for relief now. As you heard, please visit disasterassistance.gov or call 800-621-FEMA to get started. For my residents in the Topanga Canyon, I've been in contact with Chief Maroney and Captain C2, and Topanga Canyon is the #1 priority for Palisades Fire area today for them. Personnel, both aerial and on the ground, are being deployed to protect our Topanga Canyon communities, and we are here for you, and every resource is committed to you and your safety. To our residents in Malibu, be on alert for additional evacuation instructions due to the Kenneth fire. We know you are already suffering so much, and we are fighting even greater devastation. We are here for you. Santa Monica's curfew remains active from sunset to sunrise, and their evacuation orders are unchanged today. Santa Monica Mayor Lana Negretti is here with us this afternoon, and we stand strong with all Santa Monicans. Hollywood, the Sunset Fire is contained with no structures destroyed. All evacuation orders have been lifted. Please continue to stay alert and move with caution as you return to your homes. Crews are still working, so your safety is their and our priority. I want to especially thank Senator Schiff and FEMA Administrator Chris Well for their support. Alongside many present here, I was able to join so many in visiting and learning from our extraordinary firefighters, our law enforcement officials, and first responders at the Palisades Fire Incident Command Post earlier today. They are digging even deeper, despite treacherous conditions and long hours. Help is on the way for them, but we know you will have our back until then. Shortly after that, President Biden called me personally to offer his additional support. His compassion knows no bounds, and his deep understanding of our pain means he has our back too. With that, I want to close in talking about the devastation that people are feeling. Mental health supports continue to be available through the county's Department of Mental Health, 800-854-7771. We have sent mental health professionals out to many of the shelter locations to ensure that while people are waiting, they are beginning their healing process and getting the support that they need. The Disaster Distress Helpline is also available for crisis counseling. You can call or text 800-985-5990. Our county is doing everything possible to respond to these fires and to work towards containment. But please continue to follow evacuation orders and stay vigilant. I know it is hard to walk away from everything that you have invested yourself in, but if you don't, it puts us all at risk. Please follow these evacuation orders. Take care of yourselves and each other. The only way we get through this is together. We will protect our communities and come through this stronger. And next, I'd like to introduce LA County Fire Chief, Deputy Chief John O'Brien.
Good evening, everyone. My name is John O'Brien, Chief Deputy of Emergency Operations for the County of Los Angeles Fire Department. Tonight, I'll start by giving an update on the Eaton Fire. affecting the communities of Altadena, Pasadena, Sierra Madre, Arcadia, and Monrovia. The Los Angeles County Fire Department remains in unified command with Pasadena Fire, Sierra Madre Fire, Arcadia Fire, the United States Forest Service, and CAL FIRE, as well as the Sheriff's Department and our local law enforcement agencies. The Eaton Fire is now over 13,609 acres and still remains 0% contained. We have 1,527 firefighting personnel assigned and mutual aid resources from across the state and nation arriving to assist with this fire. We have had several firefighter injuries reported and estimate that over 5,000 structures have been destroyed. This is based on aerial imagery that's been provided. We expect those numbers can change, either go up or down based on additional mapping of the fire, as well as when our damage inspection teams get out there and complete their thorough damage assessment of the burn area. We also had one firefighter injured today who sustained injuries battling the fire and is currently at a local area hospital. The cause of the fire is unknown and remains under investigation. As soon as the cause is determined, we'll be sure to get that information out to all. As Supervisor Horvath and Chief Crowley mentioned, the Kenneth Fire started just after 2:30 p.m. today in West Hills and has grown over 800 acres in that short period of time. We have a significant augmentation of ground and air resources assigned, with evacuations currently in the communities of West Hills, Hidden Hills, and Calabasas. Additional information will be provided as this incident develops, but I encourage all to be vigilant and visit lacounty.gov/emergency for the latest incident information. The number of resources assigned to this fire siege event has increased significantly, and we are in a much better position than we were earlier in the week. Out-of-state resources continue to arrive in Los Angeles County, and we are appreciative of our fire partners from throughout the western United States for providing assistance to Los Angeles County in our time of need. Regarding the current red flag warning, the National Weather Service predicts the warning will remain in effect for Los Angeles County and the majority of Ventura County through Friday, with another likely event impacting both counties earlier next week. I encourage all residents and communities to remain vigilant as we weather this fire siege together. And again, visit lacounty.gov/emergency for the latest information on all incidents. And lastly, I want to acknowledge the tireless efforts of my Los Angeles County Fire Department personnel and all the firefighters who are here assisting, both on the lines and those behind the scenes who continue to place themselves in harm's way to protect the residents and property of this great county. Thank you for always being there and continuing to be a safe and take care of yourself, those around you and the people who need us most. Thank you. And with that, I'll now turn it over to Los Angeles Police Chief Jim McDonald.
Good evening. Los Angeles Police Department extends our deepest sympathy to those who've been affected by the devastating fire. Our community is facing significant challenges, and ensuring the safety and well-being of our residents is our #1 priority. The department is fully committed to protecting lives, property, and critical infrastructure during this crisis. I want to also, as you've heard, I don't know that we can thank enough the members of the LAPD, the Sheriff's Department, all of our fire partners, and then others that don't get recognition, the Department of Public Works, Department of Water and Power, so many others that are out there on the front lines and doing the job to try and restore order to everyone. There was a fatality reported earlier today around 10 a.m. Officers were notified of a death investigation in the 15,300 block of Friend Street in the Palisades area. LAPD investigators immediately notified LA Fire Department arson and the Los Angeles County Coroner's Office, who responded and determined the death to be fire-related. The LAPD and our law enforcement partners are actively maintaining law and order in areas impacted by the fires. Officers are patrolling these areas to try and deter criminal activity and ensure public safety. Protecting homes and businesses in the evacuated and vulnerable zones is our priority, ensuring no one takes advantage of a difficult situation. As the mayor said earlier, there will be zero tolerance for looting. Looting or exploiting this disaster will not be tolerated. Individuals caught looting or committing crimes in affected areas will be arrested and prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law. There are no reports of looting at this time tonight. Our people remain vigilant, and patrols in burn areas have been increased to prevent and respond swiftly to such activities. To enhance public safety and allow first responders and recovery teams to work effectively, a countywide hard curfew is in effect or will be in effect from 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. in the affected burn areas. Anyone violating this curfew order or that will be in effect or the current evacuation order without valid reason may face legal consequences. The measure is essential to protect residents and support recovery efforts. The support of the National Guard is invaluable during this emergency, and we're thankful for that, enabling law enforcement to focus on crime suppression. The National Guard will be assisting in the following areas. Traffic control to maintain roadways and ensuring access to affected areas is restricted only to authorized personnel. Critical infrastructure security and checkpoints verifying credentials and restricting unauthorized entry into those protected zones. These measures may cause inconvenience to many, but they are necessary for public safety and community recovery. Residents are encouraged to report any suspicious activity to their local law enforcement agency. A united effort is key to ensuring a swift and secure recovery process for all. Law enforcement, the National Guard, and other first responders are here to support the community during this difficult time. The commitment remains steadfast in restoring safety and normalcy as quickly as we can. Cooperation and resilience from the community is greatly appreciated, and we're thankful for the cooperation that we've received to this point. Thank you. Let me now introduce, following me is LA Unified School District Superintendent Alberto Carvalho. I'm sorry, my mistake. Now my partner, Los Angeles County Sheriff Robert Luna. Thank you.
You forgot about me already. Just a quick overview. We have close to 500 sheriff deputies working throughout the county, working on evacuations, working on traffic control, both ingress and egress, and we are also working what we call looter suppression. It's unfortunate that we have to assign people to do that task, but we have, and we have made arrests behind that. In regards to resources, on the way to this press conference, our Northern Command made a request for 100 more deputies, or roughly 100 more deputies. So we are in the process, from a mutual aid perspective, of sending what we have internally and then requesting resources from counties around us as we are working, as you see and hear, many different priorities. Because this event continues and we continue to get new fires, the mayor mentioned it, Chief McDonald mentioned it. I've been working with the state, the Office of Emergency Services, for the last several days in trying to estimate the California National Guard and how they would be utilized. We made the official request earlier today, and I'm happy to report that they have been staged and ready to go. They're going to get deployed to specific missions. The first missions will be at the Palisades Fire, at the Eaton Fire. They will be supporting the city of Los Angeles as well. Mayor Bass and Chief McDonald made that request to us. There are several other cities that have requested National Guard resources. The city of Santa Monica, the city of Pasadena, the city of Arcadia, and I'm sure as time goes on there will be others. Our Emergency Operations Bureau will distribute not only mutual aid resources throughout the county as needed, and then we may have to redeploy people, whether it is police officers, deputy sheriff. Can't say enough about the Office of Emergency Services and the support of Governor Newsom, who has basically called and said, what do you need? What else can we send you? I also received a call from Commissioner Sean Dury from the California Highway Patrol. We have been utilizing their resources